Reddit, what is the most faked up way you got back at someone that wronged you? Throwaways encouraged. From another post, when I was 7 or 8 I did a science project on the antibacterial efficacy of various soaps. Basically involved keeping hands dirty for a day, pressing grubby thumbs into petri dishes full of agar, then washing and doing the same again. I'd take tracings of the cultures. Bigger colonies were bad, smaller ones good. This ended up winning the county science fair for my grade in a large metropolitan area, so that was nice. But before that, after I'd finished the experiments, but before I'd discarded the dishes, I got into a dispute with my parents. Don't remember what about. I thought, I'll show them. So I took the nastiest culture and swabbed it onto their bedroom doorknob. They both got sick as dogs, and I had to take care of them for a couple of days. Served me right. TLDR. I wage bacteriological warfare against my parents using my science project. But I told them long ago, and we laugh about it now. My past girlfriend cheated on me, and her roommate at the time had gotten to that point in their lease where they were not super fond of each other and kept some distance. Her roommate was smoking hot, kind of beachy sometimes, and wasn't fond of my ex, so I decided to make a move on her best move ever. The look on my ex's face when her roommate walked me to the door in her underwear after the first night was priceless. We proceeded to have hot, dirty, loud sex almost nightly for next 8 weeks until their lease was up, and for a while after that. My ex even walked in on us in the living room once. Kinda dickish, but goddamn was it fun, and there's no way I felt bad about it. TLDR. My girlfriend cheated on me. I had loud awesome sex with her roommate until the lease is up at it, and so it came to pass that the highest voted thing I will ever post on Reddit was under a throwaway in a "what's the most faked up thing you've ever done" thread. Lol. Too late to the thread, but this is a good story. Everyone has worked with someone they hated. I've never had a job where there wasn't someone who made my life miserable or whose very presence pissed me off. Usually you just have to put up with them, but every once in a great while, you can get even. Dave was a dick. Stoop-shouldered, balding, in his 50s, Dave was a patronizing and irritating bastard. He'd been at IBM his whole career, had been making good money, and hated contractors. He thought they were bad for the company, that the only people worth a shit were regular employees, and he made it his personal priority to fuck with all of us. Nothing overt, but constant subtle pressure was put on everyone whose badge said contractor on it. I think he developed this attitude from working with the guys from India, probably because they were so soft-spoken and accommodating, but maybe he was just a racist. I dunno. But whatever the reason, he took every opportunity to send us on little errands, wouldn't get back to us if we needed something, criticized anything we did, and generally made our lives hell in a way that couldn't be directly protested. I was pretty good friends with the guy sharing the room with him, another full-time employee, and one day Robert called me up. We are going for coffee. Okay, let me just finish up a few things. You don't understand. We need coffee now, right? I headed over to his office, and he met me about halfway there. His eyes were shining with glee, but he wouldn't tell me what was going on until we had our coffee in the cafeteria. Once we finally had a table, he said, "Okay, Dave's a fetish wrestler." Huh? He's a fetish wrestler, dude. I've got nothing. What the fuck is a fetish wrestler? It turned out that there were men who pay women to wrestle them into submission. Some of them did it as a sort of hobby and others were extremely serious about it. Dave was one of the latter. Several times a year, he'd tell his wife he was meeting up with old army buddies, but went to fetish wrestling conventions instead. They were highly organized, had rings set up for use, referees to score the matches and everything. I never quite understood the need for Fs, but hey, it's not my fetish. There were web pages devoted to the women who were available to wrestle, and Dave's favorite was a woman named Red Robin. She was a little tiny woman who was an absolute beast, and he paid her thousands of dollars every time he'd go to one of these conventions for her to wrestle him for about 20 minutes per match. We went back to my office and pulled up Red Robin's website. Why does he pay this woman to wrestle him? She's ugly as hell. Do they fuck after? He says no. Let me get this straight. Dave lies to his wife, flies out to California to have an ugly woman named Red Robin wrestle him into submission, pays her $400 per match, and doesn't fuck her. Yep, Bullshit. I went onto the main wrestling site and started reading Dave's posts. And there were a ton of them. He talked in great detail and depth about the sport, had invented his own move, called the Twisted Ostrich, and told stories about amazing matches he'd won and lost. Look, I'm all about people's private lives remaining private, and I probably wouldn't have done anything if he hadn't so consistently been a fact to me. But he had, so game on. I registered a fake account under the name Sue_Plex on the wrestling website and started corresponding with him. I started by asking him some technical questions about the Twisted Ostrich, but it wasn't long until he started asking me personal questions. As time went by, I fleshed out the character, so within about a month he had become quite good friends with Miss Plex. I told him I was a late 20s single lawyer living in DC. My marriage had ended because my husband just didn't understand my interest in such a harmless sport. It was so nice to talk to someone like him who really understood me. It was unbelievably satisfying. Every time he'd send me on some stupid errand, I'd think of how he was confessing his private life to the character I'd created. Oh, and he lied his ass off. He dropped a good 10 years and his wife somehow. Finally, he asked for a picture. Well, I'd already downloaded a whole set of a girl who looked about that age, and the photos didn't look professional. I started with a simple one, and he gushed about how hot I was. Over the next few weeks, I sent him more and more photos, each more revealing than the last, until the girl was fully nude, but didn't look posed. He started trying to be really sexy, and started talking about how the best way to end a good wrestling match was with sex. Hold the phones. He'd told Robert that there wasn't any sex at the matches. I probed a bit, and he finally admitted he had sex with the girls he wrestled. I faking knew it. They were hookers working a special kind of crowd. It made more sense he was spending $400 per match. I amped up the sexy talk too, including wrestling into it. It was gold. He was hooked. His work slowed down. He became obsessed with Sue_Plex, and quite frankly, my work suffered as well, having to answer all his notes. Fortunately, he didn't notice because he was too busy sending off love letters. Now it was driving me nuts because here was this creepy 50'ish guy who was still giving me a daily ration of shit, but was secretly having an online affair with a character I'd created. Robert and I had a ton of fun faking with the poor guy, but one day, he called me up again. Coffee. Now. At the cafeteria he told me that Dave had another army reunion coming up, and we should see if we could get him to come to DC to meet Sue instead. Genius. I sent Dave an email and said we should get together sometime. Boom. In a flash, he responded that he had been thinking the same thing and had some time off in a few weeks. Would I be interested in him coming to visit? Yes. Yes, I would. To Sue. I arranged to meet him in DC at local hotel. As the day approached, Dave became more and more excited and faked with us less and less. He still tried, but the conviction and heat wasn't there anymore. Robert and I were going nuts, having to act like nothing was going on while Dave prattled on about how happy he was to hook up with his old army buddies, what a fun trip it would be, how he was hoping he didn't get pinned down by the snow, etc. I guess he thought he was being clever, but since we already knew the entire story, it just came across as pathetic. He left early on a Friday to catch his flight, smiling like a champ. Tuesday morning, he showed up looking like his best friend had died. We asked what was wrong, and he tried to play it off like he was just tired from his long weekend, but as soon as he could, he sent Sue a message asking what the hell had happened and why hadn't she showed up. We waited to respond until after lunch. He was a basket case. Finally we fired back a furious message that we'd called his house on Friday just to leave him a message, and some woman answered. We said we'd pretended to give her a survey and we knew about his wife and 4 kids. So he'd been lying to us all along. Basically, we went batshit crazy on him. We told him if he ever tried to contact us again, we'd tell his wife everything. We waited for him to get the email, watched him surreptitiously read it, and then we watched him have a meltdown. He started sweating like crazy, called his wife to check on her, and finally left early. He was never the same after that. He pretty much stopped messing with contractors and kept to himself. We never sent him any more emails, and he never sent any to Sue. My contract ended not too long after that, and that was the last I heard of him. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Edit. Motor Sagmanen gave me Reddit gold for this story. Thanks man. Edit 2. Multiple people have called me out for plagiarizing this story from a book, then linked the actual book I supposedly stole it from. Funny thing, that's my book. I wrote it. The name The Wall Lizard Chronicles, the author name, Wall Lizard, and hell, since my picture is on the cover, all of those things should help clarify things. One time a friend pranked me by pissing on my sausage. 4 years later I got him back by putting my dick in his beer at a bar when he went to the bathroom. He drank the whole thing before I let him know. I don't forget shit like that. Edit. Sheet. Took a little nap and came back and this done blowed up. To answer a couple of questions. 1. It was a draft, therefore in a glass, and 2. I mean sausage as in food. He did not piss on my cork. That is all. Edit 2. Okay, so this is how it happened. Not very exciting or anything. We were at a sports bar drinking and shooting the sheet, playing pool. My buddy who had pissed on my sausage, by the way, did it before they put it on the grill, so sort of a piss marinade, set his beer down to use the restroom. One of my other buddies pointed out that he had left his beer unattended and that I should fuck with it because all of my close friends are aware that he had pissed on my sausage as well, and I had not really gotten the chance to get him back. Well, I do the first thing that pops into my head, so I grabbed his beer, hit a corner, unzipped my pants, unleashed the cork meat, and put it in his beer. I proceeded to stir his beer a couple times with the dick, resheath that bad boy, and place his beer back to where it was. When he came back, nobody said anything, and he enjoyed his newly stirred, not shaken beer. When he finished, I just asked, "Remember when you pissed on my sausage? How'd my cork taste?" Beach. He knew. I used to live in a very small town, like 250 to 300 people. We had no stores, gas stations etc. One day a local guy decided to open up a little store that sold the basics like groceries and rented movies. He hired a few of us high school kids to work the store and promised us $50 a week for the summer, to be paid at the end of the summer. We agreed and started working. We gave up a summer stocking shelves, cleaning the bathroom, lawn care and whatever else. Well, the end of the summer comes around. It's our last day of work, and he comes by with our paychecks. $50 for each of us. For the whole summer. Needless to say, we weren't too happy, but his words were, "What the fuck are you gonna do about it? Drop the key off at my house, since you won't need it anymore." We came up with a plan to pay this douchebag back. Before locking up the store for the last time, we left a window unlocked. We dropped the key off at the house. Around midnight, we were back at the store. Grabbed as much as we could, cigarettes, money from the register, candy, probably about $1,000 worth of sheet, locked the window, then left through the emergency exit that had no alarm. There were also no cameras of any kind. Next day there were cops there. He accused all of us of doing it, but had no proof. He ended up having to shut down the store a few months later because the town heard how he didn't pay us and stopped doing business there. I don't feel bad. Faker deserved it. Edit. Thanks for tripling my comment karma. Figures it's about a crime I committed 15 years ago. Should have used a throwaway. Friend and I were fishing at a local creek when my friend's brother pulled up. Being the dick he normally was, he started throwing rocks in the creek to scare the fish, and then he threw my friend's bike in the creek. We were 13 at the time. My friend was crying, and I felt so bad. I jumped into the creek and got his bike out, told him we would get his brother back. About a month later we were fishing again, and it was the dead of summer. I told my friend today is the day we get his brother back. Caught a 2/3 pound carp, threw it up on the side of the bank, and left it there until we were done fishing. At the end of the night went back to his place. His brother's car was sitting on the street. We took the carp, sliced it open, and threw it under the driver's seat, and rolled his windows 3/4 up. The next morning, when we woke and left, I forgot about what we had done. Well, when I rode past JT's car I noticed the window was kind of black, and then I took a closer look. It was covered in flies. I actually got scared because I did not expect to a window caked with flies. By the time I got home I was laughing in tears because his brother was always such a dick to us. Fast forward to baseball practice about 3 days later. Friend had a black eye but smiled at me when we made eye contact. His brother flipped out and ran into his house and punched him in the face. His mom flipped out on his brother. Brother was grounded for the rest of summer. His mom said that my friend would never do such a thing and he played along and acted as if he had no idea. Apparently the smell never really left the car. We nicknamed his brother Lord of the Flies. I posted this in another thread. When I was 13, I woke up in the middle of the night to a man laying next to me in my small bed, staring right at me. I looked at him all confused and told myself, oh, silly, you're having a nightmare. So I smiled at him, closed my eyes, and was about to fall back asleep when he started touching my thigh. Two things happened at once. I realized that I was only in my bra and underwear, and that I was definitely not having a nightmare. Fear like I've never felt before gripped every inch of my body and I think I stopped breathing. He started making his way up to my underwear, presumably to take them off. What did I do? I opened my eyes, and I shit you not said, hold on a second, I have to pee. He looked shocked, but didn't stop me as I wrapped my blanket around my body and proceeded to take a few steps toward my bathroom. Then I noticed that my bedroom door was wide open, so I bolted. I ran to my mum's room, banged on the door, and screamed about how there was a man in my bedroom. My mom came out to the hallway and had just started reassuring me that it was a bad dream when the faker dashed out of my room and toward the front door. My mom froze, but I got the biggest sense of how the fact that he tried to rap me. That's when I grabbed a lamp, ripped the cord out of the wall socket as I started chasing him, insanely waving that lamp and screaming all the profanities that my 13-year-old mind has ever heard. I chased that faker down the streets while my mom called the police. I lost him somewhere in the dark, but when the police came, got statements and started searching the neighborhood, I got my revenge. They caught him hiding in the bushes, brought him over, and asked me to identify him. I marched right up to that motherfucker, kneed him in the balls, and walked away saying hell yes I want to press charges. Edit. David Answer 08, who gave me Reddit gold. Thank you. I was being bullied by this kid 2 years older than me in school, but I didn't want to tell the teachers or my parents, because I wanted to handle it myself. Anyway, he wasn't hitting me or anything, he was just verbally harassing me during the day, but hey, I was fine with that. I had plenty of friends to chill out with, and he was a lonely bully. So we have to write a physics exam, and we all have those graphical calculators. You can write programs in them, and archive them so a RAM reset can't delete the programs, only a defaults reset can. Right before the exam, he came to me and told me to give him all the cheat programs I had. Well, what he did not know is that I prepared one with wrong formulas for that dickhead. When I transferred the program over to his calculator, I had a huge smile on my face. He got a 6 for that exam, which is equivalent to an F. Sweet revenge. Edit. Thanks for all the upvotes guys. I guess it's time to clarify some things. 1. This was around 5 years ago. I was still pretty young too. Yes, I live in Germany. The best grade there is a 1, while the worst is a 6. You can compare it to the A's and F's of England 3. I didn't have any more problems with the bully, since I was about to change the school anyway and those exams were the end of year exams. Now, in my new school, I have plenty of friends, not being bullied by anyone. Partly because I changed my attitude, but also, partly because when you notice some faults about yourself, you can fix them and become a better person. Fact throwaways because I'm proud of this sheet. Point. My best friend, since I was 3 years old, started texting and flirting, then eventually sleeping with my boyfriend of 7 years. He was apologetic, regretful, and beginning for me back, as was she. It was a mistake they said, never happen again they said, until it happened again. Well, my best friend had this obsessive relationship with this guy Billy, who was so heartbroken by her infidelity, he came to me. He felt like a loser having just lost both his girl and his job, so I hired him at my job, where I was a manager. We became good friends, and my now ex-best friend was going nuts. I then started a rumor that Billy and I were dating, and serious about it. She saw us in a car together while I was bringing him home and went faking nuts. She started driving like a psycho and texting me saying, "How could you do this to me? Why would you do this to me?" But I ignored them. I dipped off the road and dropped him off at home and unfortunately had to fire him for stealing money from work. All in all, I got my revenge. I faked with her head. I faked with my ex's head. Got them all upset, but never actually did the horrible act of cheating that they did. But they all think I did, and I'm okay with that. Not me, my brother. When my younger brother was about 3, my father had to look after him for the day. The plan was that he, after asking his boss, would take him into work for the day. It was office work, and he was friendly with his boss, so my mum assumed it was no big deal. My father, however, didn't want a toddler distracting him all day, so he left him in the car with the radio on and a carton of apple juice. This is Britain, so it wouldn't overheat, but either way he was being an ass. At the end of the day he returned back to his car to drive home, expecting a sleeping toddler who wouldn't tell his mother a thing. Instead, upon his return, he found his son jumping up and down on the front seats to the radio on full blast, naked and laughing, slipping around and covered in sheet. He had soiled himself, removed his nappy, his fecal matter everywhere. Sheet was smeared all over the driver's seat, the windscreen, the steering wheel, the sat nav, the driver's window, even hand printed on the ceiling. Our dad didn't even know that toddlers could even produce this vast amount of dirt. The only car seat that was completely untouched was his own. TLDR, my 3-year-old brother was abandoned in a car for 8 hours, later found smearing his own brand revenge paint all over my father's beloved BMW. The best revenge is served cold. 11 years ago, I was working almost 24/7 and trying to deal with multiple deaths in the family over the period of a few weeks. No time for anything and going nuts trying to hold it all together. My now ex decided that she wasn't getting enough attention and started faking around on business trips. Eventually I busted her flat out, taped, remember tape, a phone conversation of her talking with her friend about having great sex in Florida with a bunch of guys, and that was it. She knew I had the tape, so denial wasn't an option. I decided to run with the truth. Instead, I left. Just left. Found a new place to live, and at that point, 11 years ago, simply spread a few documented facts around. Not rumors, not pupping on someone's property, just handing out documented facts. Mishandling money at work, corporate/state/federal funds. Bad news, misreporting consulting income on her taxes. ICE hotline 800-829-0433 if anyone's interested. Wrote a couple of editors to publications showing where she'd plagiarized materials. We are both academics. End of career. When she was held up to paying me the equity on the house we owned at that time, she pled poverty and then showed up for work in a new Corvette. A few months later she moved to California and refused any payout on the house, which on the market. I called the mortgage company directly, something they're not used to, and begged her new address out of them. They have the information and aren't supposed to give it out, but when I explained the situation, the woman at the mortgage company gave it to me. My lawyer carpet bombed my ex, who simply assumed she could hide from the sheet, and I had a check in my hand within the week. So then she was broke, discredited, in the sheet with the eyes and her funding agencies. Good enough. End result. Not quite jail, but the end of her long sought academic career and certainly the end of her credibility. 10 years on, she's managing a research institute out west, but nobody respects her as anything but her office stooge and money fluffer at this point. Should I have pupped on the back? Vet? Probably, but simply the telling the truth rocks sometimes. TLDR, cheating ex held up to the light to answer all of the rest of the dishonesty of her life. Tried to take the high road and may have done okay. Edited to reflect time frame. Correct spelling of house. Follow up. I've gotten a lot of flame mail and a few comments indicating that I should have simply walked away and not done anything at all. Wonderful insight from the warm safety of the internet, but it should be stressed that I did not invent anything here. I simply supplied documentation of her action to interested parties. If that results in you should feel bad because you're a dick or a petty little sheet, then so be it. If it matters, I never took money from her in any fashion. There has been some commentary to that effect. I pay my bills as I go. Unfortunately there were a couple of things that had to happen. The mismanagement of funds issue was part of a burgeoning audit of her operation, and if I'd withheld information I would have been in violation of state and federal law as well as campus ethics requirements. Plagiarism is absolutely unforgivable in this line of work and I always turn it in when I find it, as occasionally still happens in grant reviews and editorship, so that's a wash. I just hadn't connected the dots. So close to home. Who looks? The non-payment of my equity in the house. Should I have walked away from $17,000 out of patriarchal nobility, and because she decided to hide in another state? No. Walking away cold from her personal actions is being a man. Leaving her with my cash in her pocket out of some misplaced sense of duty is ridiculous. The eyes. Well, okay, busted. I guess I could have let that be, even though she was breaking the law. I guess you had to be there. Note that I didn't ask for any whistleblower money for my time and considerable physical labor improving our house, moving costs, dislocation expenses etc., nor a dime more than what I'd put into the house. All of it for documented supplies and improvements. Given the circumstances I think I trod the high road reasonably well, while not letting someone slide. And all these years later still think the choices were pretty good. I worked as a server in a fine dining restaurant in a touristy town in Florida. The owners, a husband and wife team, were notorious for being cruel and petty bastards, but it was 2008, and I had just been laid off, so I had to take anything. On top of that, I was engaged to be married, paying for the wedding ourselves, and planning a move to New York City as well. This could be an incredibly long story, so I will just give a few examples of their batshit cruelty. Dyslexic server who trained me fired a week after I started because he took too long to write the specials on the chalkboard. They knew he was dyslexic. His replacement. December 23rd. She was fired for selling the wrong bottle of wine. While this was definitely her mistake, their handling of it was despicable. She sold a $125 bottle of wine for $35. Restaurant prices, not the restaurant's actual cost. Those were $56 and $10. The owner let the table know of the server's mistake, saying, "I hope you are enjoying that bottle of wine. It's actually a $125 bottle. But don't worry, you don't have to pay for it. Your server will have to." Needless to say, the table was furious for being put in that awkward position, and were gracious enough to give an awesome secret tip to cover the cost. Here is the nasty part. She finished out her shift and paid the total $125 thinking she still had a job. She was fired on Christmas Eve by text message. Me. I kept quiet as much as I could. I saw that whenever you shared any bit of your personal life with these facts, they used it to torment. The wife owner follow me around the FOP and berate me in increasingly weird ways with the intent to emasculate. Once they met my fiancé, and from that moment on, the wife owner would make jabs saying she doesn't seem like she is too thrilled to get married, or she probably expects better, and then laugh it off, like she was just joking. It was my strategy to just eat shit and save money, and not let it bother me. She figured this out right away, and got downright sadistic, trying to see how far they could push me, and see what I would do without complaint. I managed to suck it up for 2 years thanks to alcohol, no backbone, and financial need. My breaking point was when she told me to take away the chair our hostess was sitting in when no customers were around. Granted, sitting on the job is supposedly unprofessional, but she was an elderly woman, sick, working outside. The hostess wouldn't dare call in sick as she was working here illegally from Hungary, and similarly had to eat as much shit as was thrown at her. So rather than talk to the hostess and possibly take over for her sick employee, she asked me to snag the chair from her without explanation. Here is the faked up part. I did it. I faking did it. The hostess understood. Really, what could she say? She knew what was happening and gave me this look of understanding that I'll never forget. I got a few feet away and put the chair back, looking straight back at the vile sheetston that asked me to be cruel to another person for her amusement. The owner didn't say a word to me about my subordination and gave me the cold shoulder for the rest of the evening. 2 weeks later, I was closing out my tips and receipts with the husband owner. I had counted my bank prior to cashing out with him as I always did. Everything added up just fine. Turns out he had secretly added in a cash ticket to my till for $150. It showed on the report he printed at 1 minute before running the cash out report. I had only 4 tables, all cash tips on all credit card tickets that night, so it was not hard to keep track of. Lucky me, I thought. I questioned this and said I had double checked my maths and he must have made some mistake. His response was, "If you don't like it, there is the door." That pretty much sealed it. I knew what was happening and luckily my brain initiated the "you is about to be forced to quit, so you don't get the unemployment money's disaster recovery response." I refused to pay him and said I will be returning to work tomorrow for my next scheduled shift and we can work this out then. He said, "Fuck you, get out." I was fired. This was very important. I was fired. I didn't quit. I was a month away from moving to New York City with my wife to try to start a career in my field. I just needed 1 more month of saving every last penny I made and I was out. This pretty much faked me. So I filed for unemployment stating the reasons I was fired on my last night, which met the eligibility requirements. The unemployment office contacted my former employer for verification, and he said I was fired for stealing wine and there were witnesses. My claim was denied. The next step was to dispute the claim. I disputed and it went to the adjudication process. Basically what amounted to a phone hearing between my former employer, an unemployment caseworker, me, and any witnesses. This is where I got revenge. I knew of the upcoming hearing, and my employer was notified by mail of the date. The letter explained the process and instructed to line up any witnesses and materials needed for the case. It also stated that you have a period of time to reschedule the hearing if needed. An unemployment worker explained the process to me over the phone before the letters were mailed. I then paid a anarchist punk guy with beer to steal any of their mail from the unemployment office and bring it to me. Leading up to the hearing I also reported them to a SCAP for playing copyrighted music in their establishment without paying dues, a fairly hefty fine, and reported some of their more crooked dealings to the eyes. Namely how the wife owner would use her name as an employee for several of the illegal workers, underreporting earnings, etc. I also dropped a dead fish into their gutters above their patio, waited a week for the rats to appear, and called the Heath Dept. At the time of the hearing, the owner was caught off guard and tried to reschedule. He was not allowed to reschedule because the letter, which he never received, he stated that failure to attend the hearing automatically results in a ruling for the other party. He complied and we went along with the hearing without his fake witness. During the hearing I kept calm, but he lost his temper. I answered my questions in a way to really get his anger going, and it worked. The key question posed to my former employer was, had he not stolen any property, would you still have fired him? He slipped and said yes, sending the ruling in my favor. A few weeks later I received my check for all the past months of unemployment. It was enough to get me to New York City. 2.5 years later, I'm still married, Beach, and found an excellent job in my field with great pay, benefits, an awesome boss, and union representation. They are struggling to keep the doors open and have both had a host of financial problems. TLDR, I went Monte Cristo on the asshole sling and Crisco Point or got treated subhuman by a sadistic employer for 2 years, had enough, fought back and won. When I was around 13 over 14 I used to hang out with my 21-year-old neighbors. I didn't realize at the time that all these guys would do is convince me to do stupid shit then run away when I got in trouble. This continued until I was about 17, when I finally realized what was going on. I was furious and wanted revenge, but by the time I thought up a plan these guys had moved. I decided I would make my move anyways. These guys were serious stoners and always had parties. I went to a party once and chilled in the back. In my car I had 5 cartons of heavy whipping cream that I had purchased 6 months prior. I left them in the fridge until that day. I took each carton and poured one in each of the air vents. I had 1 carton left over, so I poured it into the account unit, not sure if it did anything. The smell coming from the cartons was so rancid and disgusting I had to stop myself from barfing a few times. A few weeks later the house was up for sale. No one would buy it because of the smell though, or so I heard. They gave up on selling it and tried burning it down. After an investigation the oldest brother was arrested for fraud and served 1 year in prison. I haven't heard anything about them since. Dating a girl. Hot. Beautiful C-cup titties. I get monosyllabic just thinking about them now. My brother clued me into how she was cheating on me. I didn't believe it. My brother forced me to get into his car and follow her from work, where she went right to her ex-boyfriend's house. She was also faking my, at the time, best friend. I had left for a few months to Europe, where I turned down a stunning and smart girl, who ended up going to college within my field of study for this tramp. I got tested and was clean. That was a stressful wait to find that out point. While I was plotting something else, a revenge plan of opportunity popped up in the form of a P-bonner. She was frustrated that I didn't want to have sex because of the STD fears when I found out about cheating, so she wanted to give me one of her excellent blue jobs. I really needed to pee. Hate can motivate a person to do some unnatural things. Normally, it's impossible or quite difficult to pee when sexually aroused. I on the other hand was fueled by the glorious unzipping of a plan that was starting to enter her mouth. She sucked, it got hard. It felt good. After a few moments, I mimicked the convulsions related to just before ejaculation. She started to apply a strong suction for the finish, and I let the dam burst open. It's almost comical how her cheeks ballooned out as urine flooded her mouth. As she was attempting to swallow only a few teaspoons of semen, she choked on the fire hose going off in her mouth, but to my surprise, instinctively stayed on to take nearly the full contents of my bladder. Cheeks ballooned out, face stretched out trying to contain all my urine. She went to the sink to spit out the contents. As she was figuring out what happened, I thought to myself, sometimes the best plans aren't planned at all. I refused the kiss. Her breath smelled like pee. In 2009 I deployed for a 6-month tour to the Helmand province in Afghanistan, running at least weekly missions from Leatherneck to Nowzad. We were the only unit that would run that route in the entire AO. It was that bad point a month into the deployment. I was just getting 6 months into my first real relationship. It was long distance, as I was stationed in NC, and she lived back home in New York. We were planning on getting married, but my staff sergeant gave me a little speech, and I decided that it was best to wait until after the deployment point. She was already cheating on me 4 months into the relationship. I took it hard, and that's all I thought about for 6 months. While I waited to get back home, I had a bunch of her stuff, and she had some of mine. I never got any of my stuff back, but she had given me this tiny little dancer trinket to wear on my dog tags. Her mother had given it to her before she ran off, so it had some sentimental value to her. Oh, and 5 months into my deployment, her new level 3 sex offender boyfriend who she left me for goes back to prison for probation violation. I get a message over Facebook that she just found out she's 6 months pregnant, and it's mine. There's no way you just find out you're 6 months pregnant when you weigh 110 pounds soaking wet. It was a sham to get me back. There was no pregnancy. 6 months later, I arrive back home. I go into the subway where she works, and lo and behold she's working. I walk in, and she goes "Welcome to Sue," and cuts off mid-sentence as she sees me, with a look of absolute horror on her face. I walk in, walk up to the counter, look her dead in the eyes, set the dancer trinket on the counter, shake my head, and turn around and walk out. I could hear her start crying. Before I got to the door, I'm much more successful out of the military. I have a great job, an amazing girlfriend, and a sweet townhome. I'm about to get a dog here soon. I've never blocked her on Facebook. I just don't see her updates in my newsfeed. She'll poke me every once in a while, but I never poke back. It's nice to know that she can watch me be successful without her, and I know her life is in shambles. About once a year she tries to message me and ask me how I'm doing, but it usually ends with her going on some depressing rant about how she faked up and wishes she never cheated on me and left me. TLDR, Beach cheated on me while I was in Afghanistan, gave her back sentimental item without saying a word. She's still allowed to see Facebook to see how successful I've become. Edit. There was no child. Fact throwaways. Dated a girl who I really liked, but she was always hot and cold to me, and when she was cold, she could really treat me like a bucket of liquid sheet. It took me way longer than it should have, but I finally manned up and dumped her. She proceeded to alternately try to win me back and seduce my friends. Basically, an immature reaction from an immature person. So, couple of weeks later, I meet an amazing girl at a concert, and we start dating. This new girl is awesome, cool, fun and sexy, but within a week of dating her, I realized something else about her. My beachy ex had had a job the summer before, which had her basically spending the whole summer with a girl that she had developed a major complex about. Wherever the two went anywhere together, guys would always hit on this other girl and never hit on my beachy ex. It got to the point that my ex had developed this major anxiety complex regarding this girl she worked with. By pure random chance, I had gone out and met that girl and was now dating her. The satisfaction I felt when I showed up at a party around a month after the breakup and letting beachy ex see who I was with was immense. She had a total meltdown that included crying, screaming, and ranting, before screaming at the guy she came with, "Take me home right now, we're leaving," to which he replied, "Call a cab, psycho, I'm not taking you anywhere." It's the little moments in life that you have to cherish. Edit. Tried to make the second paragraph a little less confusing. May or may not have succeeded. I went to school with someone who was a real dick. He bullied me a substantial amount and eventually I got fed up with it. One day, when we were in the library, I saw him log on. As he went to access his emails, I snuck a look at the keyboard and noticed his password. Lo and behold, the idiot used his name and a number and that was it. Q creeper time. When I went home I had a quick look through his emails. I noticed a rather interesting discussion between himself and a friend of his. To cut a long story short, his mother had convinced Centrelink, unemployment benefits in Australia, maybe elsewhere, I don't know, that he had a learning disability in order to claim more money. I forward this email archive along with his password to Centrelink. They probably couldn't directly access his email accounts due to red tape. However, I think someone must have done it off the books. A few weeks later at school I hear that Bob's family was getting taken to court and being forced to pay back all the excess money that was claimed under false circumstances. I don't know how it ended up as I graduated before the case was settled, but I know they had to pay back several $1,000s at the least. TLDR, guy was a dick in school. Checked his emails. He pretended to have learning disability to claim money. Forwarded to welfare office. They win up suing his ass, and he has to pay them back. A buddy of mine posted an ad on CL saying that I was selling my 2-year-old Vespa for $500. Obviously that deal was not to be passed up, so throughout the day, I had about 50 people calling my cell home trying to buy my scooter. He finally took the ad down at the end of the day, and we had a good laugh. But I was plotting the next week. I went to Google Images and found some pictures of killer home entertainment systems and super nice furniture and made a CL ad stating that I'm being deployed to Guam by the army and my family is coming with me. I proceeded to list all of the items he was selling and gave them crazy low, but not impossible, prices. Xbox games for $5 each. Flat screen for $150, etc. Enough to make it feel real, yet irresistible. I added a photo of his house that I snagged from Google Street View and said in the ad, the sale starts Saturday morning at 4 AM. Please don't try to swing by on Friday as you'll promptly be turned away. See you Saturday. He was awoken at 4 AM on Saturday morning by a line of people all super excited for the deal of a lifetime. He had to spend the rest of his Saturday morning trying explain to people that it was all a joke and they needed to go home. Understandably, they were pissed. I felt kinda bad for those people. They were collateral damage in our war. About 4 years ago, I found out my husband of 10 years was faking around with a girl he went to high school with. It should be noted that they never dated because, according to him, she was too much of a hoe not to fuck more than one dude at a time. At this time, I was a full-time student, and he was financially supporting us and our toddler. When I found out, I flipped sheet. Understandably, he called me a psycho and decided he wanted to leave me for her. So I quit school for a year, worked 2 jobs, paid for the divorce, and supported our child by myself. I ended up supporting myself through school, graduating with honors, landing my dream job, and generally kicking ass on my own. He, on the other hand, has been cheated on several times, lives in a shitty trailer park with his hoe girlfriend, and generally is a loser. Technically not faked up revenge, just very sweet. Point edit. Thanks for the props, dudes. My degree was in culinary arts. I now work for an amazing catering company, and I'm a personal chef on the side. I love what I do. My kid is a faking rockstar, and generally I'm doing better than I ever thought I would. Before my senior year of high school, I was very religious and tried to make Christian friends my age, so I joined a congregation in my town and got involved with the youth. Being summer, they had a camp in Louisiana they'd visit, so I went with them as a first timer. Now, this camp and most of the people were white. I believe that I was the only Hispanic guy aside from 2 others, so I had a hard time fitting in, especially since I was new to church and all. There was one particular kid they nicknamed Milky because he was very pale. Immediately, I didn't particularly like him. He was loud and annoying. Towards the end of the week-long event, I was sitting in a stall in the community bathroom. While sitting, I could hear Milky acting the fool and throwing things around. One of those things flew into my stall and hit me on the head. I was pissed. When I got out, I asked the other guys who did that. They said Milky had and was bragging about it to other kids. I was pretty pissed off, so I asked the others to call him back in, and I prepared my ambush. I poured various lotions and shampoos into my palm to simulate cum and hid in the community showers. As Milky walked in, the others asked him about how good he got me, and I could hear him boasting his little victory. Once I did, I ran out of the showers and slapped him on the right cheek with my wet palm. It was a loud, wet slap too. Silence. He turned, disgusted and confused, to me and touches his creamy cheek. I laughed and made the motion of jerking off. His face turned to horror, and he ran out, crying at his realization. Everyone laughed and chanted, "Milky got milked on." I went to bed happy that night, knowing I caused him an uncomfortable night. What I later found out the next morning is that he spent the entire night in his cabin and in the shower, washing his face. Guys said he even went as far as using bleach. Needless to say, I never went back after that. That's one of my best revenge stories. I'm still a bit ashamed of mine, to be honest. I overreacted a lot, but eventually I evened out the situation. Point. When I was in my early 20s, I was a delivery driver for the only pizza joint in a relatively small town. I would zip through traffic and in general be a nuisance to other motorists. One day I was cruising down a hill and the car in front of me started turning right into their driveway. I attempted to pass them in the oncoming lane, and as I did, the driver pulled away from the driveway they were pulling into to block the road. I screeched on my brakes as the driver proceeded to get out of his car and shout at me for crossing a double yellow line. To pass not illegal in my state. I told him the law was in my favor and to please remove his car from the road before I called the police. He continued to berate me, calling me names, and generally being a dick. I eventually drove around his car on the curb and continued on with my deliveries. Later that night I had tied one on and decided the guy needed a little payback. I drove to his house in the middle of the night, and seeing his car parked in the driveway, I knew what had to be done. I found a brick in a parking lot across the road and threw it hard enough, not only to go through his back window, but straight through his side window as well. I then got in my car and drove like a son of a bitch, thinking I would be seen, as the sound of 2 windows smashing must have woken anyone inside. For several years I didn't think about the incident much. By the next morning I realized I had been a total douche and just tried to justify it as best I could. One day I got a delivery for the same address I had vandalized. I approached the door fearing the worst, that he would recognize me and put 2 and 2 together. When I rang the doorbell I heard some shuffling, and a while later the door opened. The man who had yelled at me was now in a wheelchair, injured it seemed. He didn't give me a second glance, took his pizza, and signed the receipt with a $5 tip. I didn't even notice the tip until cashing out later that night, and a feeling of deep regret came over me as I totaled my tips. Before I had finished my maths I took his receipt, scratched out the $5 tip, and charged him only for the meal. For the next 12 months the guy ordered a pizza almost every day, and every day I would scratch off his $5 tip. By the time he had fully recovered and stopped ordering his lunch from our pizza place, I had scratched off roughly $900 worth of tips. Moral: I ended up worse off for getting revenge. From a post a while back on nearly the same kind of question. Point: I have cerebral palsy, and as a result growing up I was picked on during grade school. During the time I was in kindergarten and 6th grade I was forced to change schools 3 times because of kids pushing me into walls, beating me up and generally bullying. I had to use a walker during this time to get around. Point: last school I changed to I was in 5th grade and there was this kid that gave me hell every day. He was easily a 200 pounds as whole. My 3rd day there he pushed me downstairs that led into the gymnasium. I went to the ER with a dislocated shoulder. Fast forward 3 months later, this 200 pounds as whole is standing next to the boys' bathroom door talking to his buddies and said something to the effect of, "I would never had a girlfriend because I walked like a duck." Well, it made me mad, and I was never a violent kid, nor am I violent today. I snapped that day though. I got as close as I could before he turned around and noticed it was me. Without saying a word I swung my walker like a baseball bat that connected with his nose. To make matters worse, since I had piss poor balance I was falling into him at the same time as we are falling towards the bathroom door. Some kid comes out of the bathroom and causes the doorknob to catch him in the back of the head/neck. Come to find out it cracked vertebrae in his neck and paralyzed his right arm and hand. After that day I didn't get picked on anymore. Kids did call me a crazy duck though. Point: TLDR, I'm disabled and was bullied. Fat kid pissed me off. Doorknob plus walker plus me paralyzed fat kid's right arm/hand. One time when I worked in a small video store as an assistant manager, there was this one customer who was being a real asshole to the point where I got fed up with his shit and threw him out. He had been an asshole to every single other employee in the store, including our boss. He was just a mouthy harassing jerk. It would take way too long to go into the details. Anyway, I saw him in a little strip mall nearby one time, and he was bragging to some guys about he was cheating on his workers' compensation. Then he pulls out this wad of cash and waves it under their noses like a Japanese fan. I got all this fucking free money from lying about my injured hand. What an asshole. Point: anyway, if you go into the blue pages of the phone book you'll find this listing in all cap letters that says Workers' Compensation Fraud Hotline, and take a wild guess what video stores keep in their records. Full name, home address, and phone hash. Not only did I turn this guy in, but was also able to provide great detail as to exactly how he was faking his injury as he explained it to his 2 friends. I'm sure this is too late and will be buried, but I might as well give it a shot. Point: when I was 15 years old, my parents divorced. We lived on a farm, and I bucked bales and pulled fence year around to pay for motorcycle gas. I was also about 6 feet 4 inches, 300 pounds at the time, and in varsity football. Point: I wasn't taking the divorce so well, so I moved in with my mom, who had just got her own place. I was in my bedroom one day and heard a commotion, so I went to the kitchen to look. Right as I turned the corner, I saw her new boyfriend, we'll call him Jim because that was his name, backhand my mom, knocking her to the floor. She scurried to her feet in disbelief, grabbed her keys, and ran out of the house. Moments later, I heard her lay rubber in the driveway. Seeing my mother flee from this man with such panic and fear in her eyes filled me with rage. I've been mad before, but not like this. I wasn't mad, I was full of pure hatred and rage. My life sucked already. My parents were going through a very messy divorce. I was a misfit in school. My younger brother and sister were both suffering as well. So all in all, I was already furious about everything up until this very second. Point: I confronted Jim, who stood 5 feet 5 inches and maybe 150 pounds maximum, about hitting my mother, trying to the best of my ability to hold back the rage. He made the worst mistake possible. Jim got physical with me. He raised his hand up like he was going to backhand me, and that's when I snapped. I don't remember how his swing landed. I'm not sure if he was able to land a blow or not. Everything was just a blur. The next thing I could really remember was sitting on his chest punching his face so hard the back of his head was bouncing off the linoleum. I hit him until he was unconscious and bleeding from both every hole in his face. I stood up and went to the bathroom to clean myself. When I got back to the kitchen, he was still unconscious on the kitchen floor. The pool of blood around his head was still growing. At this point, I thought I had killed him. I dragged him out of the house by his feet to the back of his hilariously jacked up Ford pickup. I dropped the tailgate and threw him into the bed of his truck. I threw his coat, keys and anything else I could find of his in the house in the bed with him and went back into the house. About an hour and a half later, I heard his truck start up and drive off. When my mom came home, she did not even ask about my hands or the half-cleaned bloody drag marks on the front patio, concrete walkway and the grass. I'm sure she knew exactly what had happened. I'm half convinced that she anticipated my reaction and that may be why she left me at the house with Jim after he hit her. I don't know. I saw Jim in a gas station several years later, and his face still showed obvious signs of trauma. Bags under his eyes, twisted nose, missing teeth up front, etc. And yes, I feel terrible, still. TLDR, when I was 15, my mom's new boyfriend hit her right in front of me. He received the beating of his life from a 9th grader. Another ex-wife story, edit, and some double revenge. During the last year or so of my marriage, I was spending a lot of time out of town, commuting for 3 to 4 days a week for work. One night I was working remote and decided to do some upgrades on my home computers, so I remote in and notice that the connection is really slow. I do some network traces and find that my wife's computer is participating in a video chat with someone in another state, one where she has no family that I know of. Curiosity piqued, so I start to monitor more stuff, like in conversations which are not encrypted. Over the next few weeks I keep my mouth shut as I collect more evidence, mostly Yahoo and AIM conversations. I also had installed security cameras around my house because we had problems with the neighborhood kids, and eventually I catch footage of some guy coming and going from the house, at one point even driving my car. I still keep my mouth shut because I know if I say anything my wife would just lie about it and somehow make me out to be the bad guy. I know who the guy is by now, and I gather more data on him. And then he does it. He plugs his laptop into my network. So, I'm a network engineer and security admin by trade. I know networks, I know how to monitor them, and I know how to fiddle with data. My wife knew this, the guy she was messing around with knew this, but he was still dumb enough to enter my domain and play around on my network. I start grabbing usernames and passwords, ML accounts, IM accounts, etc. I reroute all of their web traffic through a proxy so I can monitor where they go and how they log in. Eventually I hit the jackpot. Dummers runs a fairly well-known gaming forum that is a major source of revenue for him, and he logs in without using SSL. He thinks it's secure because vBulletin hashes the password before sending it in clear text. However, if you know the hash you can use it just as well as the password itself. I use his admin username and password hash to log in and make a few admin accounts for myself, naming them something inconspicuous and changing the account creation date to make them look old. At this point I could have just wiped his entire site, but that would be too easy to fix. Simply restore a backup. No, I had a better idea. Every day I went back and deleted random posts older than 6 months. Then I deleted every post older than 6 months. I did this for 3 weeks straight before the guy suspects anything. I notice he kills one of my admin accounts, so I quickly assign admin privileges to my wife's account, then delete all my other admin accounts. She calls me in a panic because her new boy toy is flipping out on her because it looks like she is the one who hacked the forums and deleted the content. Thousands of posts are gone, and there is no way to restore them because a full restore would wipe out 3 weeks of new posts. She appears to be the only other person with admin access aside from the owner, and he is pissed. I plead ignorance and pretend I never knew about the forum until she called me. There is no reason I would know about the forum. They never made the connection between him using my home network and his forum getting hosted. To this day new users are not allowed on the site unless they are referred by an existing member. They never figured out what happened. The incident caused him to break off whatever he had going with my wife, which really left her stranded when I told her a month later that I was divorcing her. I had collected enough evidence from their conversations and her forum posts to satisfy my need for closure. She still has no idea how much information I gathered about her second life. Edit. I should have mentioned above that during the time period this was happening, the guy actually moved from out of state with the help of my wife and probably my money, which is how he ended up at my house and driving my car. I knew exactly when this happened and when to expect to see him based on the conversations. I used to work in a toxic management environment, led by a real jerk at the helm. I could bore you with how much he made life miserable for everyone around him, but I won't. Suffice to say a number of us quit in suit and settled out of court. Ultimately he was forced to retire, but that isn't how revenge was exacted. If you keep reading, be forewarned that this is some higher level chess-like evil, to be played out over a miserable lifetime. Here goes. I was in a senior management position. Read. I was not a tech. One day the jerk is walking by my desk and he tosses his BlackBerry at me. Yes, literally, it hit me in the chest and landed in my lap. He says, "This doesn't work, fix it." Before he walks away, I get to work. After spending some time on the phone with the company's wireless carrier and after investigating his user settings and preferences, I discover that he has elected to save all outgoing email on his device. Of course, once his account size limit was reached, his account auto-disabled. I figured I would see if there were one or two attachments responsible for the bottleneck in his account. To my surprise, the email sent and received indicated with zero uncertainty that this married father of two had been having an affair with another man. I was surprised. So, what to do with this information? Especially during the court case, after, etc. I did nothing in the end. He had been living a lie his entire life, and it had made him who he is, a miserable person who bullied everyone around him to cope. If I were to reveal his affair or affairs, he would have been set free after a period of upset and turmoil in his personal life, possible divorce, children issues, etc. He would have been liberated to live his life how he was meant to. Possibly, he would have no real love and happiness. If only someone had forced his hand, because he could not do it himself. Although the hothead part of me wanted to shout his secret to the world, I realized that by doing nothing and keeping my mouth shut, I was entombing him in his mortal mental prison for the rest of his life. I moved around a lot as a kid. Dad in the army. Parents divorced. Not staying in one place made long-term friendships impossible. But my situation attracted bullies like flies. I moved to a new school. A bully picked up my scent instantly. Tripping and shoving. Making fun of my clothes. Nothing too terrible, but I was already unhappy, so I felt miserable anyway. One school day, I asked to use the restroom. I passed by said bully on the way into the bathroom. He actually didn't do anything to me this time. When I entered the restroom, someone was in the only stall, crapping on the floor. I walked out of the bathroom, disgusted, ready to tell on them. I was 7 at the time. I was ready to re-enter my classroom when an incredible, yet devious idea came to me. I went straight to my bully's classroom and walked inside. Everyone looked at me, which normally would have given me enough hesitation to turn me 180 and back to class. But that day, I didn't so much as pause. I walked up to the teacher's desk, pointed at my tormentor and boldly proclaimed that he had shit on the bathroom floor. The teacher's reaction was better than I could have ever expected. For me, she made him follow her into the restroom while he cried and slobbered out, "I didn't do it, he's lying," over and over again. She then grabbed a wad of paper towel, handed it to him, and we watched as he picked it up and put it into the commode. She thanked me for telling her and told me to go back to my classroom. This happened about 20 years ago. I still look back at this moment as a turning point in my life. Like I became me then. Jesus, 1000 comments in 2 hours. This will probably never get seen. A throwaway point. I used to play minor hockey from the ages of 12 to 17. I was a goalie, and at first I sucked. By my last year, I was playing midget B hockey, the highest level I had ever played. But the year before that, I was on a team where I had become the whipping boy, bullied in the locker room by some members of my team. I remember being pinned down and having water dumped on me a bunch one time. Not too fun. Pucks shot at my back at practice. The main facilitator was someone named Spencer. I don't recall doing anything to be the source of his bullying, but there it was. We barely lost a game all year, partially because our team was stacked, and partially because I was becoming a pretty solid goalie. But our locker room rapport was obviously terrible. No team cohesion, and it all was to do with me being bullied. There were more specific examples that I can recall, just constant bullshit, and not enjoying my time. For whatever reason, I decided to not mention it to anyone, and just sucked it up. In hindsight, I probably should have told the head coach, and things might have changed. Anyways, fast forward to the next season. Rep tryouts happened, and I was one of the 4 goalies to make the cut. I actually lost my best friend due to the fact we were both vying for the final slot, and the management chose me over him. But that's another story. Spencer failed to make the cut. He was in-house, and I was in rep. Sweet. Fuck off and fuck you. Our rep team was awesome. I got along with everyone, and we went undefeated. I played the best games of my life, and made memories that'll last forever. In the break between the regular season and the playoffs, one of our defensemen got injured. This meant that Spencer started apping with us, which is basically a tryout. Comes to practices, does drills. No games until proven. But this was still a problem. He would shoot pucks at me with my back turned. That usually is a good way to piss a goalie off. Ask anyone. He would come down for shots during drills and aim at my head. I continued to ignore it. After one fateful practice, the players are in the locker room changing. I wasn't in the best of moods during this particular week, as my mom had attempted suicide several days previous. She was in the hospital psyche ward. Somehow, Spencer had found out about this, and said the single worst thing he could have said. "You're such a shitty goalie. Your mom is going to try and kill herself again." Everyone in the locker room froze and looked at me, blood pulsing in my head. I remember focusing on untying my laces, but it was impossible because my hands were shaking so much. Spencer is done changing, so he gets up and leaves. Everyone goes back to their business, and I calm down enough to shower and clean up and head out myself. When I left the arena, my father was waiting in his car, parked in the far lane 15 feet from the entrance. Between the car and me was Spencer. He has a stupid faking grin on his face and says, "Say hello to mom for me." At this point, I will take the time to show those who don't know what a goalie stick looks like. Here, pay close attention to the thicker area with a nice edge on it, the part that says ball, or I immediately drop my hockey bag. I'm holding my goalie stick in my hands. I don't even recall making a decision. I wound up, and with 2 hands, swung the stick like a baseball bat as hard as I could into his side. It made a fantastically satisfying thump. I had hit him with the meaty part of the stick, the part that said baller. Spencer turtled and hit the ground, and I told him to simply shut the fuck up. I picked up my hockey bag, opened my dad's trunk, and threw everything inside. When I hopped in the passenger side, my father remarked, "That was a bit of an overreaction, don't you think?" And we drove off. Later that day I received a phone call from a very irate Spencer's father, telling me Spencer was in the hospital with internal bleeding, broken ribs, and a lacerated spleen. So I guess I did overreact. TLDR, that took a long time to type, and was a life-changing event for me. Fine. Here's what you want. Asshole was a bully to me for a few years, said the worst thing anyone has ever said to me. I hospitalized him with 1 fluid motion. And a final note, that was good enough for 18 months probation, and 100 hours of community service. Too late to the thread, but I'll share a story my dad told me about. My dad used to live in an apartment building with assigned parking, as in every tenant had a designated space that only they were allowed to park in. Well, my dad would regularly come home to find someone else parked in his spot. He had asked the guy politely several times not to park in his spot, and had even talked to the landlords who had done nothing about it. So one day he got home to find the guy parked in his spot again, and decided enough was enough. My dad had always worked on cars ever since he was 13. He had a jack in his trunk and used that to jack the guy's car up off its rear tires. It was a rear-wheel drive car, which meant my dad now had control of the car. Using the jack, he pulled the car across the lot and left it somewhat hidden behind a dumpster. Then he let the car down, put away his jack, parked in his spot, and went up to his apartment. Later that day he got a knock on his door. It was a police officer with the inconsiderate neighbor behind him. The officer asked my dad what he had done with the neighbor's car, and my dad looked him right in the eye and said he parked in my spot and I've asked him several times not to do so. So I lifted his car up and set it over by the dumpster. Now, to give you an idea about my dad, he's 6 feet 5 inches and back in the day was really well built. He also has only one eye, and the fake one he's got has always been too small, giving him a constant madman look. When he told the officer that he'd lifted the car and moved it himself and even pointed out where the car was through his apartment window, the police officer's eyes got as big as dinner plates. He turned to the neighbor and said, "Sir, I recommend you never park in this man's spot again." Guy stopped parking in my dad's spot after that. When I was 7, the Monica Lewinsky scandal happened, and my name happens to be Monica. You can imagine what a bunch of immature kids liked to call me. One girl who was several years older than me, whom I never talked to before, kept picking on me and calling me Monica Lewinsky. I asked her to stop, and she didn't. Keep in mind that this girl was pretty big compared to me. One day, she was playing on this jungle gym in the shape of a fire engine and was trying to balance, so I took advantage of her vulnerability and started tickling her. When I noticed she didn't like being tickled and was losing her balance, I continued to tickle, which was probably my innocent way of being violent. The girl eventually lost her balance, fell down, and broke her leg. When I saw her later on in a cast with crutches, she looked at me with this apologetic expression and never called me Monica Lewinsky again. She was afraid of me, a little 7-year-old girl. When my brother and I were kids, we used to play in our front yard all the time. Once, we were playing baseball and our ball rolled down the hill into our neighbor's backyard. Anyway, my brother and I went inside to find another ball to play with. In those 5 minutes, he walked up the hill and pounded on our front door. My mom answered, and he flew into a rage at her, screaming about the goddamn kids ruining his lawn. My mom tried to calm him down, but he put back his fist as if he was going to punch her. When my mom flinched, he started to laugh and spit on our doorstep. My brother and I saw everything and declared covert war. We were smart. We waited until he wouldn't be too suspicious. To this day, we haven't been caught because everything could have just happened naturally. We didn't do everything at once, but rather over the course of many years. Here is a rough list of all the things I remember doing. Poured female dealer into his cars and houses account intake vents to perfume his air with an unholy stench. Saved up all shards of sharp glass, nails, etc. point and would scatter them on the ends of his driveway. Bought high strength / concentrated weed killer and would apply it liberally to his prized shrubs / flowers. Found his car in public parking lots and threw bologna on it to ruin the paint job. No clue if this one actually worked though. Collected roadkill and assorted dead critters we found. We had cats and would throw them under the tarp that covered his pool. Waited until they went on vacation and put sugar all over their doors and windowsills in hope that bugs would get into the house and nest. Point: I still don't feel guilty. The guy was a huge prick. Still is a huge prick, actually. I worked at a place during college that served sandwiches and coffee. It was a cool place. A lot of people hung out there, and I liked everyone I worked with, but my boss was the biggest asshole in the world. One week on payday he got all the employees together and told us that we wouldn't be getting paid that week and we would have to wait until next week. We were fine with that, but when the next payday rolled around he didn't have the money. This went on for about a month. We were all working under the table, and he told us that if we quit we would never get any of the money he owed us. We later found out he never planned on paying us. We found out he was blowing his cash on coke and gambling. He stopped showing up to work for like 3 weeks, so it was just the employees running the store. In those 3 weeks we gave away pretty much everything in the store for free. Literally emptied it out. Anyone who came in and ordered something got it for free. We even had a party there one night, open mic and everything. So he finally shows up, and he looks like he has been awake for a week straight. He comes in freaking the fuck out, threatens to beat the shit out of us, starts throwing things around. I was in the back and saw that he was double parked outside, so I called the campus towing company that was literally a block away. While he is freaking out at us, one of the employees says, "Hey, your truck is getting towed." He runs outside and watches his Escalade get towed away. We all bounced out the back door and never looked back. I'm super late to the party, but I thought I'd throw mine into the mix. Also, my first throwaway worthy post, my sophomore year of college. I'm stuck in a double with an insanely creepy freshman. He's into incredibly weird shit, self-acupuncture, palmistry, collecting his cut toe/fingernails. He's also incredibly patronizing about my drinking habits, which at the time were quite tame, and extremely petty about all his stuff in the apartment. As an example, he had a TV and couch out in the common area, which he took away after my other roommates and I watched football while drinking beer one afternoon. So after a month or two of him creeping me out and being a general dick, he manages to land an equally creepy girlfriend. She's into similar things, acupuncture, the occult, and being passive aggressive as holes to everyone else. She starts spending the night, which I would otherwise have no problem with, except we are in bunks, and they start to fuck every night. On one hand, I'm happy that the freshman weirdo is landing some tail, but after the first few times I was pissed that she kept coming over for sexy time while I was trying to sleep. So, like any reasonable roommate, I have a talk with him about her coming over all the time and tell him to let me know their schedule so I could sleep on the couch or somewhere else. I assume everything is resolved and we have reached an understanding, so I go out drinking. I get fairly drunk and decide to go to sleep early, around midnight. Probably around 2 or 3 am, I hear both of them come into the room and they climb up into the top bunk. At this point, I'm quite awake, so I overhear their conversation, which I'll summarize for brevity. Won't your roommate be angry that I'm here? Didn't he just talk to you about this? Him? Screw him. I don't care what he thinks. He doesn't deserve my respect. Because he drinks, this of course infuriates me, so I lay there seething with rage while trying to fall asleep. They eventually start to fuck, at which point I exit the room and go to pass out on the couch. Once again, I'm trying to fall asleep, but since I'm drunk, I have to piss. Conveniently located by the couch is an orange pumpkin-shaped Halloween candy bucket, which just happens to be the perfect vessel to receive my drunken piss. I release the crane, but also notice a jumbo-sized box of Cheez-Its next to the couch. Since drunk logic is great logic, I decide that the perfect retaliatory action against my inconsiderate roommate would be to put a shot of piss in his box of Cheez-Its, which I proceed to do. I shake the box up a bit to evenly distribute the urine and leave it open to air out a bit. The next morning, I go out to do stuff and return to find my roommate and his girlfriend finishing off the box of Cheez-Its. They eventually got married, and I like to think it was because of the holy bond gained by tasting my piss. TLDR, I piss in my roommate's box of Cheez-Its. He and his girlfriend eat the box and eventually get married. My piss brings people together. I started hanging out with a guy because we had a class at college and would study together since we lived a block away from each other. One day, he told me he'd mentioned me to his girlfriend and she knew me. We had gone to kindergarten through 3rd grade together. I remembered her name. She was a little cunt back then, bullied the shit out of me. I'm talking about dumping juice on my head if I sat in the eating area, chasing me down and jumping on my back and then kicking me until I cried, spreading rumors that I was homeless and creepy, etc. It was horrible. So I replied to him, "Oh yeah. What did she say?" And he just kinda shut up. I probed a little. "Oh, did she say something bad? She didn't like me much back then." To which he responded that yeah, she had some bad things to say, told him that he shouldn't hang out with me because I'm super creepy, and then told him all this shit that I used to do. I was abused at home and had a lot of idiosyncrasies because of it. Well, that did it for me. The guy and his girlfriend had been in a relationship for something like 3 years, and I seduced the hell out of him. After class was over, there was one afternoon where he fell asleep after faking me, so I took a picture with his phone of him sleeping, with me sitting next to him with a big smile on my face and giving a thumbs up sign. I sent it to her with a message saying something like "salutations from Fakir Shallots." Then I left and never saw him again. I had a loud as apartment neighbor that was always causing problems. My wife got fed up one night when him and his drunk friends were wrestling in the parking lot while making a ton of noise and called the cops. This was an angry drunk Mexican that decided to retaliate for the cops getting caught by breaking my antenna off my car. As soon as the cops leave, I fumed about the antenna for a week or so when the dick came back home drunk again at 6 a.m. again, waking me up as he thundered up the stairs. It wasn't till a couple hours later we noticed he left his keys in the door of his apartment. I snuck up the stairs and took his keys right out of the lock and chucked them in a ditch a block away. The best part was hearing him storm around tearing his place up looking for them. You could hear the prick moving furniture and shit. His truck had 2 separate alarms, and after he lost his remotes he had to replace both of them. I regret nothing. In college, there was this bro house on the corner of our street. This was sophomore year. I was living in a townhouse with 3 other good friends. This house was always having huge parties in the backyard and the yard was always littered with solo cups and beer cans. Typical bro house. Well, they had this little spot on the sidewalk where they had moved the cement curb slabs and they could park a car under this tree. Street parking was a beach because of sweepers, which wasn't really a parking spot. They just made it to avoid the hassle of street parking. Late one night I find no parking spots except for in front of this thing, but I didn't realize where I was actually parking. There wasn't a car in the spot, so I didn't think anything of it. Well, one of the D-bags did not like that. I wake up, and my car is keyed all up and down both sides, and a giant smiley face on the hood. A week later someone had parked a PT Cruiser there, and the same thing happened. Fast forward about 2 months, we are moving out to a new place. So I get this great idea. They had this window that was near the sidewalk and the guy who parked his truck on the side, the one who keyed my car, had an electric bass on a stand there. You could hear them playing sometimes, but they were awful. It was just really pathetic Metallica cover songs. Anyway, I grabbed a cinder block and threw it through the window and it smashed right into the bass, breaking the neck right in half. And then I bolted. Told my roommates about it a month later. I don't even feel a little bad. Not really on the faked up level, but it still makes me giggle. I was cocktailing at a super busy microbrewery that was across the parking lot from a big movie theater. Some stupid Twilight or Harry Potter movie came out that night, so we got slammed late, and it was only me working. These 2 punkus guys, just turned 21, sat at one of my tables and ran up an $80 bill drinking Long Island's. I overheard them talking about what movie they wanted to see, so I knew that's where they were headed. Fast forward to 30 minutes later, they skip out on the entire bill, left me a folded up $5 bill in the book when it should have been closer to $100. So I told the bartender, who is 6'5" and 250 pounds, and intimidating as hell, let him know that 2 sheets were going to a movie. He ran across the parking lot and ended up catching them in line, shook them down for all of the money they had in their pockets, and told them never to come back again. I guess the one guy was crying. It was awesome. TLDR, don't fuck your server over. We are always listening. I had an ex cheat on me a number of times. It was a mutually destructive relationship like that, but I wanted to win the game too, so I decided that I would. Problem was, she was getting ready to move to Ohio to be with one of the guys with whom she cheated with. She met him online soon, so I had to hurry. She had an aggressive confrontational personality. She also didn't know that I knew about any of her cheating ways. So, I set her up. The story's already getting longer than I care to type, so let's go to the speed round. Her 2 best friends told me about the cheating. Yes, I did get with one of them, too. They gave me specifics. They gave me hard evidence. I worked in TV production at the time, and had a very nice, very small video camera and mic setup that I kept in my bedroom. I set up the camera and mic to record whomever was sitting on the couch in my bedroom. I tested and double tested both the video and the sound quality. Choice. She and I went out one night with plans to go back to the house after the club. She, predictably, launched into full hoochie mode as soon as I turned my back at the club, so I heard her friends tell her I got upset with her and left, saying something about it's over, Quick note, she was a complete egotist. She took pride in the whole "nobody breaks up with me" thing. Idiot. She, once again, predictably, chased me down back at my house to let me know as much as well. But I shifted gears on her. Candles, wine, soft music, etc. My room was, for lack of a better word, pretty. I also made sure that I had the remote control for the camera in my pocket and easily accessible point. After pampering her for a while, I directed the conversation in a way that she'd wind up on the couch and I'd wind up on the bed, unseen from the camera, which I'd already started point once she was talking about tonight, and laying the usual bullshit apologies out there. "I'm sorry, I just like dancing, and I don't realize blah blah blah." I told her that it was okay if she acted like that, cause I hadn't exactly been a saint either. I then launched into a list of fake girls that I'd hooked up with. I left the real ones off of the list, of course, especially her best friend. I was saving that bullet for later. She blew up. Oh yeah, well guess what? I faked so and I faked such and such, and I've been doing it since blah blah, and I'm going to keep doing it too. We're through. And she left. And scene point. Except I wasn't done. See, something else her best friend had managed to do was to get me the address of where she was going to be moving to in Ohio. The guy she was dating up there. She got me his number. 2. It's about 12 to 1 am. I call the guy, tell him that he doesn't know me, but 1. I'm a friend of girl's name. 2. She is no friend, girl or otherwise, of his. And 3. He should be expecting a package from me in the next week or so. I then copied the tape, mailed him his copy, and went on about my life. She got there, immediately got kicked out and broken up with. She had to try to find another place to stay, so she wouldn't have to admit to her friends/family why she was coming home immediately, and didn't even wind up enrolling in school up there. Coming back home, after about a week in a shitty hotel, she couldn't find a job. Hello, stripper, which she started doing years later, actually, and she couldn't get enrolled in school without a residence, apparently. Too bad. So, Colbert, Great Revenge, or Greatest Revenge, / Colbert. When I was 11, I finally got my revenge on an evil bully who had made my life hell for 6 years. It wasn't big, and it wasn't clever. There was no plotting or planning, just pure, physical, simple and satisfying revenge. He was riding circles around me, literally, at the park on his bicycle. He would come closer, and then further away, staying just out of reach, taunting me all the while. Reddit. This guy had caused me no end of emotional and physical torment for years, never in a way I could prove, and this was long before schools took bullying seriously. He never left a mark, but his words cut deep. And that night at the park, I snapped. With adrenaline fueled speed, I jumped, leaping not where he was, but where he was going to be, extending my foot like a missile towards his bike. It connected, knocking him flying to the ground, where he lay in total shock. Seeing him there on the floor, unable to run or hide, I showed no mercy. I stood over him, jumped with both feet as high in the air as high as I possibly could. If bullet time had been invented then, the cameras would have swung around me like Neo smashing an agent into a wall, but this was no simulation. When I landed, perfectly over his crotch, the scream resounded across the park, and echoes through both our lives. I walked away, flawlessly victorious. Yes, there were repercussions. His parents talked to my parents, apologies were made, but I was never bullied again, and I walk through life today, knowing that nobody ever runs circles around me, and gets away with it. TLDR, knocked a bully off his bike, and stamped on his balls. Never looked back. Okay, I'm not gonna make a throwaway for this one and hope I don't get downvoted to hell. A few years ago when Jay was 17, my mom was having a house built for her by a private contractor. He is a very angry, manipulative redneck alcoholic who basically ripped my mom off of $400,000 and built the house really shitty, taking shortcuts, bribed the county inspector to pass the house on all the inspections, cost her about another $100,000 to fix all of his fuck ups. And he also did this to about 7 other people over the course of about 4 years. He was married and had just had twins. So once I found out about the extent of how much he ripped my mom off, and also how he threatened to kill her, indirectly, thus legally, if she said anything. Bear in mind she was the only single woman he had ripped off, so he took major advantage of her trust in him to do a good job. Well, I told my mom I could have him removed from the face of the earth, but she wasn't fond of that idea. So I made a fake Facebook account of some woman and messaged his wife and told her he was having an affair with me. 2 weeks later she packed up her whole house and took herself and her kids halfway across the country to live with her parents. He is now being sued by 6 people and has his millions of dollars in debt because his wife was financing his business, but not after she left him. Stupid redneck jackass. Don't fuck with my mom. I guess I'm kind of a mama's boy. TLDR contractor ripped my mom off of $500,000. I ruined his marriage for revenge. Wow, that was pretty brilliant. I thought mine was good, but yours takes the cake. Anyway, I too dated a cheating girl. But I'll start by saying I'm stupid and took her back after the first time. The first time she cheated it was with her ex-boyfriend. I knew it was happening, so I got her phone and got his number and I called him. He, naturally, didn't know anything about it, and I 100% believe him, because she is a scum liar. So we set it up for her to meet him in a park, to which I'd be there too. Unfortunately, the ex couldn't follow through with it, and the plans foiled, but her double life still blew up in her face. But the better one was I knew she was cheating on me with this dude named Tim. So one afternoon I had her come over to my house. She said she had dinner plans and wouldn't be around that night. So I wanted to fuck her one last time. So I had her bent over my bed and was faking her dog, Jai style. I took a Sharpie marker that I had laying on my nightstand and, while faking her, wrote "Hi Tim" on her ass. Again, he knew nothing about me, and, again, her life blew up in her face. I read a story similar to mine a few years ago, but I don't remember where or even the circumstances. But here's mine. I was dating a girl about 8 years ago, and she got pregnant. She miscarried about a month in, and I decided that I wanted to get a vasectomy. She and I split up, and my next girlfriend and I were well into 3 years of dating when she got pregnant. I knew the baby wasn't mine because I didn't go to Filthy Pete's house of vasectomy and corner drugstore in Mexico to get the procedure done, so I was pretty safe in believing she cheated on me. About 7 months into the pregnancy she started being an uber cunt of the highest degree, so we split up and she threatens to take me to court for child support. I tell her she can try, and after the baby is born, sure enough I get a summons to court. I deny that the baby is mine and demand a paternity test, and while we both were waiting, I informed her about my vasectomy before we even met. I got to give it to her. She held on to the lie that it was my child till the very end. But you should have seen the look on her face in the courtroom when the judge read out that I wasn't the father. TLDR, I spoiled my ex-girlfriend's whoring ways with my own tale of vasectomy from before we met. There was a bully that got moved to our school after being kicked out of like 5 others, and he settled in and started picking on the kids on my bus. For the most part one was just quiet and stayed away from him because I was a skinny kid with big glasses that the other kids called names because I was always reading and lugging around a pile of books everywhere. One day it must have been my turn and he knocked the books out of my hands from behind. I didn't react at all, just picked them up and waited. He'd gone through picking on everyone on the bus and the driver now had him sitting in a seat by himself towards the front, and the next week, when we had pulled up to my stop I waited to be the last kid off. As I passed his seat, I had 5 of the heaviest books I owned: math, science, a huge anthology of English lit, and a couple others. I was never athletic, but I wound up all the angst and rage of every kid that had tolerated this fax reign of terror, and it was batter up time. I swung at that big unsuspecting head from behind, like I was Babe Ruth trying to save some kid from cancer, and let him have it all. And kept walking off the bus like nothing happened as the bully, who had bit his tongue and was bleeding profusely out the mouth, started to cry. His mom pulled him out of our school and we never saw him again. I think back now that the poor bastard must have had an awful home life to act the way he did, but I live by the premise that if someone fucks with you, your moral obligation in self-preservation states that you fuck back by a factor of 10 so that they never dream of faking with you again. Point scorched earth sheet is the only thing some folks understand. First of all, this post makes me feel super old because you had an iPhone in high school and I rocked a Motorola StarTAC and thought I was hot sheet. Anyway, my story isn't that bad, but damn it felt good. I was kind of a nerdy girl. I liked video games. I was in band, but around 8th grade I went from being kind of tall and lanky to quite pretty. I never noticed, really. I had ugly duckling syndrome, but apparently the boys did. So, this new girl came to our school that year, and me, knowing what it's like to be new friendless, tried to befriend her. Everything was fine for a few weeks, then I guess she got a crush on a boy, and said boy told her that he had always wanted to date me. I wasn't at all interested in this boy because he did drugs and beat people up, and well, that just has never been a turn on for me. Anyway, cut to me in the bathroom washing my hands before lunch, and her pushing me up against the paper towel dispenser threatening to beat me up if I ever came near her, man. Lol. 8th graders. I went straight to the principal and told them that she was scaring me. I didn't even know she had a boyfriend. She got in trouble, got even more angry, and tried to beat me up again. So this time my mother got involved, and it goes on until she gets expelled. Then on my first day as a freshman in high school, she sees me on my way out to meet my mom, and she spits on my shoes and tells me I'd better run. So I run for my life, dive into my mom's car and scream, "Drive, drive, drive." After that the high school principal must have done something, because the harassment ended there. Cut to 8 years later. I'm the manager of a major staffing company in our town. She comes in and interviews with me for a job. Needless to say she never got the job, or any from my company ever. Not really exciting revenge, but damn did it feel good. I once rented a house with some friends from some mostly sketchy East Indian landlords whom had the intention of knocking it down in 3 years. We arranged that we could build a recording studio in the house and build all the walls and baffles we needed, and after 36 months, they would knock it down. Flash forward 2 years and they came by one random day without any paperwork and said next month we are knocking it down, so you can move out, right? Long story short, we demanded the paperwork, and they basically disappeared for 6 months, and then came back and argued again, but I agreed to move out. To get these sketchy people out of our lives, the house was starting to fall apart and there was zero chance of any repairs getting done. But after moving out, my $1,000 deposit on a house that was demolished was never given back. I called. I showed up, I sent letters, but they basically disappeared again, and I never got the money back. So we all move out, and I get an apartment down the way, and move all my stuff in. I stay there for 2.5 years, until I agree to move in with my girlfriend. I pack up all my stuff, and call a friend of mine who has a truck, and get him to help me haul all my big unused furniture to the dump. An hour later I get a call of him saying how his truck had broken down, and he wasn't going to make it to help me get rid of my stuff. I didn't know what to do. My apartment landlady was awesome and nice, and I would help her out carrying stuff, and paid my rent on time, and I didn't want to mess up that relationship by just leaving my heavy old couch and bed and dresser lying in the parking lot. I had to ditch this stuff somewhere, so, one by one, I carried the pieces of furniture down the road and around the corner and lined them up against the fence of the new house that stood in place of the old house, and after a quick, deep breath, as fast as I could, I started throwing the parts of the furniture up and over the fence and into the old landlord's backyard. I had no idea, but the sketchy old landlords had actually moved into the finished new house and were currently having dinner when old furniture started falling into their backyard. The balcony door opened up and I heard, "Who is that? Who is there?" in Rav's stereotypical accent. I knew it was her. I launched the last part of the headboard over the fence, satisfied in knowing it would be around half of the amount of what she owed me to have a cleaning crew come up and haul this stuff away. And as I turned to bolt away to the new apartment, I shouted, "Haha, fuck you, Ravinder." I commented this on someone else's story and decided to comment it again. Point to make it clear, I'm a female, and in physical science in 9th grade, I sat next to two guys who made my life miserable. The one that sat next to me would copy my answers and threaten me if I said no, often putting his hand up my uniform skirt. The teacher was of no help. The other boy would take the answers from the one who sat next to me and would tell me about his fantasies with Nurgiral Sarah and a couple of really horrible BDSM devices he said he'd like to use. I was totally at a loss, and I was sure that I couldn't handle this anymore. So I plotted revenge. First step in the plan, embarrass them sexually. I went to a newsstand in the local pawn shop and stole/bribed to get a ridiculous number of Playboys, Maxims, all the good nudie mags. I picked out the nastiest picture from each and cut it out. We weren't allowed to have locks on our lockers, drug problem at the school, so I easily got into both of their lockers and stashed the mags in a very precise manner. Then, I went to second period science to enact phase 2. Phase 2, embarrass them mentally. I walked into my science class and sat down next to the boy. It was a day where we would be watching a video and answering questions over it. That meant all the lights would be out and this boy would have his hand in my panties. I had planned for this. I began to write down answers, rapid fire, so the boy had to keep his sausage fingers out of my lady bits to answer. I began writing down answers that were just ridiculous. He didn't care, he was just copying word for word. Finally, the video is over, and he hasn't been able to violate me. The teacher asks the question, what force holds the moon in orbit around the earth? And one of these dipshits raises his hand proudly and answers, my dick. The whole class howls in laughter as the teacher looks at him in shock and his cheeks burn bright red. She gives him 7 days of detention and I smile, having changed all of the answers on my page shortly after I gave them away. He looks at me angrily and comes and sits back down at the desk. He starts saying some of the most vile, disgusting, inappropriate things I have ever heard in my whole life, and he starts making threats to end my life. I was prepared for this, however, and I leave class with a grin on my face as I run to the principal's office. Mr. Seiler. Mr. Seiler, come quick. I yell. The principal follows me to the hallway, and I'm on perfect timing as the boys open their lockers and a flood of Playboys nastiest cover the hallway. They look at each other in horror, and Mr. Seiler walks up and grabs each of them by the collar. You two are in more trouble than you've ever seen in your whole lives. I grinned evilly, and they looked at me angrily. They knew they had been set up. It was my intention. As they were being hauled off to the principal's office, one of them stated that he had to use the bathroom really bad. Mr. Seiler sighed and let him go, walking the other boy into the office. Immediately, the other boy grabbed my arm and pulled me into the bathroom, slamming me up against the wall. Where the hell do you get off doing that? Did you think you were gonna get away with it? You're going down with us, beach. I smiled confidently and pulled out the tape recorder which had been stashed in my skirt during his fit of rage in the science classroom and began to play it back. I'm gonna come to your house in the middle of the night with a knife and some duct tape and the meanest nipple clamps money can buy, and I'm gonna make you scream, beach. I'm gonna cut up your pretty little face and I'm gonna fuck you hard while you bleed. I spoke to his face of horror. You will take the fall for this, and you won't even mention my name, or I will play this over the loudspeaker, and then I'll play it for your mama, your daddy, your grandparents, your siblings, and everybody. Do you want that to happen? He shook his head no. Then get your ass to the principal's office. He ran there as fast as he could, and I smiled and walked out of the boys' bathroom. I was never caught, and they were suspended for the rest of the school year. Their parents switched to homeschooling, and I'll bet they never violated another girl the way they did me. After the trial was over, I FedExed the recorder to the boy's house. I wonder who got to it first, his mama, his daddy, his grandparents, or him. I had a roommate for a couple years in college. One of the worst people I've met. He didn't shower, wash his clothes. I found out he didn't have a toothbrush for the 2 years I lived with him, so he didn't brush his teeth. He failed his classes and didn't have a job, but always talked about how much smarter he was than anyone else. He ate my food and would throw fits if I watched something he didn't like on TV, but I was the one paying for cable. I put up with him way too long because I thought that was the nice thing to do, and some of the stuff didn't bother me. The money he owed me started racking up, and I found out he hadn't been paying rent for months and making up stories about his mom being sick so the landlord wouldn't hassle him too much about it. I finally snapped and decided to get even with him. I'd have to be as worse as he was. I played music really loud when I knew him and his girlfriend had important things to do in the morning, to the point that one night she threw chairs at me and they both threatened to kill me. This only strengthened my resolve. Sometimes late at night, I'd knock on his door to wake him up and read random Bible scriptures or excerpts from Lord of the Rings. I'd hide in places around the apartment and jump out and scare him. He'd always jump, like he wanted to hit me, and I'd act insane and tell him to. When I saw him in public, I'd act really nice to him, like we were great friends. This went on for months. I made him break down crying a couple times. He was just confused at what I was doing and completely terrified of me. I got him to pay me back all my money, but I didn't stop. I just did weirder things, found him on message boards he visited, and sent weird things or song lyrics, or whatever would be the most confusing. I followed him into a bar bathroom once and put my hands on his shoulder as he peed and told him that I have many spies and I'll always be watching him. He abandoned the apartment to live with his girlfriend, but kept paying rent until our lease was up. He's told my friends that I'm insane, and he still thinks I'm stalking with him. I left random notes in books of his, so if he opens them years from now there are messages from me. To this day, I'll see him around town, and I'll still do weird things, and he runs away from me. It's been 3 years, and he is still terrified of me and thinks I'm stalking him. I don't really regret any of it. It was a lot of fun. I question what is wrong with me that I was so good at and enjoyed so much torturing someone like that. TLDR guy at school was an ass to me and other people for 2 years. I deleted all of his schoolwork and partially caused him to fail the exams that would get him into university. There was this guy in biology class during secondary school. Let's call him Matt. One of my relatives had died pretty tragically that year. Suicide after getting faked up with drugs, and my dad had gone through several operations that almost killed him, was in a wheelchair for 6 months. So basically, the stress of it and having to make sure that my mum was okay caused me to go back a year, which I'm glad I did. I kept the reasons for me going back a year a secret from everyone because I've never been one to play my violin in public, though I think some people knew that my dad was sick. Matt wouldn't quit making jokes about me going back a year. He spent the better part of 2 years basically insulting me and throwing jibes about it at me. Inside and outside class he just wouldn't quit referring to me as the geriatric student, or make out that I was this retarded person or some equally thinly veiled insult. Every bloody day I'd have to deal with this ratty irritating guy just blurting these insults at me, and life was hard enough as it was. Well, one day he left his computer account open. He'd been doing his English work on it. This piece of work accounted for good part of his overall English mark, 40%, something like that. Also on his drive was a ton of drama coursework and other bits of schoolwork. It was towards the end of the year, and thus all the deadlines for the assignments and coursework. I thought about it, pondered pasting a picture of a giant penis or something into his drive. But I guess I got a cruel sensation over me. This guy really had my life pretty shitty. I just deleted everything. Everything I could find. Schoolwork, emails, pictures, documents, everything. My entire physics class watched me do this. I'm really surprised that none of them tried to stop me or anything. Even the teacher knew what was happening, and I still don't get why she never told anyone. Most of them shared the same biology class with me and him, so I guess they sort of witnessed the shit Matt kept saying to me. Matt had no idea who did it, and not me or anyone else apparently had the inclination to tell him about it. He blamed it on it, but they couldn't retrieve the files. I'd been damn thorough. He had to rush through everything that he's done before the final deadlines. He had so little time, and I got some peace from all the taunting for a week or so. Well, cut forward 6 months and Matt got seriously crap grades in all his A levels. He didn't even get a pass mark for English. He didn't get the grades needed to get into the university he wanted. In the end, he had to go to pretty subpar college. Not sure how responsible I'm for that. He was real lazy and managed to find all this time to interfere with me, but I reckon I at least partially contributed to this. I don't regret it looking back on it. He really got on everyone's nerves, not just mine, and yes, what I did was wrong, I admit it, but this guy was just a pleen, as when he was at school. He was disruptive, distracting, and everyone was sick of it. He calmed down eventually. In the end, he had his own reasons for the attention-seeking behavior. His mum died when he was a kid and his dad was never together afterwards. He had his own trials, so however much of a douche he was back then, he had his reasons. He wasn't right to be such an ass, but I understand why he was like that. Point. I'll probably buy him a drink the next time I see him, might even admit that I was the one who did it. He's still an ass, but he's kinda reined it in a bit. I worked for T-Mobile as an event rep, setting up activation events at the big box stores I'd visit. My favorite manager's boyfriend offered me a job at a local T-Mobile exclusive dealer. It started off well, then he started interfering with my sales and customers, then ringing them as his. He was the manager. Or, I'd have a customer close to buying, and he'd swoop in and close it himself. Then, I got moved to salary, which was far less than I got paid hourly. $300 a week for damn near 80 hours. He did fraud on customers' accounts, upgrading one line, but taking the credits from all 5 and selling the other 4 phones as prepaid. He'd report phones out of contract as lost/stolen and start new lines with new numbers for customers. I found out that he had a MySpace his girlfriend, my friend from my T-Mobile job, did not know about. He had cheated on her on about a weekly basis. This guy really dug himself a hole when he sold $3,000 of free RAZs to a guy with a stolen tax ID. This guy scammed his store, and I was happy about it considering my manager's 10% ownership was at stake. I worked there for 90 days thinking it'd get better. Clearly my manager was the problem and I never had direct access to the owners except through him. One day, I reported to my friends at T-Mobile Corporate everything he had done. I provided some of the account information on customers he had faked. The store was under investigation and the fraud was systemic. The entire company that did the franchising for this chain is now out of business. That wasn't enough. His girlfriend heard that I was out of job because one day I had just walked out. I was offered a job by another manager at her company the very next day. I had written down his MySpace URL for the account that she wasn't to find out about, since he always accessed it at the store. I presented her with the information as a take a look for yourself. After presenting the backstory, I was happy. She was glad she could help me, and done with him. His ownership and job were destroyed. I had a new job and performed top in the district. I'm happy knowing that I rained hell on his ass. Aside from that, go to a national retailer, i.e. Walmart, Sam's Club, Costco, Radio Shack, Fry's, or the carrier itself. This manager was the judge, the jury, and the executioner. Thankfully, my vengeance made the execution part come back at him. Pointed it about a week later. I drove behind the store, set up my laptop and reflashed the Wi-Fi router over the air, and powered down my computer when it was half complete, knowing he'd be faked with no internet/VPN capability. 5,000 posts in. No one will probably ever see this, but here goes. I had a friend who wasn't really a friend. We got along well enough on the face of things, but there was always resentment at some level. I never understood why. Anyways, I had known him for a few years at this point, and I was also about 6 months into a relationship with this great girl. I could actually see myself marrying her, and we were pretty happy together. A couple months go by and things seemed to cool. It sucked, but I accepted that perhaps the relationship had run its course, and that things would end soon. Sure enough, another couple weeks go by, and she ends things. I was pretty broken up about it, but I was able to get on with my life. Well, a month goes by, and I start to hear things. Turns out this friend had been undermining my relationship for months, insinuating things to her, and just generally making me out to be a bad guy who keeps secrets from her. He never knew I found out, so I continued to outwardly be his friend. My payback was this. He's the sort of guy who has all these big ideas, but never follows through. I started to be a great friend and encourage him to chase down his dreams, but then I'd go and sabotage it behind his back, or in some cases, let them collapse on their own and take a private pleasure in his failure. He's now 24. He's dropped out of university twice, works part-time at a call center and drives a 21-year-old Honda Civic. He has no girlfriend, no prospects, and few friends. One of my roommates in my junior year took a girl he was friends with on a date. He creeped her out because he was absolutely insane. He was later institutionalized and she refused a second date. He had a few of her belongings, CDs and DVDs, and was holding them hostage until she agreed to see him again. So, she asked me, when she saw me on campus, to get them back from him. I agreed, because he was being a creep and an asshole to me about other things, among them using my computer as his jack-off station, getting us into shit with neighbors and just being crazy. Now, this kid is nuts and we never knew how bad it was, until I did this. I asked him politely for her stuff. He refused. So I took it, and gave it to her at her dorm, where she was watching Mallrats with her friends. I ended up watching the rest of the movie with them. When I got back he confronted me and left angry. At this point I need to tell you that I had broken my arm a day prior, and it was merely splintered at that point. A few weeks later she asks me to hang out. Me, unable to refuse a cute girl with good taste in movies, accepted. When I got back, my roomie confronted me again, and this time attacked me. I was able to hit him a couple times and get away, though he seriously faked my arm up, and my face was a wreck point. Once my arm was casted it was finals week. I went back to the apartment finally, but with the girl. He was using my computer for his final paper in some class. So, we decided to lock him out of the room he and I shared when he went for a break. We faked for a good few hours, loud and obnoxious, try faking with a cast on, while he waited to get back in. When I came back out I told him I nodded as we left to get food. But that's still not our revenge. The real revenge was that I married her 5 years later, and we had beautiful twin boys last month. Edit. My wife just reminded me that her ex before this guy, who had cheated on her with a few different girls, was helping him with this paper, was also there while we did this. It was the late 90s, and I was in high school. I enjoyed my drugs, and as did the girl I was dating. I had taken off for the weekend up north for some camping. Came home on Sunday night to my pager, yes pager, blowing up with 911s from my girl. I went to her house and found her in the backseat of my friend's car. As soon as I pulled up my friends who were with her ran up to my car. They all were apologizing to me over and over. I'm confused at this point and start to walk toward the car my girlfriend was in. There she was beaten, bloody, bruised, sprawled across the backseat crying. Turns out her and my friends were at a party when my girl decided to start arguing with the guy about his weed prices. Apparently this guy claimed to be a GD, tiny white kid, and said no female would argue with him. She wasn't having it and called him out. He grabbed her by the hair and starting smashing her face into everything. All the while my friends stood there and watched. They all told me it happened so fast, and they were in shock. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I brought her into the house and made her comfortable as I could. I told her I had to run to the store and I'd be right back. My friends I was up north with were still outside. The three of us jumped into my car and headed to a friend's house where I was planning on procuring guns for retaliation. My would-be gun supplying friend explained to me we should not use the guns for this one. So he gave us ski masks, butts, and some extra help. The party house we were attacking was near a major freeway, so we decided to come up from that way. We crept around the house to the garage. There was 4 of us ready to pounce. As we sat there, ready to jump, we hear "What are you doing?" Turned around to see an elderly couple staring at us. As we tried to calm them down, as much as guys in ski masks could do, the door on the party house opened. They saw us and straight sheet their pants and ran. I decided to retreat considering the cops were on the way and I never got to hit anyone. So that failed. A year later I run into one of the friends of GD. Tells me the guy was killed in a different ordeal. At that point I felt disappointed and felt like pissing on a grave. All of a sudden that all changed. The guy standing in front of me says, "Man, that dude really beat the shit out of your girl. That was funny." I looked at him in rage, pure rage. Instead of pulling his dick off and shoving it in his ear, I said, "Yeah, dumb bitch, she had it coming." I started to befriend him. It took all a few weeks to gain his trust. One night I went over to his place with some meth I had just picked up. My plan was to get him to try it and get him hooked. It worked. It worked so well his whole life fell apart. He lost his family, friends, his home. He went in and out of treatment for years. 15 years to be exact. In and out of county jail, treatment, prison, and bridges he lived under. During one of his treatment stints I went to visit him. He had been clean for a while. We took a walk around the treatment center grounds and sat down by the river. I pulled out some crystal and a CD case and handed it to him. He looked at me like a deer in headlights. It didn't take long to get him to rip a line and be high as a kite. We walked back up to the building to check him back in. I put my arm around him and whispered in his ear, "Don't ever fuck with me or my girl ever again." I called the guard over and told him that my friend had drugs stashed by the river and was using. I had nothing on me. I hid it all by the river and gave them details where to find it. I also could have passed a drug test if it came to that, so I was in the clear. He kicked and screamed as they held him down and put restraints on him. Turned out if he failed treatment one more time he would be sent to the state prison. See ya, motherfucker. Backstory: my dad was on a SWAT team for 10 years and kept various non-lethal weapons in the house. Point on my 12th birthday, some 17-year-olds came into my party and took the food and presents and wrecked a bunch of shit up. My dad was faking furious. Luckily, he knew where one of them lived and he headed down there in his car. I never saw him for 2 days because he was camping out in his parked car waiting for those teens to come back to the house. Sure enough, the teens showed up at the house in a van, and all of them went inside. My dad went into the van and got all of my presents back, then went inside. His belt was filled with 2 taser guns, 2 stun grenades, and 1 handheld taser. I handed the keyboard off to my dad to tell the rest of the story. I went inside and asked the boys why they stole the presents and ruined my son's party. Some rat-faced kid pointed a large pellet gun at my face and told me to take a hike. I threw down 2 stun grenades and shot the pellet gun kid with the taser gun, then walked out of the house. I heard screaming, shouting, and a little bit of crying as I left. I have never heard from those teens again. My dad had to go somewhere, so I am back. My dad has never done anything like that again, because most of the time, he is very calm and collected. I hope that you guys enjoyed the story, because I have to hear it nearly every time we eat dinner together. All throughout freshman year of college, I lived on the same floor as the biggest asshole to ever live. This guy went out of his way to make everyone's life miserable, destroying term papers people had printed, getting people raided by the police for selling drugs. He threw an egg at someone's father, etc. Of course, the rap, road, and director of campus housing refused to do anything. So I called up a girl from my high school that owed me quite a few favors I had covered for her while she skipped quite a few times, and she agreed to hook up with this guy. So I went out of my way to make sure he knew she was coming to visit me so that it felt like he was stealing her from me. Everything went according to plan, and then next day as he's bragging about it, I said, "Wait, you had sex with her?" "Yeah." "Why, dude, she has herpes." He obviously didn't believe me, so I told him to call her and ask. He asks her, he goes completely pale and runs out of the room. Yes, she actually does have herpes, and now he has the herpes. Well, TLDR, hooked a college guy up with a chick who had herpes. Back in high school, I did a bad thing and basically stole a friend's girlfriend. I knew nothing of dating etiquette, let alone the man code. They had been broken up for over a month, only dated a month, and she wanted to hang out. Well, 16-year-old me thought, yay, boobs. And that was that we started dating. Bob started being a real dick. Threatened violence a few times, but never did anything. He had other friends who would do random things, like shut my locker before I had finished, or mess with my food. I did a decent job of ignoring it until they started messing with my parents' car. Since I went to an inner city school, we all had to park on the street. They'd pour garbage can contents all over the car. They'd egg the car. One time they even put motor oil on the windshield. Point: there is only so much I can hide from my parents. I was by no means a popular kid, but I was friendly with every clique. One day I complained to some thuggy friends of mine about what was happening. I was told, and I quote, "You don't need to worry about this anymore." I think it was later that week, Bob's car was found on the front steps of the school, stripped to the frame save for the license plates. I felt really bad, but then again, I never got bothered after that. Sorry Bob, hope you were able to recover from that, and that you found good friends and a good so. The most messed up thing that I have ever done will actually be taking place in 2 hours. My girlfriend of 2 years has been seeing and kissing this other guy, also with a girlfriend, for the past 2 weeks. We just started going to different colleges this quarter. Well, in about 2 hours, I'm going to drive to her house, take all of the things I've ever bought her, and drive her to the nice beach a few streets down. I'm going to put all the stuff together in a fire pit, pull out one of my newly purchased cigarettes, light it, take a deep drag, and flick it into the pit. Then, I'll do the classic Korean throwing jewelry into the lake scene and leave. I'm going to grab some coffee with the guy she cheated on me with, tell him how disappointed that I'm in him, give him my remaining evidence for him to deal with as he will, and pay for the coffee, and wish him the best. After, I'm going to post a Facebook status detailing what transpired, and then let everyone know that they are more than welcome to introduce me to some cute girls. Afterwards, I'll go pick up my paycheck and wait for a happier day to come along. Living well is the best revenge, right? Having always enjoyed the single life, getting cheated on during my first real relationship in college was brutal, nowhere near as brutal. However, as the revenge I would eventually get. My then binge drinking ex-slutch to the girlfriend had been cheating on me with a douchebag I had pledged with in a frat my freshman year. The brothers were assholes, the hazing was ridiculous, and they pulled some anti-Semitic shit at one function, so I dropped on the spot. This pledge brother of mine that I never liked called me a bussy as I walked out of the house. I hate being called a bussy. She subsequently started dating him 1 week after dumping me and was obnoxious about posting sheet of them on FB and putting on ridiculous PDAs on campus. We had a few classes in the same building twice a week. One night, my ex started telling other girls that I kept emailing her desperately asking for her to come back to me, and other ridiculous lies. I politely texted her and asked her to stop lying to people and for her to go her separate way as I had gone mine. She refused. As a result, I sent a group text message to her, her roommates, her best friend, and her boyfriend. I had intended on keeping this story a secret, well, at least between a few close buddies, and that's it. But her actions forced me to reconsider. Quick history. She would frequently black out because of how much she drank, so much so that it was more common for her to not remember coming home and having drunk sex with me all the time she drank, despite me asking her to stop drinking so much. Well, naturally, something ridiculous happened one night, and I had told my roommates, but nobody else, until I sent this text message which read, "Hey, remember all those times you get so drunk that all you wanted to do was come home and fuck? Well, funny story actually, one night, you were riding me in a similar fashion to how a retard would hump a dork knob. You slipped out and didn't wanna miss a beat, not that you have any rhythm, so you tried to be slick and put me right back in you. What you didn't realize is that you put my dick in yours. Clearly, you were too drunk to realize the little piece of poo on my dick and continued to engorge anyway. You then proceeded to give me 5 minutes of somewhat enjoyable head. I say somewhat because the entire time I simply wanted to ask you this: how does your own sheet taste? That's right, you ate your own sheet off my dick. Classy feeling. Satisfied, I lit up a blunt my roommate had just finished rolling as he were laughing at me verbalizing this text as I wrote it. As soon as we finished smoking it, about 5 minutes after sending the text to everyone, there was a knock on my door. I opened the door, and there he stood. Her boyfriend, the guy I wanted to fuck up so bad, but refused to act like a child and initiate anything with him. But there he was knocking on my door. I was drooling. He tells me to come with him to her apartment to apologize to her in front of him. I respond by laughing and asking what he'll do if I say no. He clenches his fist. I dare him to punch me. He does. I dodge. He misses and proceeds to knee me in the balls. The second he hits me in the nuts, it was as if I felt the adrenaline literally pump through my body. Now, I used to wrestle and box in high school, played football, and even though he had about 3 inches on me, I'm only 5'10", I knew I was going to knock him out. I had been waiting for this moment. I throw him out of my doorway and square up with him, not realizing the enormous crowd of people standing around our apartment complex. I clench my right fist and pull a Matrix come here motion with me left front hand, not even making a fist point. This bitch called me a bussy for sticking up for myself and then stole my girlfriend. I was about to rock his world. Judging from his fighting stance, I knew he didn't know what he was doing and was likely to throw wild haymakers. I was right. I taunted him into throwing the first, second punch, and he threw a wild hook. I ducked. I will never forget looking at my first, pure white, only an inch above the concrete. I was wound up so deep, and by the time my eyes caught up, all I heard was a slap, and suddenly, he was gone. I look left, right, behind me confused, and then realize he was on the ground. I hit him so hard that his feet came out from under him, and he smacked the back of his head on the concrete without me even noticing. Instantly I lianed launch myself towards him and land my knee onto his chest, rip him up by the collar of his shirt, fist cocked, smile on my face, and then I saw it. The most disappointing thing a guy winning a fight can ever see. His eyes rolled back in his head and blood was pouring out of his nose. I had knocked him out cold. Every fiber of my body wanted to beat him unrecognizable. I wanted to literally kill him, but just like my dad taught me, never throw the first punch, throw the last. He always taught me when enough was enough. I relented. I dragged him up by his shirt and smacked him in the face until he responded to me. I asked him his name. His response? Satisfied, and now realizing how many people are around us watching, I pull him by his shirt like a drunken 5-year-old and throw him into the parking lot while screaming, "Here, Geo, back to your SLUHCTFA girlfriend." I immediately walk back into my apartment to my 3 stunned roommates and 3 other buddies who were looking at me like, oh, slammed the door and let out the loudest, most intense man roar of my life. I then texted my ex a simple, "Come to my apartment and clean up your trash. He's still on the street." There was a zigzag trail of blood from my apartment, down the street, to the next apartment, up the steps, down the hall, all the way to his buddy's place. He didn't know where he was, what his name was, or what happened for 3 hours after the fight. He also got 2 black eyes and a broken nose from the one punch. He poorly tried to hide this with goofy sunglasses on campus, but everyone knew what happened. It was awesome. I didn't speak to my ex for a while until one night, she randomly came to my apartment 3 months later completely hammered. I gladly hate faked her and told him that she was cheating on him. He dumped her shortly thereafter and then came to personally apologize to me one night at party. We are cool now, but fuck that beach. Justice served. TLDR. Girlfriend cheated on me with ex-pledge brother I hated. I told people how she got drunk and went as to mouth without realizing the as part. Her boyfriend came to my apartment and I proceeded top knock him unconscious. I faked her 3 months later and he found out she was dumped shortly thereafter. Someone had given me a balloon for my birthday at school and I was carrying it around. After lunch, I was walking into my 4th period class and Michael was sitting at the door waiting for me with a pair of scissors. He popped the balloon as soon as I walked in. Without hesitation, I opened up my backpack, removed my standard issue scissors, and walked over to Michael's desk and cut the back straps off his backpack. He had to carry it around in his arms for the rest of the month until he got a new backpack. Same kid also picked up my $7 PhD mechanical pencil and threw it across the room, breaking it. I tried to push/punch him, but he was much larger than I and grabbed both of my fists. We are now looking each other dead in the eyes wondering what will happen next. So I did the only thing I could in that position, headbutted him in the face. That one didn't end well for either of us. The teacher saw everything and sent us both to the office for discipline. Fact, using a throwaway point, I want this person to know what they've done, and I want them to know they're actively being hunted. Point, one of my exes whom I met on a Cupid was a fellow redditor. We dated for maybe 3 months, during which time she constantly coveted my gaming laptop, which was really faking nice. I spent 9.5 months saving for it, every single penny I earned. I'm now on disability and earn about $40 a week, so that laptop was pretty much my prized possession. Needless to say, one night, she says to me, "Can I borrow your laptop?" Being the blind dumb as I was who thought she cared about me, I told her okay. I haven't seen her since that moment. Point, what have I done to fuck her life up? She's now a wanted felon in the state of Indiana because the cops can't find her address. She's a fugitive on the run. Point, just for stealing what would now be considered a subpar laptop. Point, have fun with your life in prison when this all catches up to you. I started working for an attorney in my senior year of college and continued after graduation. He wasn't particularly skilled and needlessly generated conflicts with local police. In December, he stopped paying me. "Hey, yeah, sorry, couldn't come in today, just answer the phones." "Hey, yeah, cash flow is short until the clears on Tuesday, etc." He genuinely didn't have the money to cover what he owed me, as he'd emptied out business accounts to cover a new car. I contacted a friend who worked for a major law firm for advice on how to politely assert myself. He read part of one of my messages, got incredibly angry and fired me right before Christmas. Fast forward to March, he wouldn't give me a W-2 to file my taxes. I contacted the IRS and state tax agency. I told the very helpful people dates of his large cash payments from clients and gave his business and personal bank account numbers. I'd done his books for a while. Oh, and I also made T a point to warn the eyes that he was a bipolar drunk who kept weapons around. All true. The lawyer went out of business for 18 months due to the fallout. I never recovered the money he owes me, but I did get to see him screwed hard publicly. I had a best friend have an affair with my wife. I spent 3 years getting back at him. Point, first I worked with him, so I set him up by getting into his work computer and putting on massive amounts of malware. I then put tons and tons of porn on his computer. I then turned him in anonymously 2 hours that I saw porn on his computer. Fired. Then it was time to deal with my failed marriage. I beat the shit out of the guy when he set foot on my property. My ex was stopping over to talk. He had to make sure she was okay. I continued to get my wife back by going back to our roots and making her fall in love with me again. Now he was single again. Fugly motherfucker. Yes, I'm ashamed that she would even leave me for him. 2 months after she moved back in with me, I kicked her to the curb. Point, I then created several Facebook accounts of girls that were borderline cute. Created an entire false reality for one of them. The rest of the accounts were private, but interacted with the main account. Found the same pages, and eventually made conversation. Set him up to come meet this girl. Had a friend use coloradvocate.com and pretend to be the girl living in Alabama. He bought a plane ticket to visit this fake person. About a year later he got another girlfriend. They moved in together after 3 months. I Dexter stalked her to learn about this girl. I eventually made conversation with her at a bar, which I knew she'd be at. After just the 3rd time of running into her at that bar, with just her friends, I started faking her. This went on for about 3 months, until the day I told her my place wasn't an option, and had to go to hers. Finally I got in the motherfucker's place. I faked his girlfriend in his bed. We were drunk, and she passed out. I didn't do too much for damage, but I cut the wires on all electronics in the entire apartment, pissed on the couch, took an upper decker in his toilet, unplugged the fridge, took all of his video games and the movies that were worth taking, and some other misc stuff that I found valuable. I left. Point, she called blaming me the next morning. I said they must have had a break-in and that I wasn't sure if I had shut the door. Blamed the booze on my mistake. Now for the final step, have him walk in on me faking her back over at their place. Sneak her phone away and text him 911. I then powered down her phone. Timing was perfect. I faked her on the piston couch. First thing he saw when he walked in was her on all fours and me with my pants barely down faking her. I was hoping he would want to fight me, but he didn't even attempt. I zipped up, walked towards him, towards the door. He looked scared. I spit in his face and said, "Now we are even, motherfucker." Oh god's okay. So I was fairly unpopular in school, a bit of a loner, but you know, had some friends except for this one girl. Typical center of attention Miss Show Off, enjoyed making guys look like failures. When I made a funny comment, or whatever, she'd cut in with a brutal remark, for instance, "How would you know? You've never even had a girlfriend," and cackle like the beach she was. She'd regularly bully friends of mine, and totally escape punishment. Her father was friends with the principal. She could do no wrong in her parents' eyes. Aside from, you know, drugs, smoking, drinking, unprotected sex with strangers, and then bragging about it online. So this went on for some time, till one day a mutual friend told me that she was a bit upset because she'd had an abortion. Instantly I laughed. I felt whatever the opposite, the emotion you are supposed to feel for a person going through a harrowing time. However, in my head I figured she hasn't suffered enough. So I went to her MySpace page. Yes, a long time ago. I have changed. Added myself anonymously. She insta-added me, as I used a generic hot guy profile pic / made up page. She was enamored with the fake John C. Wash fellow. Started PMing. Then I started sending pictures from pro-life groups of aborted fetuses, still bloody in a pan. I think I sent maybe 30, 40 pictures. Then I PM'd all of her friends informing her of her abortion. She moved school quietly after that. Denver drivers are stupid. With that in mind, here is my story. I'm a pizza delivery guy and this one guy tailgated me when I was going 5 miles per hour over the speed limit. I slowed down, and when it turned into 2 lanes moved over so he could go by. Because it was up a hill, the dumbass didn't pass me. As the 2 lanes turned back into 1, I put on my blinker and went back into the lane, since he didn't use the opportunity to pass me. He then tailgated me even harder and put on his brights. I'm now furious. Every day, every week, so far from moving out here from California, there is some faking meth head or crazy older guy like this that drives completely stupid. Everyone says California drivers are crazy, they don't know shit. Denver drivers are far worse. So I do the logical thing and slow down. Little do I know he's taking a left turn where I'm at as well, so he has to stay behind me a little longer. After we take our lefts, he passes me in a fit of rage, and I flip him off. Not the end of this story. I notice his passenger side window is open, and I look at my 2-week-old soda cup half full in my car, and get an idea. I catch up with him. He's taking a left to go home, and just as he starts turning left, I precisely toss my drink cup in his car. I assume it exploded all over him and his interior, because he slammed on his brakes, and I sped away, so he couldn't see anything. Fuck that guy. I went home very proud of myself. I was just sick and tired of these faking dangerous drivers. Some of my high school friends liked to TP people's houses. I never participated because, back when my older sister was in high school, our house got covered in toilet paper, and it took hours to clean up, plus it had rained so the TP was goopy and gross. They weren't particularly good at it, but, nonetheless, when they did it to my house, I wanted some revenge. I thought about ping their houses for about 5 seconds, but decided it wasn't worth it nor that creative. Instead, I came up with a nefarious plan, and recruited my parents. Quick background, my mom had previously broken her knee falling from a kitchen counter, which all my friends knew. However, she still had a penchant for climbing ladders and stuff when my dad and I weren't around. So, Monday comes around, and they're all giddy and chuckling when they see me. I put on this pissed off, "Get the fuck away from me" face, and the girls noticed this and asked if I was pissed off about the TP. I said, no. I was at a baseball tournament with my dad for the weekend and my mom tried to clean up the mess by herself. She fell off the faking ladder trying to clean it up, and then walked off, leaving them stunned. They believed it more and more as the day went on, and became more regretful. By Wednesday, they gave me a card handmade by them to give to my mom saying how sorry they were and so on. I didn't tell them the truth until near the end of high school, which was about 3 years later. Apparently, they all thought my mom probably hated them throughout the entire time. TLDR, house got used psychological warfare. When I was in grad school, I lived in an apartment complex just off campus. I had a 2-bedroom apartment with a pretty big living area. It was great for pre-gaming. Whenever I would receive deliveries, the FedEx or UPS delivery guy would always leave valuable packages for my apartment outside my screen door, because I was on the first floor, which was quite annoying, since I told them to leave them inside the building. I was taking a trip with my girlfriend, so I asked the neighbor across the hallway to bring any of my packages in for me. I had ordered some books and other valuables that would be arriving while I was gone. I left them my spare key and my neighbor said it would be no problem. Unfortunately, I returned to a problem point. My apartment looked like shit. Literally, there was dog shit all over, and it looked ransacked, as if there was a party. The app was locked, and my neighbors acted like they had no idea what happened. Unluckily for them, another neighbor said that she saw them have a party 2 nights in a row there. These guys were hipster/hippies, so I hatched a plan. I went to Michael's Arts and Crafts and bought some candle making accessories. At home, I picked up the dog sheet with planter's shovel, which was still malleable, so it must have been relatively recently shat. It was also diarrhea type sheet, so pretty liquefied and disgusting. I mixed the dog sheet with lighter fluid and Pomona's universal pectin, which my girlfriend uses to make jams. It kept the sheet from drying. I molded the dog sheet, lighter fluid, pectin mixture, using latex gloves, around 2 mats, and used a wick extension for the candle, and wrapped it around the dog sheet mixture. Next I used the candle making accessories from Michael's, and filled the center with my poo bomb. They left a lot of sheets, so the candle was quite big. I made 2 sample candles, and tested them, in order to make sure it worked. The first prototype didn't have enough wax on top, so the poo was exposed too quickly and could be seen before the MATS detonated. In the end, I made the poo reside about 1.25 inches deep in the candle and only had poo wrapped around the sides of the firecrackers, so as soon as the MATS were lit, the flaming sheet would be everywhere. I then sent the lavender scented poo candle to my neighbors as a gift from a local bank. I had a box from the bank for a glass they gave my sister after opening up a checking account. Being that they were hippie-ish, they always burned incense and candles. I knew they would love it. A few weeks later, a couple of my buddies were over drinking, and we heard a loud explosion. We went across the hall and knocked on the door pretending to check on them. They opened the door and it reeked. There was dog sheet all over the wall and the floor, some of it burning, on the ceiling fan, in their rack window unit, and on them and their food. My buddy looks at one of my neighbors and said, "Damn, what happened?" He responded, "I don't know, but this candle from his bank just exploded." I then say, "It smells like sheet." My other friend says sheet happens. We chuckled and leave. TLDR. Neighbors throw party at my house and trash the place while watching it for me as I'm out of town. I send them poo candle as a gift, which returns the favor. Sheet paint job sheet literally hit the fan. Not my story, but still good. One of my best friends in college was assigned the most holier than thou, guilt-tripping, non-drinking roommate freshman year. They didn't get along. My friend partied a normal amount, I would say, and had a fake ID. One night toward the end of the year, my friend came home to their room after a night of drinking and left her things, including her fake ID, out on her desk. The next morning, she woke up to find her ID cut up in little pieces, which her roommate told her was for her own good. A few nights later, my friend replaced the cleaning solution her roommate stored her retainer in with clear tequila. My friend gleefully watched as she popped the retainer in, tasted the tequila, started gagging, turned to her and screamed, "What did you do?" To which my friend replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about, but it totally sucks when people fuck with your stuff." TLDR. Condescending roommate cut up my friend's fake ID for her own good. Friend soaked roommate's retainer in clear tequila and witnessed the moment of realization. A friend pawned/sold some ice fishing and hunting stuff I let him borrow while he was apparently going on a trip just under a year ago. He said he lost it all on his way back. He played it off like it was no big deal, but there was nearly $1,000 worth of gear. But he got a new computer that he was wanting right after he got back points, so around this time of the year, we decided it's about that time, and we created several Craigslist ads saying he had free Twilight tickets. Call or text as soon as possible. We put it in the big metro areas where we know lots of people would be looking. 79 phone calls and 261 text messages I saw on his Facebook. Not friends, just he leaves it open because it helps pick up chicks. He changed his number because of this. He posted his new number. Guess who had free Justin Bieber tickets? 209 phone calls and 719 text messages later he had to change his number again. He posted new statuses on both times, flipping his sheet. I kind of like the glitter idea. Maybe it's time to become friends again. Point also, Jesus, I'm a terrible person. There was this kid that was 3 or so years younger than me in HS. Short little fack. Always trying to pick fights with me. Always trying to pick on my friends. They lived in the apartment above me, and when his mom would leave for work in the morning, he would run and stomp all over the place. His mom was a pose as well, but a paranoid crackhead. Well, I overheard the kid telling his group is that he couldn't because his mom thinks he's been stealing her weed point. So I decided to improvise my best ability on homemade marijuana and rolled up some catnip/oregano mix because I was too chicken shit to use real marijuana, and lit one of them up to just get the smell in the hallway next to their door. Then I managed to quietly open their one door and place one like it fell out of his backpack and the other two in front of the door. His mom came home and all I could hear was screaming. Then I heard crashing and more screaming. So I decided to call the police. Police show up. Then the ambulance showed up. And there went that little dipshit out on a stretcher. Mom arrested. Point they ended up moving out shortly after. About a month and a half later, I found out he was in the class I was doing some teacher assistance work in. Get credit sitting around and grading/filing papers for certain classes. He was a freshman. I was a junior. He came up to me and made some smartass comment. Point he failed that class. Teacher never reviewed anything, so I knew I was golden. Point fuck you, Jake. A little late to this party, but here's my story. Point I went to a small school and homecoming week for us was always junior senior war week. Usually, that week just consists of people rolling each other's houses and doing minor harmless pranks and one big prank. Well, my senior year, shit escalated really quickly. I'm talking people putting bags of sheet in ventilation systems, slashing tires, and breaking windows. The people in my class and the class below us had some real idiots. Well, I had my core group of friends and we really didn't do much. I rolled a couple of houses and tried to keep things as harmless as possible. We rolled this one particular asshole's house thinking it was all fun and games. He was pretty pissed the next day because he had to clean up all that toilet paper and I laughed at his misfortune. It was a bad move though. I didn't realize that he was faking psychopath. The next morning, I woke up to find my dog dead. I was heartbroken. Went to school, and this sheet-ass factored useless piece of shit of a human was bragging about how he poured dentifrice in my dog's bowl. I went straight to the principal, who was already saying that she was going expel anyone who was participating in the war, and she called the police, and we had that Ford arrested. He went to one of those youth facilities for the bad kids. Cut to a few years later, I go back to my hometown to see that prick working a Walmart, depressed, alone, and all that good stuff. I laughed at his misfortune, and he punches me, which gets him fired from his shit-ass minimum wage job at Walmart. I hear he's pretty depressed now, alone, and still poor as shit. Fuck that guy. I'm glad his life is in the shitter. When I was in college, my friends down the hall in the dorm had a fish tank. One day, Ito died. They were super into FIFA at the time, and they thought it would be funny to put the dead fish on my pillow for me to come back to after class. But I didn't come back to my room that day. I went to a friend's house and didn't get back to my room and the rotting fish on my pillow until 2 days after they placed it. I was pissed. The prank war had begun. What is the next logical step in this prank war, you might ask? Well, it's a no-brainer. When they were in class the next day, I put their fish tank on the floor, dropped tro, and pinched an 8-inch loaf of my finest man turn into the bowl. It sunk directly to the bottom and the fish began to devour my excrement. One man's trash is another fish's treasure. I only wish I had been there to see their faces when they found it. Apparently it went something like this. Someone shit in the fish tank. Oh my god. He shit in the fish tank. I was no longer allowed to play FIFA. TLDR. Dead fish on pillow shit in the fish tank. When I was younger and in middle school, I used to get picked on a lot, and I didn't have a single friend to my name. There was this one bully in particular, we'll call him Kyle, who would always make fun of me and book check me or clothes line me in the hallway. This went on for a good portion of my 7th grade life. So the middle school dance was coming up, and I tried to ask this girl Monica to the dance. She said she was sorry and unfortunately had to refuse because she was going with this guy Troy. I say okay and begin walk away. A few seconds later, who shows up to see my sorry as get rejected? Kyle. Kyle tells me, hey man, I just heard what happened. You okay? I told him yeah, I wasn't planning on going anyway. Then he says, did you know Kelly? I say yeah, why? Then guess who pops out from around the corner? Kelly does. He looks at me and says, well, Kelly here doesn't have a date to go to the dance with either. Would you want to go out with her? I heard she's kinda into you. So I suspiciously accept the offer, only to hear Kyle scream at the top of his lungs, half Accua's hole. She's already going out with me, and you're stuck with no one else to go out with. You suck. I hang my head in shame and walk home. I go home and immediately hop on 4chan looking for something to cheer me up when I notice a video being tossed around called 2 Girls 1 Cup. After watching that horrible monstrosity, an evil plan pops in my head. I remember Kyle's locker is in the same busy hallway as mine. I went to the pantry in my house and grabbed one of those quart-sized bags and began to spit in it every day. Whenever I get the chance to, for about a week or 2 straight, I would spit in this bag. Then the day came when I was going to get back at Kyle. This day I go overboard. I had to use the facilities that morning, so instead of using the toilet, I used the bag. The bag was a bit heavy, so I decided to wrap it in another quart-sized bag. Then I took the vile bag to school with me along with a toothpick. When the bells rang to let us inside, I made my way to our hallway and watched for Kyle as the hallway quickly became crowded with other students. Kyle eventually shows up around the corner and goes to his locker. I start to make my way towards him while remaining on the opposite side of the hallway, and then I grab my toothpick. I take the toothpick and poke 2 holes in the top of my bag. Kyle opens his locker and bends down to take his books out of his backpack. His locker was wind open, and I chucked my bag as hard as I could into his locker. The bag exploded in his locker and doused his whole locker along with his iPad, notebooks, backpack, and him. I ran out of there as fast as I could, and somehow he never found out it was me. I can still remember the smell and his face after coming to first period. Revenge was served delightfully, although this didn't stop him from bullying me. I will never let this small victory run from my grasp. Just posted about this earlier. Okay, my cousin molested me when I was little. Not trying to complain, but it was terrible. There were death threats and such. That whole side of the family said I was a little beach blah blah blah. So he just did a year in a cushy institution. In such, I feel he got what was coming to him. Okay, it's his senior year of high school. My godmother lives in the same tiny town. She's already handed out flyers in the school parking lot because the school refused to alert parents he was coming back. She knew this because all her kids went there too, and it freaked her out. She wasn't told, like, how many others are there she doesn't know about kind of thing. A good amount of people know at this point, basically, including the entire football team. 5 of them are related to my aunt. But that revenge story is for another day. There was a girl who didn't. My cousin asked her out, and apparently they went out for 3 months before my godmom who worked there found out. She tried to tell doucheface to tell the poor girl himself, and he refused, saying some terrible things about me, who was still 11 at this time, like hoe, slutched, begging for it, etc. So my godmom calmly asks one more time. He laughs in her face. Game on point. The girl's parents, it turns out, are her friends from school, so my godmom pays them a visit, bringing court papers to prove it. The girl was there at the time and was scared shitless and so pissed. You cannot imagine how mad this senior girl was about dating a creeper. She and my godmom talk once she calms down. Plan made. Point next morning at school in the main hallway my cousin tries something hug kiss I don't know and she freaks out. Starts yelling and hitting him, saying how he made a disgusting vile thing worse by pretending it didn't happen and just laid it on him. She says everything except my name. She goes into such detail. The entire student body was there, waiting for first bell to ring. Girl ends up hysterical. I think the poor thing may have done something with him. Can you imagine finding out you messed around with a rapist? The whole school knows. Girls gets day off. Cousin ends up dropping out. He tries to join the Navy or Marines or something. Gets told he can't because of his juvenile record. I love you, girl. I don't know at all. I love you so much. Point TLDR. My rapist's life was ruined by my godmom and his then girlfriend. Justice served in end. When I was in high school, I was pretty small. There was this douche that used to give me shit constantly. He was on the football team and we always used to joke about how hot his mom was when we saw her at the games. Well, let's fast forward 6 years. I'm 22 and hanging out in a local bar. I've sort of grown up a lot. My friend and I look over and see this woman sitting at a table. Almost at the exact same time we said, holy shit. That's douchebags, mom. And suddenly it hit me. I took a few shots and proceeded to walk over and introduce myself. Fast forward again, I get her back to my place and proceed to suggest we make a kinky little movie, to which she drunkenly agrees. We bang it out for a while and wrap up the night. The next day I find this guy on Facebook. He accepts my friend request, and I post the video of me faking his mom on his Facebook wall. Check. And mate motherfaker. I took a couple French classes early on in high school. In my second year there were a lot of seniors that sat near me who either weren't very smart or simply didn't care enough about their grade to actually study. Didn't help that during every single test, the teacher wouldn't stop them. Whenever they'd scoot over their desks to get a better view of my test, I was a straight A type student. This same teacher also liked to give out little passes for wearing the school colors on Fridays. Things like +10 on a quiz, no homework for a night and even a free 100% on a test. Well, I finally got the free test pass and saved it for one of the easier ones. When the test started, I intentionally wrote down all of the wrong answers, doing so slowly enough that my half of the room would have plenty of time to do their copying, and then turned it in, stapling on the free 100%. Just before handing it in, no one noticed. People were pretty ticked off when they figured out why I was the only one on my side of the room that didn't horribly fail that test, and teacher mentioned that it was a pretty mean way to handle it, but those punks never cheated off my tests the rest of the year. Feels good, man. OHH, you guys are not going to like this one. Good thing I don't care about your bullshit karma points. So I worked a job and didn't get along with a coworker. I'm male, she's female. We argued, bickered, ratted on each other to our managers over the littlest thing. It was a very petty working relationship we had. She was higher in seniority than I and often worked all the odd shifts. However, I received a temp promotion to manager. A longer shift, a very large jump in pay, but a temp position. Now, there was a period in time, a week I think, where my normal duties and my temp manager duties overlapped by an hour. This was a very important hour as it put me into overtime, making the 2 shifts odd, and in fact making the manager shift double odd. The total adjustment was about $350 for an extra hours of work. It was a simple mistake, but one I wasn't going to say anything about. But guess who checks my schedule to see how many hours I get a week? That's right. So she grieved it to the union. I lost both shifts and she picked up one for odd for her. I was furious and started a 2-year-long revenge mission. I started off changing the status of our relationship. I actively changed my mood around her. Casual compliments on her hair or whatnot. She was actually overweight at the time and was on some diet, so I made sure to compliment on how good she was looking and to keep it up and whatnot. Over the weeks and months I started inside jokes with her that only we got, and eventually a friendship bloomed. She would stay late after her shift to talk and joke with me. After a year, we were texting, going to lunch together, becoming friends. She had a really great boyfriend for a few years who she moved in with. But our friendship got closer and closer. At about a year and a half I started flirting with her, touching her hand and the like. Finally, we were talking about such stuff, our experiences, what we liked, and what we've done. Quickly, the conversations got more personal, more sexy. We joked about us being together, and I could tell she wasn't really joking. Finally, after 2 years, I convinced her to break up with her live-in, 3-year-long boyfriend and I came over to keep her company. Sure enough, next thing you know she's blowing me in the living room, telling me how she's wanted to do this for ages, blah blah blah. After I finished I said, "Most expensive BJ ever." She looked up at me, confused. I just stared back and waited. I watched her face contort as she put the pieces together. I gave her a little tap on the cheek with my trouser tightened, laughed, and left. Friendship over and we never spoke since. I was 18 years old and working in a small print shop. One night when I was pulling out of the parking lot, Kinger's hole in a brand new Mustang comes roaring into the parking lot on the wrong side of the entranceway. That is, he came in through the exit side and almost ran head on into me. My rage meter went over the limit. I parked the car behind him, got out of my car, and started a fight in the parking lot. The guy was about 6 years older than me and in better shape, so he just threw me to the ground and walked away. I got back in my car, pulled out of the lot, then drove around to the back entrance and waited. Eventually he got back in his car and pulled away. I followed him and found out where he lived. On the way home I stopped at Kmart for some provisions. A few nights later at about 3 AM I got in my car and drove to his house. Found the Mustang. I slashed all 4 tires, poured about 2 gallons of zip strip, paint stripper, all over his car, filled as much of his tailpipes as I could with silicone cork, poured about 2 pounds of sugar into his gas tank, and filled his door locks with super glue. I then left a note on his windshield, printed on a computer printer, wearing gloves so no fingerprints, saying something like, "People who drive as poorly as you don't deserve a car like this. Learn how to drive, fuckface." I used to keep a copy of the police blotter page tacked up above my desk. This big fat fuck had been bullying me all throughout elementary school. It got worse and worse, and I always avoided him and didn't respond, but it kept getting worse and worse. Up until 5th grade it was just verbal abuse and stealing shit from me, such as my milk. I remember him stealing my milk carton a lot because I faking loved milk and that was devastating every time. Well, early on in 5th grade, he decided to get physical, maybe because I finally developed balls to talk back to him. He was an idiot, so me outsmarting him with words must have pissed him off even more. Well, me and my friend were at our lockers, and he grabs my head and slams it into my locker. I collapse crying and every laughs. My friend said it left a dent on the locker. I vowed to get that motherfucker back point, so about 2 days later I called the school and reported that he had threatened me, and another kid I knew was super emotional and would be really affected if he heard that he was going to bring his father's gun into school and shoot us. I totally guessed that his father had a gun. They looked like the type of family that did. I made a scene out of it too, crying and fearing for my life and everything. The police raided his house, and to my glee actually did find a gun, although it was a replica, or something. Suffice to say, no matter how much he said he didn't do it, and then changed his story to how he was just kidding, they took him seriously. He then broke down, and made a public apology to us, to my face too. Oh, it was glorious to see his tears and shame and fear. Glorious he left the school, because he immediately became an extreme outcast and nobody talked to him. Ended up going to some shitty vocational school, became a goth, and now suffers from severe depression and I think tried to kill himself a bunch. Nobody lays their hands on me. Nobody point. I do feel bad for ruining his entire life from such an early age, but he didn't have much going for him in the first place, so I'm not sure how much I actually changed his life. TLDR. Falsely accused my elementary school bully of threatening to kill me and another kid with his father's gun. Worked flawlessly. He believed he actually did. Got a super shameful public apology, and it ended up being the catalyst of ruining his life. 2,200 comments in, but oh well, might as well throw my story onto the wall. I used to have some friends back in my hometown and we would get together and play football once or twice a week. The losers generally bought Slurpees from 7-Eleven after the game. On one occasion, one of the guys, who was more or less a 17-year-old version of Scumbag Steve, bet everyone $20 that he could kick a field goal from 40 yards, which is pretty damn good for a 17-year-old. Now please note, I was not there. I was on the other side of the field retrieving another ball that I kicked way too far in the wrong direction. So he makes the field goal, which I didn't even see, and everyone pays him. I come back, and he says for me to pay up. We go through the routine of me asking him what the hell for. Obviously I refuse to pay him, because that would be ludicrous. Fast forward a week, and he's still pushing me to pay up. I resist. He then proceeds to call my house for weeks on end, and asking my parents to pay. I shit you not. After 3 months enough was enough, and I was one of the few kids in school with a job, so I devised a fun plan. I went to the bank, and took out $20 in pennies. I unrolled them all into a small box that fit all the pennies well, and taped up the top, but not the bottom. I put the box carefully onto his doorstep, which was basically a deck, and had decent sized spaces between each plank of wood. I knocked on his door, and walked back to my friend's waiting car. Without looking back, I heard his door open, and about 5 seconds later a shout of "Oh you motherfaker" as the pennies fell from the bottom of the box, and between the cracks on his deck. Justice. I dated a girl in high school who faked me over pretty bad. Stole a lot of money and a custom pool cue I had spent a lot of money on. Spent it all on drugs. Cheated on me. The usual. When we broke up she said all kinds of shit about me, including telling my 2 closest friends that I was faking both their girlfriends, though they didn't believe her. Thankfully. About 2 weeks after we broke up, a crazoid ran his car into the grocery store where I worked. He was high as a kite. I pulled him out of the car and he shoved a big paper bag at me and asked me to flush it for him before the cops came. I took the bag to the bathroom to dump it. I'm not a narc. Looked in the bag and found about 100 grams of cocaine and about $3,000 cash. I left the store immediately and took it all with me. I paperclip $500. Took about 5 grams of the coke and put it in a film canister. I waited until the middle of the night and put the money and the coke in the front seat of her car through a partially open window and called the cops. Told them she'd tried to sell me the coke and gave them the license plate for her car and a description of her. They busted her a few hours later. She ended up doing 6 months, paying a big fine, has a permanent criminal record, got thrown out of her fancy private school, and lost her most of her friends. I have 2 regrets. One is that I didn't put more coke in her car, and the other is that I never found out where she hocked my pool cue faking beach. Nobody's going to read this, but whatever. At school we knew this kid called David who was in our class who was alright but a bit of a dick at the same time. He used to always punch us in the arm if we pissed him off, and it usually hurt. Or he just decked us if he was showing off to girls he fancied. One day during art class, me and my other friend decided it would be funny if we roll up some clay into small balls and then dip them into sand to coat them with it and put them into a small white paper bag and pretend they're candy. Outside we go up to David and tell him we've just tried these chocolate truffles we bought which tasted amazing, and handed him the bag of sand coated clay balls and asked him if he wanted to try some. Being the idiot he was, he said he loved truffles and grabbed 3 of them and shoved them in his mouth without hesitation. This is point where it would erupt. Naturally we assumed there would be an instant reaction to this resulting in him spitting it out, but it took about 5 seconds of munching for his taste buds to kick in. As soon as he realized what he just shoved in his gob, we heard this sound only described as vomiting from the nose. We saw him regurgitate it out of his mouth, but this was then followed by the noise of someone attempting to throw up. Eventually he spews his guts all over the floor in front of half the school and everyone starts laughing at him. I went home that day with a dead arm. It's 9th grade and the PE coach is forcing the students, guys and girls, to play flag football. I don't like football. I'm a big kid and I can hurt people very easy. Also, there are a lot of older kids held back a grade in my class. I'm bent over in a 3-point stance, I think that is what it's called, and one of the older kids in my class comes up behind me and kicks me in the nuts for fun. I go down on my knees in intense pain. Some are laughing, others are cringing, and most of the girls are looking at me like it was my fault. Fast forward 2 months, I'm playing basketball with some friends during break and I get shoved trying to catch a rebound and same kid pushes me, and when I come down from the jump, my elbow catches one of my friends in the mouth. But that, my friend tries to fight me, and I'm trying to explain to him it wasn't my fault, while holding him at arm's length. We get detention, and don't talk for 6 months. The same prick that kicked me shoved me, and was laughing with the other older kids. Getting pretty pissed with this guy. I call him out 1 week later, and we fight, and he bloodies me up pretty bad, because his dad taught him to box and mine taught me evidently to bleed. Fast forward 4 years and we're out of school, and working unfortunately for the same stupid decking mill. He had been arrested for stealing a car right out of high school, and got a 6-month suspended sentence. He had been riding with his brother who had gotten arrested for stealing from work. The stuff he stole was electronics and they were in the car him and his brother had been arrested in. He had a mandatory court appearance he was required to attend and find out if he was going to have to serve out the 6-month suspended sentence, even though his brother said he didn't do it. He was working the shop right before he was to leave for his court appearance. I parked the forklift outside the door so he couldn't get out. After lunch one of the other guys moved it and he came out of the room pulling his eyes out. He ended up having to serve the 6 months because the judge was pissed that he didn't call or show up the day before he had to show up to serve the beginning of his sentence. I asked if he was scared. He shook his head. Then, I asked him if he remembered kicking me in the nuts in gym class, and he said he did. I told him I was the one who parked the forklift outside the door. He just looked at me like he couldn't believe I held a grudge that long. When he got out, he got his job back at the mill, and I was expecting him to be pissed at me, but instead, he apologized for kicking me, pushing me, and fighting me in school. Said he was just trying to get attention, and that I was a nice guy and an easy person to bully. Been 20 years now, and we've been friends for most of that. He really mellowed out in jail. TLDR, guy kicked me in nuts in school. I made him miss court appearance, that sent him to jail for 6 months. Now we are friends. Nobody will probably read this, but the story needs to be known. I was really sick when I was little, and my mom was the main one that took care of me. Being that I was a welfare baby, my dad was there a lot, but my mom pushed him away. She was also really close friends with my dad's best friend, so for about 10 years she was married to my biological father while sleeping with his friend. Nobody really knew about them sleeping together, so she needed a reason to divorce him. So she started to make up stories about him hitting her, and she made up so many that she started to believe herself and everyone around her started to believe it. She eventually divorced my father, and her reason was mental and physical abuse, which is bullshit, because he's the calmest, nicest dude you'd ever meet. After she divorced him, there was joint custody of me and my younger sister, but she would never let him see us or take us anywhere because he wasn't he trusted, according to her and my stepdad, who is my dad's best friend. It got to the point where my dad stopped trying, and I didn't see him for about 10 years. My mom would tell me all these stories about how evil he was, that he was a child molester, that he would beat me, my mom, and my sister, which I eventually believed. She would tell my father that I hated him, that I wished he'd die, and she would tell me he would say the same things. When I hit about 9th grade, an accident happened at my house and my mom ended up losing her leg, and she turned into a monster. Nothing was to be done without her approval. We were all to cater to her, and at 14 I was forced to pay rent. From the time I was 14 till to this day, she dealt drugs constantly, abused them, wouldn't feed me because I looked like my father, and would rarely feed her other kids because they had enough to eat, and tried to make life a living hell for whoever disagreed with her way of life. We lived in a pretty bad neighborhood in South Jersey, and I wasn't eating because my mom and stepdad wouldn't feed me, so I had to resort to making money in a not so nice way, dealing drugs, although I didn't do it in my house because young kids don't need to see that. So about a year into me dealing drugs, my cousin drives by me and waves, and I tell my mom that I saw him for the first time in a while. She then calls the police department and tells them that he tried to run me over and that she wants to press charges. When she gets off the phone, she threatens to turn me in for drug dealing, possession of drug paraphernalia, intent to distribute, if I don't agree to press charges with her against my cousin in court. So naturally, I agree to do it because I don't want to go to jail for a while. Little did I know that there was a video camera where my cousin drove by me, so I had a charge of perjury against me, and my aunt knew what was going on and let me plead the 5th Amendment, so I wouldn't get in trouble. Bunch of the same shit keeps going on till I move out. When I turn 18, when I moved, she called the police department saying I stole from the house, stole money, hit her, hit my younger siblings, etc. 2 years later I decided I had enough, so I got back at her. I sliced her tires, siphoned, spilling her gas tank to her truck, did the same to my stepdad's truck, broke their windows in their vehicles, and then moved to Virginia. Point TLDR, mom's a psycho cunt, doesn't care about her kids, pathological liar. Finally got back at her, hope she dies now. Close friends with my biological father. I know I'm a bit late, but I really need to get this off my chest. Point I had always noticed my sister was a bit more awkward with my older cousin. She was always very reserved and somewhat dreamy, equipped with 100 masks, but her attitude towards our cousin was always quite apparent, avoidant and hesitant. I was her older brother, so I was a bit curious as to why she acted differently towards our cousin. I started pushing her for answers playfully at first, but I noticed her putting up walls upon walls upon walls. She put up a complete poker face, and I knew something was wrong. I was, and still am, an overprotective brother. I worried about her a lot. She was slowly blooming into an attractive young adult, and she had very risky ambitions. I was always worried for her, and this situation only roused it. For about 6 months, I asked her why, and it was only at the end of those 6 months did I learn the reason. Point she told me not to tell anyone, mom, dad, our aunt/uncle, and made me swear to never mention this again. I said sure, not knowing what to expect. She was molested by my cousin from the ages of 5 to 9. He was 11 years older than her. He manipulated her. She had no idea what she was doing until she was older. He made her perform oral sex on him, and on one occasion, attempted to break her hymen. After telling me this, she gave me a small sad smile and quietly left. It took me a while to digest. My cousin molested my sister. My older cousin sexually abused my sister. He, who I had looked up to, and who taught me how to play soccer, hurt her. He rapped my baby sister. I could never look at him straight in the eye ever again. To me, he was filth. He was absolutely disgusting. I wanted to tell my family. I wanted everyone to stop looking at him in such loving gazes. I wanted everyone to see him in the way he truly was, scum. But I couldn't. My sister trusted me, and I promised to her that I would not tell anyone. Point still, I wanted him to suffer. I knew an eye for an eye didn't live up to the moral ground, but I did not care. That was the first time in my life that I felt pure rage. I decided I would destroy him. 2 years ago, my cousin committed suicide. Repeatedly for 4 months, I harassed him. I made his fiancée leave him. I made his boss fire him, and I made him act like a fool. I slowly pushed his friends away from him, and eventually he was alone. I played him like he faking manipulated my sister. He couldn't handle it, and he committed suicide. Point at his funeral, I noticed my sister with a different expression. For the first time in years, my sister was in the same room as my cousin, and was not nervous. She looked relieved. After the funeral, she came up to me, and for the first time since she told me about our cousin, smiled genuinely. She asked if I wanted to go eat with her and my parents. She is now a student at MIT and is very content with her life. Point TLDR, I ruined the life of my sister's rapist. A university professor had a thing for Japanese girls and was known among the Japanese students for forcing himself on several students, none of whom were willing to press charges. Then he took a liking to my girlfriend. How do you know if someone has an Asian girlfriend? They'll tell you, and started making excuses to have her meet him for office hours at the on-campus pub, basically running the same play on her that had been his MO with the other girls he'd rapped. But my girlfriend, being awesome, got together a group of girls who had been harassed or raped and convinced them to come meet her outside the pub the next time he asked her to go. He again pressured her to come back to his place and she left the pub to get away from him. But he followed, of course, pleading and cajoling, out into the parking lot, where she broke free from his grip on her arm and yelled, "Leave us alone. We are not going to sleep with you." And the other girls came out into the open. The entire group of girls, including 2 he had raped, started yelling at him, telling him off in front of everybody around, yelling about what he did to them. My girlfriend had the last word. "We went to the campus police before coming here, and we all filed reports. You're a worthless piece of shit and now everybody knows. Why don't you go kill yourself?" About a week later, after having received a grand jury subpoena, he did. He hung himself in his office. Her reaction: good. He finally took responsibility for himself. They have a different view of suicide in Japan. Not sure if this counts as revenge, but here goes. When I was in 6th grade and going to school in Texas, I live in Louisiana, and Katrina hit, forcing us to evacuate and subsequently go to school in our evacuation area. I rode the bus to school. It being Houston, the bus was packed. I walk in and everyone gives me this, "I feel so bad for you right now." One kid offers me a spot by scooting over, despite there already being 3 people in that seat. I walked by and sat in the back, which had an entire empty seat. After a few seconds, I knew exactly why nobody sat there. In the back, the school bullies sat, and being a 6th grader and new, I was easy picking. Racial after racial remarks were made, I'm Asian, and the subject of penis size was always reoccurring. They were black derp. All I did was sit there and say nothing. On the ride back home, I proceeded to take the same spot. After the leader of the pack made a remark of how his dog's penis was bigger, I asked him whether he knew from sucking it all the time or what. He was as white as a black guy can get. They got off on the stop before mine. When I get to my stop, I saw that they had followed the bus to my stop, ready to beat me up. It was only 6 of the whole pack, but still it's scary. My cousin was hiding in a bush ready to scare me until he noticed. So these guys are ready to beat the shit out of me, but I kept a calm mind. I proceeded to walk inside. When I was about to open the door, the leader yells, "Peace New Orleans." Well, this pissed me off, and I'm not sure why. I ran over and lunge punched him in the face. Then I proceeded to continuously punch his face. Before I got up, I gave him a swift kick in the leg, breaking it. The rest of his buddies ran from me. The next day, I get on the bus, and I was applauded. Being the new kid, the sight of an entire bus cheering at me is quite amazing. I was called to the principal's office later that day to tell of what happened. I explained that I was verbally harassed and was confronted and acted out of self-defense. The leader did grab my shoulder when I was walking inside. Boarding the bus home, this entire pack was forced to sit in the front of the bus and the front only. I come home, and I'm basking in my glory. About an hour after, the leader and one of his groupers is at the front door, apologizing for giving me a hard time. He couldn't even make eye contact with me. This kid, with his leg in a cast, walked all the way over to apologize for being a complete asshole. TLDR, new kid on the bus. Beat up bullies. Bully apologizes. Forced them to sit in the front, the lame part of the bus. Now a legend at the school. So, I have a twin brother and he's basically a giant dick. He has this problem with flirting with women who are dating his friends and, or, in this case, brother. I figured out that he was texting my girlfriend and messaging her on Facebook almost as much as I was. This really pissed me off, and I had enough of his shit. Late at night, I went into the bathroom and shoved the end of his toothbrush into my asshole. I continued this process about once or twice a week and even did it to the filter to some of his cigarettes. He eventually started complaining about bad breath and I couldn't help but tell the bastard. We were in the bathroom the morning after I did the deed for the final time and he bitched about his toothbrush smelling like shit. I laughed my ass off and then said, "Stop talking to my girlfriend, and, before you tell mom, I did it to your cigarettes too." Needless to say, he didn't tell, and to this day, I still taunt him by asking him if his cigarettes or toothbrush smell like shit. He gets extremely paranoid. My golf coach in high school was an absolute prick. He was a sheet golfer, and no one, players or parents, could stand him, except for the kisses he adored. For various reasons, he especially had it out for me. I thought I was done with him when I moved up to varsity, but it just so happened he was promoted to varsity coach at the same time. Made my time on the team miserable, culminating with him cutting me, and only me, from the team senior year. I was actually pretty impressed that he was ballsy enough to do it, since I shot in the top 3 each day of tryouts, while his kisser shot in the 60s. That, added to the fact that he was total dick to me in his classes I somehow ended up in, made high school that much worse than it already was during college. I made money by umpiring Little League Baseball. I had already umped for several years before that, so I was one of the senior umpires and worked the competitive travel league games. They were tough because the kids played excellent ball, so we had to be spot on, and the coaches were all high strung as holes, but the money was great and the games usually quick. One day, while working a game, I happened to see the cork bag himself on the sidelines. The travel teams had the fancy jerseys with their names on the back, so I put 2 and 2 together and realized his kid was on the team. It never occurred to me that he would have a kid at this age, since he was close to retirement, but remembered that he had infamously knocked up a player on the girls basketball team years back while he was coach. She was 18 at the time, so I don't think much came from it other than he wasn't allowed to coach girls basketball anymore. From that moment on, I made it my mission to make this kid's baseball career miserable. When he was up to bat, his strike zone was a mile wide and struck out just about every at bat. As luck would have it, he was a pitcher too, and a pretty good one at that. Wouldn't you know it though, he just could never find those corners. After several walks, he was forced to start throwing it right over the heart of the plate, and would get smoked until the coach pulled him. It didn't take long for his dad to realize it was me and what I was doing. When he'd show up to the game and see me behind the plate, he'd turn and hightail it back to the parking lot, hoping that I wouldn't know. But the damage was already done. This kid was marked. Being at a senior position, I managed to work it so that I did just about every game they had in town. There is a good chance I ruined a fairly promising high school, and maybe college, career. I watched in real time as he started swinging at any sheet pitches thrown at him, even when I wasn't working. Throughout the years, he slipped further and further down the lineup. His confidence was just wrecked, and he was delegated to backup utility infielder. To be fair, I could tell from the way he treated his teammates and coaches that he was just as much of a prick as his old man, so I don't feel too terrible. TLDR got back at douchebag high school coach by destroying his kid's baseball career 10/10. Would do again. There was a guy in HS who sat next to me in Spanish. This guy got picked on a lot, and in turn, picked on other people. I'm a big guy, so I wasn't normally a bullying target, but this guy had a short man complex. Anyways, this guy would take an empty glass soda bottle and whack me in the knees with it in class, under the desk, so the teacher couldn't see, would come up behind me in the hall and give me nurples. Hell, one time he jabbed a pencil tip into my hand, and the graphite was stuck in there for years. I'm not normally a violent guy, but this dude was really being abusive, and I figured I had to do something. So one day, walking to choir, I saw him walking into the hall of the arts department. I snuck up behind him, kicked him behind his left knee, and he fell hard onto his knees. I pulled his shirt over his head and walloped his face with uppercuts, and kicked him right in his nutsack. It all probably happened in like 15 seconds. He didn't tell anyone, and I never spoke a word about it with him, but he didn't faking hit me again. I responded to my car being stolen by breaking and entering, armed robbery, assault, and arson. At the time, I believed I was justified. 10 years ago, I was working as a security guard at an electronics plant. Being the lazy piece of shit I am, I always drove my personal car around this enormous parking lot instead of walking. On one of my patrols, I see this little 2 or 3 year old child wandering along the sidewalk of a busy highway just outside the fence. Without even thinking about it, I jumped out of my car, barely pausing to put it in park as I ran toward the kid. I lunged over the fence, scooped him up, just as he was about to step off the curb into oncoming 50 miles per hour traffic. My heart was beating so hard, and I was frantically looking around to see if there was anyone who had lost track of their child. There was no one there. Absolutely no one, except for the aforementioned traffic. With the kid still in my arms, I turned to walk back to my car and see it driving away. The faking police took over an hour to respond to my call and were very unhelpful once they'd arrived. The officer who took my report did everything but yawn in my face and informed me that very few cars stolen in this area are ever recovered. Fast forward 2 days. I get a call from my buddy who says he spotted my car. I offer him $500 cash if he can stay with it and stake out wherever it stops. I looked around, decided fuck it, and left work without saying anything. I met up with my buddy who has the car in his sights, parked at an apartment complex not far from where it was stolen. I called the police, informed them that I'd found my stolen car, and could they please send an officer out to arrest the guy who took it. They told me they couldn't do anything about it. Nothing. I absolutely lost my faking mind at that point. I handed my house keys to the buddy and told him to get back to my house and grab us some shotguns from my gun safe. He was gone less than 20 minutes, during which time I saw this skinny faking crackhead come out of his apartment, go sit in the car, smoke a cigarette in it, walk back to his door, and carry on a conversation with someone inside. Just as the guns arrive, crackhead is heading back to the car. We intercept him at gunpoint. He is faking freaking out. We walk him upstairs and kick open his door. My laptop is on his coffee table, my CD case is next to it, and a few other random items I recognize. I have to go. I'll finish this when I get back. I was living with my girlfriend when she started cheating on me, so we broke up. I was trapped in the lease for another 4 months though, and too poor to pay the penalty to back out early. I was able to get a separate room from her, but we still had to share a bathroom. I had to watch this girl bring home a different trashy guy almost every night and listen to them do the nasty from across the hall. One morning I went to take my shower before class and there were used condoms in the bathtub, which I'm sure was a passive-aggressive attempt to get under my skin. After I disposed of the condoms I sprayed down the tub and continued with my shower. Then the idea struck. I noticed her conditioner bottle was about half full and I decided to supplement it a little for her. I got myself worked up and rubbed one out into her conditioner bottle, finished the shower, and went about my day. This continued every day for the next 4 months, me milking the snake into her suave, and her walking around all day with cum in her hair. You'd think she'd notice that the bottle never emptied, but she wasn't too bright. TLDR stuck living with slutty ex-girlfriend, ejaculated in her conditioner for 4 months. Not really super faked up, but satisfying nonetheless. I got the guy who was having an affair with my wife while I was in Iraq fired from 2 jobs. When I returned home from Iraq, my wife was having an affair with one of her professors, a man who was also her boss working as a pretty high-level contractor for the government. When I found out, I went to his boss at the corp and told him his employee, who also was a close family friend, had been faking my wife, often on company time, and that if nothing was done about it, I'd have no choice but to sit down with the higher-ups and have a discussion with them about it. I made my soon-to-be ex-wife write the boss a letter detailing the relationship and gave it to him, which ended up with the guy getting fired from his lucrative contracting gig. I didn't stop there though. I then went to the school he worked for and had a meeting with the head of his department. I laid it all out for the guy, explained that his professor had been having an inappropriate relationship with one of his students and the guy was fired from there as well. I didn't ruin the guy's life, but I sure faked it up for a while. His wife took the kids and left him for a while, and he had to sell his house and move, as there was no way he'd get another job on the post. Things with the ex-wife were a little more complicated due to us having a child together, but I finally ended up breaking things off with her right before she went to Iraq. TLDR, got a guy fired from 2 jobs and faked up his life for a while for having an affair with my wife while I was deployed. Fucker throwaway, he didn't die. 2 male roommates moved into my 4-bed apartment. After about 6 months, let's call him Lipsy McDouchebag, and I started a relationship. First banging, then serious, lasted about a year. Never fuck a roommate. Now I know. He tells me, as we're watching TV, that he's going on a date that night. Fighting ensued. He says she's coming back to our apartment, so deal with it. Basically this goes on for months, until our lease was up. When I say this, I mean all out faking all over our apartment, loud, crazy monkey set which I'm sure was embellished some, for my pleasure. None of us were in financial positions to break said lease, so it was pure hell. Dealing with the breakup of the person who supposedly loved me in that situation, faked with my head more than anything ever has. You don't fax skanks on my couch. I promptly went from rage to sweet revenge. His toothbrush for one. Oh, the places it's been. My asshole was never cleaner. His sushi leftovers. Oh, did they taste a little bit like piss? Because that's what it was. My piss. What's that weird red stuff on your bedroom doorknob? Not just one type of menstrual blood, but 3 fac lipsy. Sort of a dish served cold. On this one point I was shot during a robbery attempt while walking back to my car after a dinner date about 17 years ago. Twice actually. One bullet broke a rib and the other went through a fleshy part of my hip. Hurt like a motherfucker, but I got him once in the chest and he ran away, eventually driving to a hospital. Same one I went to, and was of course arrested, while sitting in his gurney whining about the pain and needing painkillers. If you are thinking that this is why he needed my wallet, you would be correct. He was a drug addict. His gunshot turned out fine, just like mine did. He was tried and convicted, served 6 years, and released on parole. Guess what? He found Jesus while in prison, stopped doing drugs, and completely turned his life around. He is doing pretty faking well right now. He owns a landscaping business and has about 20 people working for him. It's successful. He's married to a pretty good looking wife and has 2 kids that seem normal. How do I know? Because I have been keeping tabs on this faker. I was notified when he was released. I found him on MySpace and then FB, and I friended him and his family with a throwaway. I assume his wife knows he's a convicted felon, but the kids probably don't. So where is all this revenge you speak of? Well, I sued him a few months after he was convicted. I won. I was awarded $550,000, of which I never expected to collect on, but wanted to just for a sense of justice for myself. My girlfriend at the time was a paralegal and the lawyer did it on whim/favor, and also very important, contingency. My girlfriend is now my wife and the lawyer my friend, and we are both keeping track of him now. He think he's worth about 1.5 million or so, but we will probably get a pie to check into it to be certain. What we want to see is the total amount of the settlement in liquidity, so we can just snatch it away with no possibility of recourse. Take that college fund for your kids going to my kid instead. Get ready for lifestyle changes all around the table. I'd love to listen in at the dinner table when this happens. FB will have to do, but this I think will be a private shame. Unless I make it public, of course. I thought I might rent an exotic car for the day and taunt him, but that is juvenile. I don't think I will ever contact him or respond to him in any way. Anyway, that's my story. It hasn't been completed yet, and the money isn't in the bank either, but it will be probably in the next year or so. If I don't get all the actual cash, I will get liens on his properties, which will make it impossible to sell without me getting cash for them. Not as faked up as the top 5 on best, but it's the best I got. Back when I was but a young'un, I was bullied. Lots. We are talking pushed to the ground and kicked repeatedly in the kidneys for being, apparently, a little bit overweight. By the age of 10 I had serious anger issues because I was never brave enough to tell the teachers the circumstances of my retaliation. When I hit my early/mid-teens, I hit puberty like a ton of bricks. Grew into my weight, had been going to karate for years, and had built up a lot of muscle. I'm not a vindictive person by nature, but I made a special exception for the dickheads that tormented me through the first 2 schools that I went to. I hunted them down, weakest to strongest, after school and gave them each a pummeling. Except the ringleader. Him, I followed home every night for a week, making myself just obvious enough to make him notice he was being followed. By now, he knew I had been after him and his mates. On the last night of following him home, I managed to coerce him into a secluded spot with nowhere to run. He threw the first and only punch of that fight, because I simply grabbed him and tossed him to the ground. I stood over him for about 2 minutes, gently but firmly pushing him back down whenever he stood up, until he stopped trying. The faking coward was trembling with fear at this point, still mouthing off at me and calling me pretty much every insult he'd come up with in the last 10 or so years. After waiting for him to finish, I simply waited in silence, fists clenched like I was about to give him a kicking, then turned around and walked away. But not before telling him that I wasn't going to beat him up that day, but would eventually. I promised him his time would come. For what felt like years, probably only a couple of months, he winced every time I made eye contact with him, something I got into a habit of doing upon seeing his reaction. Never actually beat him up. I wonder when he twigged that I was just toying with him. TLDR got bullied by a group of kids for about 8 years straight, hit puberty and beefed up. Proceeded to beat the snot out of all but one of them. Mentally tortured the ringleader by following him home for a week, putting him into a position where he knew I could beat him up, then promising him I'd get him later. Never followed up on that promise. Instead reveling in his terrified behavior for months. I occasionally make forged copies of people's results. People pay me, I forge certificates and make them look smart. There was this one guy who all through my childhood had been a douche to me. Think of the annoying childhood friend meme. That guy was my friend. Anyway, he hears of what I do and he says he wants to get A stars on everything. I say it would look obviously fake and I only go 1 or 2 levels about what they averagely get. He says to do it anyway, and with a discount, because we are good friends for life. I plan a evil thing to do. I make his certificate, and as always they look real, hologram, real serial codes and addresses. Now here is where it gets good. Mine and his IT teacher is a major geek/nerd. I purposely make the IT certificate have a B instead of an A. This is where I was sneaky. At the bottom I included the text. This is hexadecimal code for, this guy is a complete douchebag. He made me make this certificate, so he looks good. Please do something about this. From Matthew. I knew the teacher would notice this and convert the code. Needless to say, I was in no trouble. But he was in lots of trouble. I'm evil. My super religious husband of 20 years decided to cheat on me. It killed me. The person I was before he cheated was dead and gone. That's how bad it hurt. I lost family, my religion, my home, stability. My life went into Jerry Springer land by no fault of my own. He was faking my 18-year-old sister that he'd been like an uncle to since she was born. I left, found a good man that I've been with for 12 years. My ex has since died at a young age of heart disease. My ex-sister, from what I've heard, married some loser she met online that lived with his mom and has never held down a job, so she's had 4 or 5 food stamp babies and is trapped in that religion and has to be submissive to her husband. She is ugly inside and out, and from what I hear, has an ugly life. I forgave my ex before he died because he sincerely apologized. I have never forgiven my ex-sister since she has never apologized. Not that I allow myself to be in a position for her to speak to me. My revenge. Okay, there was some petty actions like keying his fat truck and playing on his stupidity, like oh no you have an STD, idiot. After I lost my religion I researched history books and became atheist. Freedom. I found a good man that treats me like I'm the most important person in the world to him. Awesome. My non-religious man has never hit me, never threatened me, never cheated on me. Living well is the best revenge. I'm prettier, healthier, and happier and surround myself with real humans, not religious nuts who think they can do anything to anyone and it'll be okay because Sky Daddy loves them. I shot a kid with a BB gun that shot 600 FPS and metal BBs. I slammed a kid's head into a metal pole on a hot day and kept it there until it burned a mark into his head. Mark only lasted a few days. Pushed a kid into a wasp's nest. What story do you want to hear? Edit. Story 2. Kid who I hated more than anything. He is the kind of person who thinks it's cool to beat people up. Douche of a kid. Smoked in 5th grade. One day I saw him at the park. He started talking shit and I pushed him. He comes at me punching and kicking me, or at least trying to. I kept pushing him down. I went on the swings. A few minutes later, he ran up to me and spit on me. I jumped off, chased him down, Tackled him and pressed his head against a hot pole. Story 1. Brother of kid from story 2. 2 years older than me in 7th grade and was already a drug dealer. He kept harassing me. One time after the 200th ding dong ditch, I started keeping my BB guns by the door loaded. When the ding dong ditched one day, I waited by the door for them to do it again. Then they walked up to the door, I opened it and said, "Get the fuck off my property," and pointed it at him. Although there were like 7 others, he was the one I hated most. He said, "If you shoot me, I will call the police. Besides, it's probably not even loaded," to which I said, "It's my property, you're trespassing. They won't do anything." Wasn't sure if that was true. I was hoping it would keep him from calling them. It worked, and then I pulled the trigger and fit him in the arm, and I cocked it again and said, "Want another one, beach?" They ran away screaming, and the kid I shot crying and bleeding. Story 3. On a field trip in 5th grade next to a douchebag, the kind of kid that would talk shit all day about anything he could, saying things like, "I could beat you up easy, but I don't want to go to jail." He was 200 pounds and 4'9". On the field trip though, I pushed him into a wasp's nest in a bush after enduring 20 minutes of him bullying me. In high school, I was interested in this girl. We had gone out a bunch of times, and she led me on presumably for free dinners and movies. I was invited over to her house for a get together, only to find she now had a boyfriend. She and that guy lasted a couple of weeks. Fast forward to college. One of my friends is in high school and has started dating this wonderful girl. I do not hold her in very high esteem, but I'm glad my friend and her seemed happy together. She possibly grew as a person. I was wrong. He ended up walking in on her and another guy having sex at a party. He never said a word, just backed out of the room. He was a pretty tough guy, so watching him cry was heartbreaking. A week later she took a trip out of the country. I really don't recall where. Still not suspecting anything is wrong with her unfaithful relationship. While she was gone, my friend and I were drinking a few beers and doing random guy shit when he tells me he has her email password. Here is where I step in to begin the healing process. I start by resetting her Facebook password and changing her email password. I set her Facebook profile pic as goats and change her interests to something of the effect of slutty hoe just looking for more diseases to add to my collection. I go through the email and find a confirmation email from a plane ticket website. I log into the website the day of her flight and cancel the flight. I never followed up to see how she was able to get back home, but I'm sure we made it difficult. I do not feel bad. She should feel bad for being a bad person. Alright, I started a job a few years ago. My first job, bussing and hosting at a restaurant. These 2 servers always talked down to me and gave me shit, even though I was probably the best and most efficient at my job. Well, one day I got extra pissed when one of the servers expected me to clean all of his tables and then ridiculed me for waiting for him to pre-bus. Not a huge deal, but that day I was just not having his shit. So I devised this plan. All day I had been hearing about how he keeps having customers stealing his pens. He uses specific Mitch State pens that no one else uses, and the other server that treats me like shit was also at work that day. I start by slowly stealing both persons' pens off the tables that they assume are the customers taking them. Once they are enraged about how many pens they lose, I take and keep one of the Mitch State pens. I then drop on the ground one of the Mitch State pens in front of the server and point it out. "Hey man, you need a pen," and he was eager to take it. At this point both servers were pissed off, and when the one initially that was mad at me sees that his pen is in the other's hands, accuses him of stealing them. They get in a huge fight, start throwing punches in the back. In the end they both get fired. I regretted nothing. They stole money from me or ridiculed me every day. No one liked them, and both were late and always beaching. There was this kid I went to school with, and we grew up in the same neighborhood. He was a bully. He picked on me constantly, slamming my head in my locker, punching me in the back of the head as I got off the bus, made my middle school and high school torture. Fast forward years later, this piece of shit gangster white trash comes into the restaurant that I worked at and parked in the handicap spot because his grandam was too nice to park with the normal people. I saw him park there and get out. He didn't even recognize me. So I picked up my cell phone and called the police. Told them that someone is parked in the handicapped parking spot without a permit, and there is an elderly couple trying to park there, and can't point. Long story short, I watched his car get towed away while the cops were writing out tickets. He didn't even know until he was done eating and walked out, and his car was gone. I smiled and opened the door for him as he left. TLDR, got my school year's bully's car ticketed and towed. I had a girlfriend I was madly in love with and wanted to marry. This is when I was 19 and we had been dating for 2 years. I moved to the US and about 6 months later she moved to Canada. She was acting really cold. Long story short, she had cheated on me in the last 6 months and she told me this with a cold heart. Flash forward, she came down to San Francisco for the New Year holidays to meet a friend. I also went down. That time I lived in a city a couple of hours away to SF to party with some friends. I knew she was there, so we met up at the same bar. I convinced her to come to my town and stay with me for a couple of days and celebrate my birthday too. She did. She stayed with me for a couple of nights. The second night and the night of my birthday, I have friends over. She was acting like a total slut. She was drunk and was laying on the couch moaning. It was disgusting. I took her to the room so she could rest. At this time she asked me to keep her warm. I told her that I'd be back in a few. I went out, got a condom, and found one of my horny friends. I told him that she wanted to be kept warm. He went in and faked her good. The whole time she was saying, "I hope I have 3 balls," doesn't find out because he will be really upset. Next morning, I told her that she's a hoe and pretended like I just found out that she cheated on me with my friend. I kicked her out of the house and into the street and called her a cab to drive her for 2 hours back to SF and left her a huge cab bill to pay. It felt amazing. She even had the audacity to call me a few years later to catch up. TLDR, my cheating ex got faked by a virgin friend, all planned by me. One of the guys from my high school was a complete faking asshole to me since 6th grade until we graduated. He wasn't overly physically attractive, but not ugly. I ran into him one day a few years later with his then girlfriend. She was kind of cute. I noticed the way she was looking at me. I'm in really good shape and just casually asked where she worked. After finding out she worked at Chipotle, I started going there for lunch frequently and flirt with her. It took about a month, but I seduced her, slept with her, managed a couple pictures under the pretense of checking my texts, and then sent him the pictures on Facebook with a big fuck you at the end. He was pretty enraged and sent me messages for about a week telling me how he was going to kill me and blah blah, but nothing happened from it. I just let him vent. They broke up naturally. TLDR, seduced my bully's girlfriend and sent him the pictures. Okay, so I was madly in love with a girl and going through a patch of depression. I had a job, hadn't had it long, and don't have jobs often. I'm one of those often unemployed types. An old best friend of mine had recently broke up with his girlfriend, and even though he was 21, it was his first girlfriend, so he was understandably upset. He was an old best friend for a reason. We had an argument a month or 2 prior and hadn't spoken since. I thought that it'd be best to be mature, ring him, comfort him, be a friend in his time of need, as I would want friends to do for me. So he started hanging out with my girlfriend and I. He told us all about his problems, even if it meant he interrupts us on Valentine's Day. I cared about him and he was sad, so we let him off, ignored it, continued. This mad patch of depression for me was getting worse and was causing stress with my own relationship. The 3 of us had arranged to go into the local city, go shopping, or whatever, but my girlfriend and I had an argument. Since, with the depression, I was upset, it was decided my girlfriend would find someone else to go into the city with, and my friend would hang out with me. In the morning, I was alone. Hadn't heard from anyone. I rang my girlfriend. She was on the train into the city with my friend. My friend who said he'd be there for me. This is when I started disliking how much time he was spending with her. Shortly after this, whilst me and my girlfriend are on a break, he admits he loves her, or whatever. I'm pissed off. Fast forward a few months. I have regular contact with my now ex, but we have broken up. She isn't with my old friend. She didn't like him, but if he comes near me, I'd likely kill him. I don't deal well with betrayal. After I had heard he was shouting at my friends in the street, telling them how much of a cunt I am, I snap. I decide to let go of the secret he entrusted to me of why he and his ex broke up. He was transgender. I found his Flickr account where he posted pictures of himself as a girl under the name Katie and posted them on Facebook, tagging all his family and friends in the pictures. After briefly explaining this story, some of them said they couldn't blame me. Others thought I was the worst person in the world. I didn't care. I was there for him, and he betrayed me. He had even sent a letter into where I worked accusing me of stealing in an attempt to get me fired and ruin my life. He took my girlfriend away, someone who during my depression was incredibly important to me. Literally more important than my life. As far as I was concerned with that mindset, he had ruined my life, and I deserved to take it. So his secret was out. It very much split his social life. Some people accepted him, others thought he was weird. It didn't matter to me. I wanted some form of revenge, and I thought doing a public Facebook announcement was at least less cowardly than an anonymous letter trying to get me fired. We know he sent the letter because his sister handed it in, claiming it to be her brother's CV. She honestly thought it was, but my supervisor, who knew my problems with my old pal quite well, knew who her brother was, and was the one who received the letter. TLDR, I tried to be the better man and help an old friend through a rough patch. He ends up trying to steal my girlfriend and get me fired, all whilst I was suffering with depression. So I posted pictures of his transgender persona on Facebook and tagged his family/friends. Note: I have nothing against the LGBT community. After he had told me, I thought no differently of him. I merely did it because he was a horrible person who deserved to feel pain of some kind, not because he was transgender. I've had other trans friends in the past, and some I'm still friends with. So yeah, nothing to do with his sexual orientation or gender whatever. It was just because of who he was. When I was in high school, I played a ridiculous amount of Star Siege Tribes. I was in a competitive clan and was friends with most everyone in the clan. When TribesCon 2001 went on in Portland, Oregon, several clanmates showed up from Vancouver and one from Maine. We all trekked down to Portland for the LAN, and my long-term girlfriend, we'll call her Tiffany, joined us on the last day. Over the course of the next year, Tiffany became closer and closer to my clan leader, who we'll call Jim. They talked on AIM and IC all the time, and for a while it was great, because I had a good friend and a girlfriend who got along famously. A couple of years later, Tiffany's over at my apartment, and when I get up to go take a piss, she hops on my computer. When I walk back into my bedroom, she hurriedly closes the window and looks rather guilty. By this point, our relationship was pretty rocky, so after she left I only felt a little guilty pulling up the browsing history and seeing an email site I'd never seen before. IE provides me with the autocomplete email address, and we knew each other's usually passwords from long before, when we trusted each other enough to share them, which she was dumb enough to reuse. When I log into this secret email address, it's filled with emails between Tiffany and Jim. Professions of love, gushing over how great the phone sex was the night before, and worst of all, photos of him jacking off. Smaller than average business, and he had a death grip on the thing. It was horrible. Worse, the pictures were obviously taken by someone else. I later found out by his roommate and our clanmate. Now I'm close with my best friend, but not close enough to have him take pictures of me jerking off. Quick note, in our own relationship, she had kept things pretty tame for 5 years. No sex, no oral, basically just fondling and grinding. I'm waiting for marriage argument that I believed. First, I confronted her on the phone, and of course she denied everything, until it was obvious she wasn't getting out of it. Then she got defensive. I didn't want to hear it, so I hung up, pulled the account back up again, and proceeded to back up every picture he'd sent to her. Once they were backed up, I uploaded them to a website I had access to, then posted the whole story and all of the photos to the largest community website around. I had tons of half nudes and lingerie pics of her on my computer, but I was gentlemanly enough not to post them. But it wasn't necessary, because somehow several other community members had photos as well. Photos I had never seen, so I had no idea where they came from. She kept denying that she had ever sent them to anyone, or that Jim would have sent them to anyone else. Whatever the reason, by the end of the next day, the forum post was massive, and eventually made it into the Hall of Fame. Jim and my ex ended their relationship almost right away, out of guilt/shame. Jim was never seen playing Tribe/Tribes 2 again to my knowledge. And once I had gotten over the grief of the breakup, I started fooling around with the one girl I'd had a crush on in high school the whole time I'd been with Tiffany. It wasn't for very long, and never moved past being a physical relationship, but it felt wonderful after so long in an unfulfilling relationship. TLDR dated a girl for 5+ years. She cheated on me long distance with my close friend and clan leader. Posted his jack-off pictures on a large gaming community website. A few years ago I was in a relatively comfortable relationship with my boyfriend. We were steady for almost 3 years and we were extremely intimate. We had an active kinky sex life, 1-2 times a day, and occasionally watched Born together. At the time, I thought he was the one. He was perfect, ambitious, handsome, smart, and funny. The only flaw I saw was his slight homophobia, which I decided I could deal with. I later found out he repeatedly cheated on me over the course of a year. I was in denial, so I confronted him to see if there was another explanation. He didn't even try to deny it. He actually blamed me and said I didn't try enough. I broke up with him. For the next few months, I tried to forget him by applying to a PhD program and diving into my research. I later learned he fucking infected me with HIV. I knew it was him because he was the only one I had sex with for nearly 3 years, and I was completely celibate during the post-breakup phase. I assumed he didn't know he had HIV, so I tried to compose myself and told him the news via telephone. My jaw dropped when he told me he had known that for 7 months. Apparently it never crossed his mind to tell me. He didn't even apologize. I proceeded to hang up and write him a letter condemning and damning him. Once again, I tried to move on from the past. I treated myself for HIV and taught several college courses trying to forget what he had done. That failed again when my friend said he raped her. She said they were at a party and he kept coming on to her. He forced her into the bedroom and people heard her ask for help. They did nothing. They thought she was just being a tease and wanted it. Needless to say, I was pissed off at everyone. I tried to get her to report, but she was too embarrassed. I decided that this asshole had done too much this time, and I was going to take revenge this time. Screw being above someone. It was time to screw him over. Commence revenge. That sort of spirals of out control. I originally planned to ruin his sprouting career and destroy all of his things: house, car, looks. I knew his weaknesses, where he kept his extra keys, and I wanted to use it against him. For a month, I developed a well thought out plan that had multiple phases. A few days before I was going to start it, my gay brother came into town, and we got drunk. I revealed to him what my ex did and everything I was going to do, how I was going to do it. I don't remember much, but I later learned that my brother decided to take action that night. He broke into my ex's house and literally tore him a new asshole. He put on a mask and wrapped my ex in the ass with inanimate objects. Eventually my ex started liking it and begged for more. How do I know? My brother filmed the entire occasion and sent it to me. I was disturbed and threw it away. My brother is mentally ill and was diagnosed as a schizophrenic shortly after these events. I felt horrible and guilty. I called him after 3 days and told him I knew about his rap and I was indirectly responsible for it. I was absolutely flabbergasted when he asked if I wanted to meet up with him for coffee in the afternoon. A few weeks later, my ex came out of the closet. Apparently all the crap he did was to compensate and hide the fact he was gay. Karma still kicked him in the ass. His parents disowned him and stopped providing money for his apartment. He moved and he became a gay hooker. I still keep in contact with him. The worst part is that I learned that my friend lied about her rap and my revenge was therefore not justified. I regret everything I did and I try not to think much of it. I know he kind of screwed me up, but still he doesn't deserve what I did. We, brother, ex, and me, have decided to never talk about it again. My brother hasn't really mentioned anything about it, and my ex forgave me. We are okay now, and as of today I'm trying to make up for what I did and get him out of the hookah business. I'm sorry Dave. TLDR. Homophobic boyfriend cheats on me / gives me HIV. Friend says boy raptor. I try to be vigilante, but my schizo brother raps boy with inanimate objects first. Boy says it's okay and liked it. Boy comes out of closet. Boy and I are okay, and I'm trying to get him out of being in the hookah business. Okay. I used to be bullied a lot from age 6 to 15, and especially by a handful of guys. My average in high school was pretty low, 64, and I wanted to study college in Canada. In order to apply to a good engineering school I needed a way higher average. I'm from Mexico. Fast forward 2 years and I became top of my class and I started tutoring the kids from my class to save money for a trip to Chile. I wanted to meet a girl I knew online. She had no idea I liked it, and I saved money for about 4 years. As I became better known for my classes more and more people asked me to help them. So one day one of my main bullies decided to ask me for help. I agreed and took his money. What I did next is one of the most horrible things I've done to someone. I decided to teach him terribly bad, but examples that I knew would give the right results. So every time we would study or do his assignments he would get great grades. But he didn't know anything. I was preparing him to fail the big test, and so he did. When you fail a course on your last year you are required to take one last exam. If you don't pass it, you basically are not allowed to get your high school degree. The last day before his exam he was begging me for help, and I let him come to my house. Once he got there, I opened the door and told him, hey, I'm giving a class right now, and honestly nobody wants to be near you. Get the fuck out of my house, and I closed the door. He failed and didn't go to college. I'm in Canada studying engineering and met the girl of my dreams when I was in Chile. I feel no remorse. TLDR stopped someone from graduating. I really hope someone reads and enjoys this as much as I do. This is not my story, ergo no throwaway anyway. Once upon a time a friend of mine had a girl cheat on him, and he reacted as anyone would. He was livid, said all sorts of terrible things, and they broke up. Fast forward about 6 months. After talking to some of his buddies at work about the whole situation, a plan was crowdsourced, and his ex was called. He apologized profusely to her for the way he had acted, for the things he had said, and the way he treated her. It was all a mistake and he wanted to take her back. Now, he had moved for work and lived halfway across the country from her, but when he called her saying all of these things she immediately agreed to fly up and reunite with him. All on her own dime. She got there on a Friday night, and immediately he began to shower her with everything a good, apologetic ex-boyfriend should. He met her at the airport with flowers, dressed all nice, and later that night took her out on the best date he could throw together. Dinner at the nicest restaurant in town, a romantic movie followed by drinks, and a romantic rendezvous back at his place. In the morning she got breakfast in bed and a day of pampering and being waited on hand and foot. Well, that evening came around and he got a call from work saying he had to come in. He told her what had happened and promised he would be back in a few hours, and she agreed to wait in his apartment. Only he didn't go to work. He grabbed a couple of his friends and went to the nastiest, skankiest club in town. He spent a few hours feeding some random slut drinks, making sure she was super smashed, before he offered to take her home. Naturally she agreed, and they went back to his apartment. He opened the door to his apartment to find his ex waiting for him, wearing her sexiest lingerie and lying on the bed. He dragged his drunk skank ass hoe through the door and his ex obviously got pretty upset. She started crying and carrying on, demanding to know what was going on. All he told her was, I've got to take care of this. You've got to go. And go she did. Right into a cab and straight back to the airport to move her flight up a day and go home. Apparently she cried big, salty, satisfying tears the whole way out the door, and he never heard from her again. The end. This happened to me and my girlfriend about a few months ago. Me and her went to an Italian food festival that was a few blocks away from our college dorms. We had to make a quick stop back at my dorm to get something we needed. On our way back, we see this guy looking drunk out of his mind, stumbling around, flirting and saying extremely sexist comments to all of the girls that he passed by. He finds us and then begins saying to my girlfriend that she should dump me and go out with a real man. We yelled at him to fuck off and then we just kept walking, hoping he will leave us alone. That didn't happen. Instead, he runs up and smacks my girlfriend on her, but as hard as he could several times, and laughing insanely while he did it. Now normally, I'm not a violent person, but if you do anything to harm my girlfriend, you will regret it. I grabbed the guy, punched him in the face, then pushed him to the sidewalk as hard as I could. He just stood there for a few seconds motionless. He got up, his mouth and nose were bleeding profusely, and he spit out a tooth in the process. He looks at me, scared out of his mind, then runs away in a drunken, bloody stupor as fast as he could. After that, we stayed at my dorm to calm down a bit, then we went back to the festival, and ate the best Italian food we had ever eaten. It was a good day. Not as intense as the ops story, but here is mine. I was dating a guy for just over a month, when I decided to have a small house party at my place, 20 people. This was my first house party I had thrown, so I was nervous about having that many people at my house at once. I invited a few of my friends and co-workers as well as him and a few of his friends. Everything was fine for the first hour. He was socializing with various people and myself being pretty friendly. He had taken a liking to a girlfriend of my friend from work and was chatting and being flirtatious with her. I didn't make much of it, thinking he was just being a friendly drunk. After that hour, his two friends leave the party. I'm assuming they came with him for moral support then ditched because it wasn't the raging party they were expecting. This meant that they left him at my house with no car, no way of getting home, and across the city. I realize now that this was his original plan: get drunk, have friends leave, and have to stay the night at my house. I was really not impressed with this as I didn't know him that well and had no desire for him to invite himself over to stay the night. He asked me if he stayed, if I could drive him home in the morning before I went to work, and feeling guilty I agreed. Fast forward to the end of the night, and he had disappeared for about an hour. I find him passed out on my bed with half his pants on and drooling on my pillow. I was really not impressed with the whole situation in the first place, but this made me rage. I look around my room and first thing I see is his crappy flip phone on my dresser, so I decide to look through it. I find numerous text messages from tonight to and from another girl who lives in the country. They were fairly graphic sexual text messages that included him trying to get her to pick him up from my house. The history showed he had been texting her while we were out on a date the week prior as well. Rage level high activated. I knew I had to get him back, but it had to be stealthy. First, I took all the money he had out of his wallet and drained his cell phone battery. I laid down next to him and tried to sleep for a few hours before I had to go to work. After being unable to sleep anymore, I wake him up at 8 AM and tell him I got called into work early and we need to leave in 20 minutes. I'll let him get ready and we get into the car with him still thinking I'm driving him home. I drive for about 10 minutes to a rural bus stop and tell him to get out of the car, hand him a quarter and say you'll need this and drive away. I heard it took him 4 hours to get home and he ended up having to beg for change from strangers. TLDR, had house party guy I was dating for a month was there, found out guy was sexting / possibly cheating on my with other girls he passes out on my bed, so I empty his wallet, drain his cell phone, then drop him off at rural bus stop in the morning with 25 cents. Back in 3rd grade I met this dude with some awesome Pokemon cards that wanted to trade with me. I said yeah okay and was going to trade with him. Well, then began a long string of dick moves on his part as he stole my Charizard. I was enraged but kept it to myself, never forgetting. So 3rd grade kept going on as normal, but this guy became more of an as every day by stealing my things, yelling at me, and slapping me across the face a few times. I was sick of it. So I acted like I wanted to trade Pokemon cards again. Being a predictable 3rd grader, he accepted, thinking he could steal more of my cards. So we both brought cards, but he brought his whole binder full. Every card he owned to make it real convincing to what I'd presume. I had another one of my friends distract him, and I ran off with the whole binder to the bathroom and pissed on all of his cards, left them soggy, and returned to him. When he got them back, He looked at them with a tear in his eye and raised his hand like he was going to do something, but before he could I tackled him to the ground. He never bothered me again. Probably a bit much over a Charizard, but damn, those things are priceless to a 3rd grader. TLDR, a 3rd grade bully stole my Charizard, so I peed on all of his Pokemon cards and tackled him to the ground. When I was a sophomore in high school, I dated a senior for 6 months. The relationship was doomed from the start, but I blew off the warnings from all of my friends about her. She decided to cheat on me and dumped me over the phone. Fast forward a couple of weeks after the breakup, and I was still very bitter about everything and decided to embark on a quest to quench my thirst for revenge. For my first act of terror on my ex-buddy, and I pissed on the interior of her car for 2 weeks straight. This went unnoticed, so I decided to step up my game. One day I caught her smoking pot up the street from my house, so I called the cops and told dispatch that there was some lady smoking what seems to be crystal meth and shouting at little kids near my house. The next day I heard from a few friends about how my ex had to run from the cops while she was smoking point. Still not satisfied from the phone call to the cops, I decided to key her Mercedes from headlight to tail light on both sides of the car. I decided to up the ante again, and after a trip to Tijuana I bought $150 worth of M100 fireworks. For those of you that don't know what those are, each one is equivalent to a tiny stick of dynamite. I bundled about 40 of these mini bombs together with duct and combined a few of the fuses. To make it longer, the following morning at 4:30 am I drove to her house and parked down the street. I put my bundle of fireworks in a bag, lit it and threw it in her backyard. Right before I got into my car I heard the loudest explosion of my life and almost every car alarm on the block went off. I panicked and got in my car and bolted out of there. I clearly underestimated the power of the M100s. The next day there was an announcement at school that someone had thrown a homemade bomb into my ex's backyard and obliterated her patio and jacuzzi. There was a small investigation and I was questioned by the police, but I didn't tell anyone what I did, so I assumed they just questioned me because I previously dated her. I never got caught. This is really late, but here it goes. TLDR, available during the summer of 2007. I was a truck driver. I was coming off 5 months working, and I was going to party with style in Lake Tahoe. Lots of casinos. Anyway, I ended up playing craps and going on a nice hot streak. I won $2,500. Not bad when you started with $50. This money is key point anyways. We got back on that Sunday, and I wanted to see Pirates of the Caribbean 3, so my friend dropped me off at the mall. It was a Century Theater, as Holes Incorporated. So I got there just before the movie started and waited in line to get my ticket point. When I got to the ticket booth 5 minutes later and after the movie started, I asked for my ticket and she said, "I'm sorry sir, I can't sell you a ticket to that movie." "Why not?" I asked. "I'm sorry, but I can't allow you to walk in and compromise the integrity of the film," she answered. "But the previews haven't ended, and I know friends that work at other Century theaters, and that isn't policy." I countered. "I'm sorry sir, you'll have to see a later showing." She finished. I looked at the line forming for a Sunday matinee showing of a new release. I was pissed. She was disregarding the fact that there was an open seat. The movie hadn't technically started, but I knew I couldn't flip out at her. "Okay, when's the next showing?" I said. "In 70 minutes, so 1:30. She said. I was wondering how I can ruin her day, since her integrity threw my whole day out of schedule. "How many tickets are available?" I asked. 52. She replied. "Okay, then I'll take 52 seats." I said with a smile. "All adults?" "Yes." She looked at me really weird, then said, "You want 52 seats to the next showing of Pirates 3? "Absolutely," I said. Then I paid her in crisp $50 and walked over to the front of the seating line, about 15 feet from her booth. I then waited an hour, pretending to call and text all my friends as she had to turn away families and tell parents with screaming little boys with hucks and eye patches that they were sold out. The best part, I was close enough to hear her through the calm, so she couldn't talk shit about me. It worked for me that she didn't involve the manager, but if she did I'd try to get her as fired, and every time our family walked away, she would look at me like I was a monster, and I'd just smile and wink at her. Once they moved the ropes and the people in line started filing in, I waited for the girl to look at me. Then I lit the tickets on fire with my lighter and lit my cigarette and walked away. Beach was livid point. Just because you have a little power and a little passion doesn't mean you should lord it over others, and if you do, be prepared for assholes in it. 2 spelling mistakes TLDR. Bought out a movie showing, then watched the beach ticket booth chick to deal with mad parents and crying children. A few years back my brother and I were at odds. Long story short, his friend stole a lot of money from me, and he didn't even as much as talk to his friend about it. This really grinds my gears. A few months went on, and he was late on the rent, and owed me money, not from what was stolen from me. I moved out, and he still owed me money, so I did the only logical thing there is to do in this situation. Went to the house at 7 AM, and cut one leg on every chair just enough to stand without any assistance. Him and his friends awoke to sit down. He told me it didn't work. The next part one did not hear about until after his untimely funeral. His best friend came up to me and said your brother loved you, but I'll never forget the time you cut off the legs to those chairs. He was ready to murder you, to which I replied, but it didn't even get anyone. Then he said, dude, you got like 5 people in a row. One of the saddest days of my life was cushioned by the fact that he literally took it to the grave with him. Me and his friends laughed, and the world got a little brighter. A bit late, but whatever. So me and a now ex-friend had been drinking a bit at his house, and he was showing off in front of a few friends. He's really into his taekwondo, and started taunting me into a fight, and I refused. I was having a fine time drinking, and didn't want to fuck about. Anyway, he ended up kicking my beer out of my hand, and being physically intimidating. Full laughs later. He made himself a pot noodle. Chicken flavor as I remember it. Anyway, he left it to cool down and then went downstairs to get another beer. One of my closer friends who had tried to stick up for me earlier whispered to me, mate, put your ball locks in his pot noodle, and so, without a word, I walked over and did it in front of everyone. Naturally, there was sauce on my balls. I wiped it off and let it drip onto the table. He came back in, saw the saucy mess next to his food, and thought nothing of it. He then wiped it up with his fingers and licked those motherfuckers clean. He proceeded to eat his noodle voraciously until we all burst out laughing. He kicked me in the face, so I just stood up and laughed as me and 7 out of 9 people left to hit the pub instead. Cunt. Last year I was driving towards work rocking it out on my car when an asshole decided to start cutting me off. I was still almost 2 miles away from my exit, so I just let it be. I needed to merge to the right, so I turned on my signal and started to slow down to get behind the guy. That's when I noticed that he was mimicking the way I drove just to be an ass. Every time I slowed down or sped up he would do the same and block me. I lost my cool, and I even tried throwing my car onto his truck, but he didn't budge. He kept smiling his faking smirk at me. I looked up the road and saw a lamppost coming up. I lowered my window and started yelling profanities at him to distract him, which worked, and since I was wearing sunglasses he had no idea I was looking at the road and not him. As he kept yelling "Bussy, what are you gonna do, cunt?" at me, I slowly pushed him off the road. Bam! He hit the post and lost control on the side of the road. I made my exit calmly. Okay, this is what my friend did. He inspired me, and I did pretty much the same thing on a more epic scale. If anyone likes his story and is thirsty for more, I will share my own point. So back in high school, just graduated college now, some guys and I would ride in my friend's brand new 4-door Honda Civic. Nothing luxurious but new, and he cared about it and wanted a clean driving record. When he would drive by this skater kid's house, the little punkus kid and all his little skater friends would always come up with little asshole things to say or do. Fireworks, fake injuries, like straight out of The Good Son sadistic sheet. So, we were in the Honda one day and the kid, in front of all of his friends, pretends to bust on his skateboard in front of the car. The kid really sells his wipeout as well as sends his skateboard careening into the Honda's front bumper. My friend swerves, and every teenager in the car thought we were about to run over a kid. All the kids are now regrouped on the curb, laughing at my friend, the driver. He goes for his aluminum t-ball bat he kept jokingly years back up next to me in the passenger seat. Well, I hold it from him and remind him they are kids. He gets out of the car fuming. Where the fuck are your parents? Not here, faggot. What are you gonna do? Come on, you big bussy. Keep in mind these kids are like 11, maybe 12, so you just can't do anything physical. My friend gets eye to eye with this kid, looking down at him. Their noses are almost touching, and he inhales very deeply and hawks the biggest loogie I have ever seen right in this kid's face. The kid can probably barely see through all of the green mucus. My friend walks to the front of his car and grabs the kid's skateboard deck, then walks back to the curb full of the stunned kids, puts the board down, leaps onto the very center, and snaps the little asshole's skateboard in half. I was hoping your parents weren't home. I didn't want your mommy to be here for you to cry to like the little beach that you are. Needless to say, the kids never made eye contact with us, let alone faked with us, ever again. My parents are divorced, mainly because my dad was becoming an abusive asshole. My mom at the time stopped nursing to take care of me because I had diagnosed ADHD, and my dad was a shitty parent who didn't do anything. Countless times in the marriage he said things right in front of me to my mom's face like, "You're a faking bitch," and "Get a job, you hoe." It got worse until he fractured my mom's wrist and she left. He's supposed to pay her child support because she's studying to get her degree in nursing back. Instead he spends money on this new girlfriend of his and her daughter instead, giving this new girl everything. Oh, and she's Russian and can barely speak jack shit English. When the agreement was signed, I was 9. The only reason I go over to the asshole's house is to steal money from him. It's about $500 to $1,500 a week depending how much he has. Then I give it to mom saying it's from dad. If she knew, she would go apeshit on me. She has no clue, and my dad doesn't notice either. Every time he's an asshole to my mom, I find a way to get him back. Last time I snapped his MacBook Air in half and put it in the bag back normally so it would look like it broke normally. Oh, I'm 14 now. TLDR, I steal money from my asshole dad because he doesn't pay child support. I had been working with a small company for about 2 years. During that time I got a good friend hired in a position similar to the owner of the company had a nasty mistress habit and spent the majority of the profits on her, so he started screwing us over on salary bonuses pretty hard. I talked with my friend and my supervisor and they thought we were getting shafted, but I was the only one with enough guts to talk to the owner. In the meantime, I got a good offer from a competing company as a backup in case things went south. When I confronted him about it, he got pretty pissed because he thought we were a family company and how dare I go behind his back. He proceeds to play the supervisor and my friend against me, both female, and I suspect he and the supervisor were hooking up. Luckily, the supervisor was pretty stupid and I would fix her computer all the time, so I knew all of her passwords, email, system, Facebook, etc. I set up her idchat to autolog and saw the conversations between her and the owner. I knew I was going to get axed, so I accepted the other offer and left. No one at the company had any idea how to manage a VPN, so I still had access months after I left. I heard from clients that my old company was trashing my reputation, so I logged in and reviewed some chats. Ended up finding some pretty intimate chats between the supervisor and owner, complete with sexting pics. Those were forwarded to the appropriate spouses from an anonymous email address and also posted to the supervisor's Facebook page. While I was in the network too, some important files may have been misplaced. As a result, the company lost tons of business and my friend had to be laid off. TLDR, got screwed over by a friend, so I found electronic evidence of an affair between employees and spread it on Facebook. When I was in high school, a girl mentioned my name to the police when someone broke into her house. To get back at her, I changed the background for her account on the school computers to the worst thing I could think of. When she walked into her computer programming class the next hour, her screen showed several men engaging in anal fisting and the like. Every person in the class saw it, including the teacher. I made her cry. After that, I admitted I'd done it, and she turned me into the assistant principal. I lied through my teeth, and was never punished. What's more is, that she came at me on AOL Instant Messenger that night, and threatened to beat me with a baseball bat, so I egged her on. I then took screenshots of everything she said and brought it to school with me the next day. She had to talk to the police, and I got a formal apology from the faculty. TLDR. I changed a girl's computer background to an all-fisting born, and got her punished for it. My ex moved literally overnight, cheated on me, at least 3 times, and then completely stopped talking to me. Except that I still had his $3K plus laptop computer, so after a month of not speaking, he emailed me to ask for his laptop back. I sent it via UPS. But when it arrived at the receiving station, I called the UPS number and asked for the package back. Apparently the sender owns a package until it is signed by the receiver, so they turned around and sent it back to my place. He had the tracking number and was not too thrilled to learn that it had been sent back to me. He demanded that I overnight the laptop back to him. I said no. So he demanded that I drop the laptop off at his former employer's office. I said no. He said if it wasn't in his custody within 2 days, that I'd be hearing from his attorney. So I asked for his attorney's address. He refused to provide it. Side note, anytime someone threatens to send their attorney after you, just ask for their attorney's address. It shuts them up every time. Needless to say, I neither dropped the laptop off nor heard from his attorney. I sent him a certified return receipt, restricted letter stating he could pick the laptop up in person at my house. If he wasn't able to pick it up directly, he could send somebody to pick it up, but only if I received a signed and notarized letter from the owner of the chattel releasing the item into that person's custody, along with proof of ownership of the item. I didn't receive either of those, so I dropped the laptop off at my local police department. They held it for 6 months, and then dropped it in a 55-gallon oil drum, and burned it. I never heard from him again. That reminds me, he did send a prepaid UPS label to send the laptop to him. I still have it, and it hasn't been used, although he's moved 3 times since then. Maybe I should UPS him something. Okay, this is probably going to get no attention because I'm so late, but here goes anyways. About a month ago I finally was having sex with this girl I had a crush on for almost a year, and my roommates knew this. So periodically through the night they would knock on my door asking for stuff. The final thing that they asked for was my bong. At this point I was pretty pissed, but didn't want to blow my stack in front of this girl. So I go get my bong, and, still naked, a brilliantly evil idea comes to me. I take my sweat-soaked meat stick and stick it balls deep into this bong. This happened after a good 45 minutes of vigorous lovemaking, so one can assume that there was adequate ball sweat and other assorted sexual juices on this piece. After this I opened my door and gave them the bong with a big smile. I told them that in order for them to be able to use it, they would have to clean it for me after they were done. The next day a spotless bong was waiting outside my door, and to this day I don't think any of them know. TLDR was getting it in with a girl. Roommates were being dicks. They then smoked out of a bong coated with our love juices. Bonus, she thought it was funny, and is a keeper. My ex was a cheating slut, and it took me far too long to find out. She used to keep a bottle of this strawberry lubricant in her upper dresser drawer. When I figured out she was cheating on me, I saw an opportunity to get a bit of revenge. Before I blew the cover off everything, I waited until she was gone one day and took the chili sauce out of the fridge. I then spent a few minutes carefully mixing drops into the lube with a pen, being careful not to use too much and risk changing the color drastically. I doubted either of them would smell it before gobbing it on, so whoever went first was ultra faked. My neighbor was the one who brought her whoring ways to my attention. When I left for work the next day I just pulled my car around to the other side of the apartment complex and snuck over to his place. The faker banging my girlfriend showed up not even 10 minutes after I left. Within 20 minutes I heard blood-curdling screams like I've never heard before or since. I quickly unlocked the door in time to see the son of a bitch running to the bathroom, clutching his dick. My soon-to-be ex realized I was there and freaked. She got dressed and left without another word, leaving me and her little chili pepper alone to chat. He swore he'd bring me up on charges but nothing ever came of it. She tried to justify everything and save our relationship, but in the end I just booted her as out the door. I really wish she would have gone first. My girlfriend and I moved to her hometown with my then 2-year-old son and were staying with her parents while we saved up to get a place. Well, the week before Christmas she decided she didn't want to be with me anymore and called me at work saying, "Come get your son, I've already packed your sheet." I arrived there to find my son in his PJs on the porch with no coat standing next to our things while she was inside with her family and new boyfriend. I had never hit a woman, but damned if I didn't want to then, but I digress anyways. We took a bus back home and stayed with my parents. As I was unpacking my stuff I found a customized t-shirt of hers that she mistakenly packed with my stuff. It was a screened t-shirt with a picture of her little sister who had passed away at 8 years old the previous year, and it was the last Christmas present she had gotten from her. When I saw it, I took my laptop outside, set it on a stool in front of the burn barrel in the backyard, and proceeded to Skype call my ex. She answered with, "Before you say anything, I'm so sorry for WH. Hey, how did you get that?" As I started to douse lighter fluid on the shirt and then proceeded to light that faker and throw it in the burn barrel before her horrified eyes cruel. Probably, but after what she did to my son, that wasn't cruel enough. Sorry about the formatting on my phone. Not my best revenge, but back in the day, I worked for a movie rental company as a manager. I was hired by a friend of mine whose wife was warring with the cancer terrorists. He was the store manager and not too popular with the corporate people. Ours was the only movie rental store in the area and we were constantly busy. We knew a great number of our customers by first names. We were really busy and always understaffed. At times, my friend and I would clock out and work overnight with his wife helping and still not be caught up. We put much of ourselves and our time to keep that store going. Dedicated. You make the call. Introduce our regional manager as whole. Always scheming. Always looking for cracks in the works. He would ask about our working relationships, trying to start drama. No one liked him. Always calling meetings and wasting time about BS that other stores were doing better. That one fateful day, my friend was opening the store and his wife called. The worst of news. He calls me and I run to the store to finish the morning opening. An hour later, Asshole shows up. Once learning the situation of the morning, calls my friend and fires him over the phone. Company policy prevented him from leaving for any reason short of a store fire. All of us employees were disgusted. I planned my leaving with great joy and aimed for near a Christmas weekend, the busiest time of the year. That ultra busy night, I bought drinks for all my employees, gave freebies to customers. Any complaint was met with an apology and a free movie rental. After everyone had left for the night, I crept back in. I restarted the computer system. The company kept track of all the missing or stolen items on a single list. They use this list to threaten or suit and harass people about mounting late fees if they didn't pay to replace. This company was outrageously guilty of harassing people. So with a maniacal grin and constant chortling, I checked in every item that was missing. There were so many items, it took me a bit over 4 hours of typing. The oversight of this company was that, once the item was checked in, or record of it missing, was deleted from the system. The perfect crime? I agree. I slept soundly, peacefully, best sleep in ages. What I missed was that a report was submitted to corporate informing them of the revenue increase they can expect from all the items newly found. About the time I wake up and I'm about to call and inform all that I quit, I get a call. Another manager calling to ask if the computers were working the night before. Confused, I agree to come into an emergency meeting for all managers. The asshole informs us that there was a system malfunction and all the info from the weekend's activities had been lost. All reports of the weekend profits, gift card sales, lost items, miscellaneous comments to corporate, all lost. Did I accidentally awesomely destroy our computer system in my madness the night before? No. After the meeting was over, I gave the asshole the old verbal middle finger and declared that I couldn't work in a store so poorly run. I walked next door to get a drink where he confronted me about sabotaging his store and stealing money. I told him honestly that, if it were me, you would never know. So how did they know? What happened? A couple fellow employees came to see me. I was told that the manager opening the store that morning had planned her revenge along the same lines I had. I guess she had a better understanding of their computers and networking and wires and chips and sheet. She turned in her 2 weeks that morning after I quit, since I was looking so guilty of the crime. The resolution was them harassing me, threatening court action and jail time if they ever proved anything. After a few years, the company went out of business. I even got a letter that I could join in a class action lawsuit against them for unfair practices. I laughed so hard but declined. I'm not evil. TLDR. My friend's wife beat the shit out of cancer, has 2 kids now, and you should read my story. Me and a girl I used to like, we were still friends, but I had a 3-year crush on her, got into a fight. I no longer liked her, which pretty much meant that our friendship was ending, since I no longer wanted to be her beach, and stopped taking shit from her anyway. She started the fight with me, trying to make me feel bad about my appearance and intelligence, etc., calling me dumb and a pill-spreed oh boy. Anyway, I one-upped her by whipping out my Mensa membership card and acting all superior. Yeah, being a total dick, but I was making her feel bad, which was the point. She was trying to make me feel bad, and I was winning. At one point we started just comparing our lives, and I had a bullet point list of all the reasons why she was pathetic. She was smart, but didn't try in school, lost her virginity at age 14, had a 26-year-old boyfriend, she was 17 at the time, started doing ecstasy, etc., etc. At which point she just stopped. An hour or two later she set a status on Facebook, tagging me in it, mature, right, about how I used to like her and whatnot. To which I responded by setting my own status outlining every slutty thing she does. Since I knew her, it was about a paragraph. The thing is, I made it only visible to her and removed it after an hour, so I avoided looking like a total asshole. I lost mutual friend to that argument because she thought I was being too cruel. 2 years later I made up with both friends. The mutual friend is my best friend. The girl, however, she's on cocaine, not going to college, spending all of her money on drugs and alcohol. Life is totally faked up. I won. Sorry Mary, /. This is pathetic, but I'll share. I spent my teens going through varying levels of depression after my mother died, and my parents were not incredibly understanding. At the peak of my depression, we were arguing several times a week, usually over something incredibly petty, such as me forgetting to eat anything, or staying up until the early hours of the morning. One day I was feeling particularly miserable whilst eating dinner, and my parents misinterpreted my mood and thought I was being delinquent. My dad became angry with me and started telling me off. I panicked and tried to run to my room, so he stood in my way, started shouting at me, and wouldn't let me go upstairs, so instead I ran to the bathroom, where I locked myself in, was crying for about an hour, and wanted some way to feel as though I'd retaken control of my life without doing any serious damage. Eventually my dad gave in and left me alone for a while, so I thought I'd just fuck with things in the bathroom a bit. I poured half a bottle of body oil on the mirror, emptied several bottles of shampoo into the sink, and put soap on their toothbrushes. Then I cried for another hour, and eventually left the bathroom, let my dad shout at me for a while, and went to my room. My dad came up an hour or so later, saying that I'd upset my stepmother, because when she tasted the toothbrush she thought it had been poisoned. Dad shouted at me some more, until I agreed to clear it up, and paid £10 for the damage. Then I went back to my room, and spent most of the night on my floor, crying, and didn't sleep at all. These days I've realized that life is a lot easier if I never question anything they say, apologize for everything, and just pretend that I'm happy all the time. They think I'm a lot more mature now that I'm more passive and accepting. One of my favorite things I ever did to get back at someone was during a time I was taking my little sister to school in the wee hours of the morning. Now please understand, this day I had to take her an hour before her normal school hours due to some school function she was participating in. So normally when the roads would be packed they were as empty as a ghost town. I'm extremely tired while I'm starting my drive with my little sister in the backseat doing whatever. We pull up to a four-way stop. I'm about to take a right but someone is in front of me, so I have to wait till the light turns green. The light turns, the car in front of me pulls away, and I for some odd reason just sit there for an extra 2 to 4 seconds. The lady behind me lays on the horn for a good while. I'm talking a good 10 seconds, so it startles me. I think she's a beach and start to take my right as I notice her blinker is going on to the right as she's still honking at me. I just grin as a simple idea pops into my head. Now I know this road I have just turned onto is a very vital road. If you have to take anyone to the 4 to 5 schools, it's roughly 4 blocks long, and it is also a 1-lane road. So I decided to take the normal 30 miles per hour limit and cut it down to around 5 miles per hour. As she realized what I was going to do, I just hear the rage, literally hear it as she leans out of her windows and screams at the top of her lungs. The only thing I can do is laugh wildly. This would just so happen to have to go to the same exact place that I was going, so a normal 2-minute long trip was a horrible 15-minute ride for her. She dared not pass me on the other lane due to various reasons, but my god I have never laughed so hard at someone's expense. The worst part is I had to apologize to my sister, because she did end up roughly 10 minutes late, but my god it was worth it. Late to the party, but this is probably the only chance I'll get to tell this story. My high school gave me a set of speakers as a thank you present for doing sound and lights for all of their music gigs. I brought them to my band's garage so that we could use them as monitors. Shortly after that I crashed my mum's car and had to spend the next few months working my ass off to pay for the repairs and stopped everything altogether, including playing in this shitty band. When I told my friend I wanted to pick up my drums and speakers from the garage, he told me I could have my drums back but not my speakers. After a bunch of arguing he still wouldn't give them up. A few weeks later he had started a new band and needed a singer. I told him I would sing for his band and even practiced with them a few times. And then instead of going to the show I drove to his house and told his mom that I was coming to pick up my speakers from him. She let me in. I took my speakers back and never spoke to that asshole ever again. While I was at school, I wasn't bullied that much cause the normal flock of bullies didn't like the way I hurt them, poor dears, but there was a few kids that were much stronger than me and I had no chance against them. Now this school is a boys only boarding school for kids, with me being the only day pupil with a taxi taking me there and back every day. Last boarding school where I stayed there I attempted to set fire to 3 times with behavioral difficulties, giving the kids one last chance to go through a normalish school or else they will be sent to a secure unit. I ended up being there due to my complete inability to control my anger. In the 4 years I was there, I had to go and speak with a child psychologist 3 times a week, to start with dropping to once a week, unless something kicked off. So this one kid was a huge black kid, think Wesley Snipes huge, and had massive behavioral issues due to being thrown in and out of foster homes, and in the end, had to be fostered by the school. Looking back on him, I feel sorry for him. I don't know what happened in his life that made him like that, but being kicked out of every foster home probably didn't help matters. This kid loved to pick on the fat white kid, me, and at the time, felt like he got off on doing it. Now, before I went to that school, I would have attempted to fight back. Even if I lost, I still would have fought back with the sole intent to do as much physical damage as quickly as possible using anything that came to hand. But as I was still seeing the kid shrink 3 times a week to try and control my anger, I had to play by their rules. So that involved having me report the bullying to the teachers so they can do something, which as we all know, does nothing but make it worse. So I decided to deal with it in my own newly developed way. So on a lovely summer's day, just after lunch, I'm walking to the id room to get ready for another exciting match of multiplayer Quake over a null modem cable, when this kid turns the corner. He instantly goes for me and puts me in a headlock and starts shouting at me to call myself a fat bastard while laying a few punches into me. Now what I didn't know then was that I wasn't really controlling my anger. I was learning how to focus it to get the result I wanted/needed without having to break something across someone's head. And that's when I did something that I kind of regret, but wished I could have come up with a better way of dealing with it to this day point. Rather than shouting back what he wanted me to say, I replied, quieted, with a bunch of racist abuse, which I won't repeat here. This had the obvious effect of causing him to totally lose his shit, and he went all out on me, knocking me out and continuing his attack. From this point on, I only know what I saw on the CCTV. While this was happening, a teacher walked out to see him kicking 7 shades of crap out of me, so he runs over and knocks him to the floor and restrains him. About 5 minutes later, I wake up and see him being held back by 5 other teachers who are only just managing to keep him back, and I end up being moved inside into a locked room while he is dealt with. I get checked over by one of the nurses and an ambulance is called due to me looking like I just told Mike Tyson he's a bussy point. So I get to the hospital, and apart from being bruised like crazy with a broken nose, I'm okay. A teacher takes me back to school, where I get taken into a meeting that is already in progress with the head and deputy headmasters, the child psychologists, some of the teachers that were holding the other kid back, and my parents. Dramatic effect it needed there, as I was 12 at the time. All of them talking about how the hell this happened and what is going to happen to the other kid, as he's clearly psychotic. But they wanted to hear my side of the story point. So I told them about how this kid has repeatedly bullied me and how it's been reported, as I have been asked to do, and this is the result of doing things their way. They ask about the allegation about me racially abusing him, which I totally reject, as it's in my record that I have fought other kids who were being racist. So they come to the only decision they can make: expel him from school immediately, as he is a danger to himself and other pupils. It was only a year later, when they started to suspect that something was mentally wrong with me, that they found out the truth was punching a new kid that decided to try to be the king of the school, and I accidentally elbowed a teacher in the face, giving him rather a nasty nosebleed, just to then apologize and ask in a calm voice, "Are you okay?" while continuing my attack on the one Abe king of the school. While they agreed that getting rid of him was best for him and the school, the way in which I did it was so far over the line that I would have been instantly expelled if the truth was known at the time. As it had been a few years, and with the progress I had made with being able to consciously turn my anger on and off, they just had to accept it. This then allowed me to tell the rest of the school what happened to this kid, which instantly stopped any attempts to bully me, as they realized that I didn't need to use my fists to get my own back. Now, as I've already said, I regret having to lower myself to the level of a knuckle-dragging skinhead, but as I was 12 at the time, my choices were limited by wanting to kill him and being constantly told that if I attacked, I could be out of this school. It was totally the wrong way to go about it, but it stopped any future bullying to me and gave me the power to stop anyone else bullying with very little comeback from the school, and in a school with 60 kids in it was a nice position to be in. If only I could mention the school I went to, as it turned me from being a violent yob into a well-spoken educated individual, but let's just say it's a school in the central part of the UK that costs more to go to than Eton. Back in high school, my good friend's misogynistic homophobic boyfriend had been spreading crap about their sex life, making her sound like a slut. The final straw for her was when he brought her diary to school to show his mates her entries after losing her virginity to him. She broke up with him, but that was not good enough for me. He had his Facebook password saved on her computer, so we revealed it and tried it out on his email. Bingo. I composed a wonderful letter pretending to be him, explaining his behavior as insecurity because he had been struggling with his sexuality and could now reveal to his hopefully supportive friends he was gay. I signed off with a flourish and sent it to every single person on his contact list. Now, the writing style was not his ex's at all, as English was a second language, but he never bothered to get to know her friends, so didn't know who it was. I sat back and watched as his Facebook page got flooded with everything from "what the fuck man" to "so proud of you." Still, to this day, half the people believe he's gay. I'm a father of 5. I have 4 steps and 1 BO. I love them all. My 4 steps had issues from their biological father, abuse, etc. And so it was difficult to get them to fall in line sometimes. Our youngest was not attending school, cutting, hanging around the wrong kids, etc. So I took her cell phone away and told her that if she did well the first semester she could have it back. Now all the kids had cell phones. I got them free, with service, because of work, don't ask. My second to youngest daughter thought I was a goon for doing this and made a deal with her sister. If she promised to go to school and do well she would buy, activate, and pay for a phone for her, upfront. She looked at me with this disapproving look like wow, this is how it is done giggles. I had already been through this upfront gesture with my youngest several times. I said nothing, waited to see what happened. My youngest skipped the first 2 weeks of school before we got the first call. I called the cell phone company and had my second to the youngest daughter's phone shut off. She was broke and now had to watch her younger sister use a $200 phone that she paid for and the minutes she put on it while she had nothing. I just looked at her with that same look, you know the one. Checkmate, sit down. I said nothing but I did giggle. I know I'm probably not right in the head, but where I'm from you just don't roll into a situation that is really none of your business without paying a little of the freight. In the 3rd grade there was this kid that lived down the street that was in class with me. I wasn't friends with him, but we didn't hate each other either. One day we were coming back from gym class and my teacher picked me to hold the door open for the class. So I'm standing against the door, minding my own business, thinking about Ninja Turtles or some shit, when this kid sucker punches the fuck out of me and starts beating the shit out of me on the floor. Teacher breaks it up. I go to the principal's office, crying like the bucket of fail I am. The other kid says I tried to trip him. We both get suspended because zero tolerance, zero intelligence. I stayed with my grandfather on my day of suspension. My weakest subject was maths. So he made me do multiplication tables all faking day. I go back to school, like maths, kick ass in all my classes, for the next 9 years of school, plus another 4 in college. Get a job working at a company consistently voted one of the best companies to work for. Move to Europe and travel all over the work. The other kid is probably a career parole violator or sucking dick for coke at this moment. Not a faked up way of getting back at someone, but damn it feels good. Fuck you Floryard TLDR. Beat up in 3rd grade. Other kid is probably in jail. I have a job. At a young age, from about 8 till the age of 14, my best friend so he seemed used to constantly mock me, bully me, give me shit on a daily basis, because I was sort of a bussy, and knew I'd take it. We had plenty of fights. He was stronger than me, and a better fighter, and usually beat me badly. He used to call me fat, and make me do the dirty work, if we ever did something. I even saved him from drowning before, when he decided to swim across a lake and back, and got stuck in some sort of pondweed. I had to swim about 200 meters, and unhook him, and swim him back, to surface on my back. Anyways, he was completely ungrateful. Continued to harass me. Eventually I hit puberty. I stretched from 5 feet 4 to 6 feet 1, while he remained 5 feet 7 for the remainder of his puberty years. I developed much better looking, stronger and fitter than him. He's been sour ever since. He continued to treat me like shit. I would take it normally, but he wouldn't dare fight with me, and I enjoyed him giving me shit, and I'd mock him for his height and he couldn't do shit about it. He smashed and robbed my house while we were on holidays. Nothing major, a smashed window and a bike. I knew it was him on camera. We couldn't prove it though, and I found pieces of that bike in his back garden. About 2 years ago, at a party it got wild for some. I was a room with another girl. He was passed out on the floor in the room adjacent. Seeing this, I went back inside, took my used condom out of the bin, and stuffed it in his mouth. We still talk nowadays. He doesn't know it was me. I had a friend in college that I effectively ruined because he went too far in trying my patience. He was a shady dude, but that didn't stop me from being friends because I grew up around shady, so I knew the game. To understand why I exacted my revenge on him, there's 3 stories to tell. This all took place around 2002, 2004, So my buddy needs to borrow my motorcycle to head into town for some supplies. I'm like, sure man, here are the keys. After about 3 hours I become concerned as to what has happened to my buddy and my bike. He shows up soon thereafter and I ask him if everything was okay. He was like, yeah man, everything's fine. So later that night I'm taking a joyride on my bike, have a nice lady in the backseat holding tight and a patrol cruiser tailing me. I turn into campus observing, riding extra careful when I see two cruisers barreling my way. The one coming from the opposite direction like a bat out of hell quickly blocks half the road as he comes screeching to a halt, while the second cruiser comes out of a side street to cover the lane I was in. Meanwhile the one tailing me somehow grew a spare car and they both boxed me in. Needless to say I was a little shocked. So they tell me to get off the bike, sit on the curb, blah blah blah. I hear one cop telling the other it's the same bike, but the scripts don't match. At this point I'm like, son of a beach, what did that motherfucker do? Long story short, he ran a red light and decided to play cat and mouse with the cops that tried to pull him over. Obviously he got away, but it would have been nice to let me know he ran from the cops not 6 hours before, so I wouldn't be an idiot and take it out for a ride. So I tell the cops what's up. They come to his place, give him a million tickets, and send us on our way. Story #2. He and I were both really into this girl. Perfect girl next door during college. Hell, half of our friends were all into her. But in reality the only two that stood a chance were me and apparently my buddy. So one day my buddy comes up and begs me to borrow my bike again. I had forgiven him, so I was like, sure man, what for? He responds with, I'ma take that girl for a joyride. Are you kidding me? Really? The balls on this man. I mean, all's fair in love and war, and for his brazen technique I commend and ultimately respect him. But, really bro? I laughed and told him there wasn't a chance in hell, walked over to her room and took her on a ride on my bike. So we get back later that night and I head off to do some nocturnal science research crap. Walking back to my dorm, what do I see? I see my motorcycle not where I left it. So I go up to my buddy and ask him, did you take my bike out? He was like, nope. I went to our girl and asked if she had fun with my buddy on his ride. She said yup. I tell him nothing. Story #3. So at one point I was in dire straits and needed someone to take some of my stuff and store it because I didn't have space for it in my new apartment. My buddy, being the nice gentleman that he is, offers his room for my stuff. I agree. Now at this point it's been nearly 2 years since stories 1 and 2. He's transferred to the community college not too far from the university and I've cut down to part-time to incorporate some work into my schedule. Now I leave him with 2 boxes and a suitcase of electronics, DVDs, video games, and camera equipment, along with some clothes. I bet you can already tell where this story is going, can't you? He starts telling me about how he's in financially hard times at the moment. How he's afraid he won't be able to renew his visa because he might fail the semester. Oh, did I forget to mention he was here on a student visa and won't be able to afford a summer semester to stay enrolled. He kept going on and on about how he needed to do better, etc. I worked my connections and hooked him up with a good science job. Things were looking up. Then one day I call him up and tell him, hey man, I am coming to pick up my stuff. I got a new place. I come over, and lo and behold nearly all my stuff is gone. Gone. He then told me how people had broken into his apartment and stolen my stuff. I looked around. All his stuff seemed to have been impervious to the thievery, and the carpet lining the entranceway appeared to have curiously fresh wooden shavings. I decided that, you know what, it was fine. I'm going to let him slide on this and not even call him out. I'm going to take the high road until he pressed his luck 2 steps too far. So apparently, he managed to steal some really expensive equipment from the lab I got him working for. I was furious. I went over to his place and talked to him about what was going on. It was then that he told me that he's sick of all of it. He didn't want to finish his degree. He didn't want to work. He just wanted to vanish. He told me he was going to take the money and move up to the countryside and find work doing whatever he pleased. While I hated him for selling my stuff, stealing from a job I hooked him up with, and trying to constantly use my stuff for his personal gain, I could empathize with him. The second straw that broke the camel's back came later that week when I spoke to best friend about what was going on. He was floored when he heard the true story. Because for the past 3 months he had been lending our mutual buddy roughly $1,000 for rent every month. Obviously our buddy wasn't paying his damn rent. He was stashing it away in his little fugitive fund. Now the guy who lent him the money is my best friend. Like I would take a bullet for him, best friend. This was it, man. So I exacted retribution. I got on the phone and called a family member who just so happens to be a US federal marshal and told him about my buddy who was stealing and planning on evading his upcoming court date for residency status, essentially to determine whether or not you meet the credentials to have your visa extended or renewed. He was just going to skip it and disappear without a trace. I spoke to him at length. I pull up my cell phone and call my buddy asking him what his plans are again as my best friend is on the other line recording the conversation. Download the conversation, email it to my uncle, got high and played some WoW. 48 hours later, my buddy is in handcuffs, and a short time later he's on a plane headed halfway around the world. Long story short, you test my patience and you're out. I was engaged to a girl who I did not know at the time had a loose everything actually. We met online and she moved 200 miles to be with me. Thought it was sweet and all at the time. Now I just think she was desperate for someone who wasn't aware of her sheet. So one day, when she was on her way back from visiting her friend back home, a trip I financed myself, since no one in her family cared anymore, I get an odd MMS from said friend. A picture of my fiance on her knees servicing 2 guys at a bar. Her friend was just sick, she said, of watching my fiance do this to men, and especially me, since she knew I was taking good care of her and all my fiance did while up there was beach about me. I decided then and there it was time for revenge. Said fiance was pregnant and almost due, and we thought it was mine. Said friend told me that it actually happened during one of those trips, and said it was probably mixed. Both I and the fiance were some of the whitest people you know. When she gets home I'm gone. Left a note saying I had to visit some family and would be gone for a week or so and to call me when she goes into labor. Sure enough, when she does she's calling me telling me to come to the hospital to meet my baby once it comes out. Instead, I change the locks on the doors to our home. I turn in the keys to the landlord and explain to him that I'm leaving. A buddy of mine with a pickup helps me move my sheet into my dad's place and her sheet, what I can't get rid of elsewise, it thrown away. About this time her friend sends me another picture of my fiance holding a baby who is a good deal darker than it should be were I the father. I use the reminder to call Verizon and report my fiance's phone as stolen. Her laptop gets formatted and put on Craigslist, her clothes are donated to the Salvation Army, and her cat is given to my mom. I get my dad to take me to the hospital. I go up to the room she's in and just walk in, find my car keys, smile, make sure the kid was in fact not mine, and her friend wasn't just being a cunt, and walk out. I just left her like that. 200 miles from home, with a baby that wasn't mine, no way to get home, no one she knew around, no money and no job. When she got out of the hospital she tried to go home, but the locks were changed, and the landlord threatened to call the cops when he found her jimmying the window. My dad claims he saw her sitting outside of the Salvation Army homeless shelter a few weeks later, but I haven't seen her since. I feel kind of bad about doing that to the kid, but figured the government would take the baby to a better place if she couldn't get her sheet together. Several years ago, I used to be a member on a fairly popular online community. After gaining trust of the staff I eventually worked my way up to global moderator. Time passed and a scandal arose due to some members of staff abusing power, despite being an honest fair moderator that stayed away from that sort of stuff. One of the administrators planted evidence and got me shamed, had me stripped of my title and eventually banned. A month or so later, I was doing some work on my own website and realized one of the administrators that banned me had created an account. I pulled the password he had used, brute forced it, and logged into his forum and banned all of the staff. There's only so much I could do using a staff control panel and they eventually gained access to the website again. But by this time I had logged into his email account and acquired passwords for almost everything from transcripts with him and the other moderators. Giddy, excited and with almost direct access to the website's database, I messed with anything I could. Changed usernames, deleted random threads, and edited staff posts. The staff started to worry, and, assuming another power abuse issue, huge rifts formed in the site's staff and members with everyone being accused of everything. Shortly after, the community fragmented, and eventually died out. I never did get the feeling of revenge though, since they never really knew who did it. TLDR guerrilla database warfare. Don't use the same password for everything. Not somebody that had wronged me, but somebody that had wronged a friend of mine. I worked for a pizza place, and one of my coworkers got attacked by a vicious dog while on delivery. The people were total dickheads about it. I had been to the house before, so I knew the dog was a bit bent. They have it on a chain, but with the way the chain is, if you walk much more than a foot from their fence on the way to the door it can reach you. The guy that got attacked is the real passive, quiet type that doesn't like confrontation. He's on a bunch of anxiety meds. He's not a good delivery driver, but he's kept on as a sort of charity case I guess, plus he's good at cleaning. Basically he's really not the kind of person that needs to put up with that shit. Much unlike him, I'm kind of overly confrontational. I told him to call the cops, they'd have arrested the owner, and put the dog down. You can't call somebody to your house and then blame them if your dog attacks them because they're a stranger. I forget what the law is called, but there's a specific protection for it. Being who he is, he wasn't going to do anything of the sort. It was faked up, and it put me into a brooding mood. After about 20 minutes I got pissed off and made up a story to my manager saying the people had called and said we forgot their breadsticks. She gave me the old thumbs up, and I threw the breadsticks in the oven, then proceeded straight to their house. I got out of the car with the box of breadsticks in hand, but didn't even bother trying to make the delivery. I walked right into their yard, let the dog come at me, and then proceeded to kick and stomp the shit out of it with my steel toe boots. When the guy came out to see what was up, I had chased the mutt back into its doghouse and was kicking it through the door. I must have looked really fucking angry, because even the sight of me faking his dog up didn't make him rush me. He started yelling at me and approached, so I threw the box into his face. That stunned him, I guess, as he just kind of stood there afterwards. I covered the distance between us and started slapping the fuck out of him. I don't mean little I can't believe you insulted me. Love taps. I mean full on where the fuck is my money? Knocking him around the yard slaps. Looking back on it, it was kind of funny. I was slapping him so hard it was knocking him off balance and making him stumble around the yard, and he was trying to talk to me. He kept asking why I was doing this. He knew full well what was happening. I was in uniform and everything, and I shot back with something like, because you don't faking tip. He went to the ground eventually, so I proceeded to kick dirt in his face and spit on him. I got tired of it I guess, and just sort of randomly left. He called the store and apologized to my friend, even made an additional order that he heavily specified was carry out according to my manager, and gave the dude a $20 tip on it. Much love for you, Greg. Hope you learn to not take quite so much shit one day. Fact: throwaways, nut up or shut up. One of the biggest tools you've ever seen. He was gay, which, in of itself isn't bad, but he was one of those gays that believed you were Hitler if you weren't gay. Gays were the master race, and vagina was Satan. Everyone hated this guy, but he would not get fired. After months of this toolbag's rants, verbal degradation of everyone he worked with, and all of the times on our coworkers' beers after work thing, when he'd blatantly bring over guys to the table just to fill us up, I'd had it. I took his $2,000 super laptop he left on his desk, that he loved so dearly, even though he knew nothing about computers, and replaced every icon with a command file that deleted some part of his Vital operating system. One of them, the new JavaScript icon, I think, stopped his intercooler by replacing Vital BIOS scripting. He fried his computer because he was too stupid to figure out his computer was hot as balls. Because of the altered scripting that seemed to be created by him, they voided the warranty. Nobody could prove it, but they knew it was me. I became a demigod overnight. Suddenly, I no longer had to buy drinks. Suddenly, no more creepy gay guys feeling up my friends. Suddenly, women. The guy got the hint and quit about 2 weeks later. TLDR: creepy uber gay guy pisses me off. I destroy his $2,000 computer and get all the beaches wet edit. Based on the value of the computer, I'm approximate 49 picker Hitlers. When I was a child, my father molested me on several occasions, usually when he was drunk. I won't get into detail unless people ask, but it wasn't just him doing things to me. Anyways, it has seriously screwed up my mind, my sexuality and being able to trust anyone. And after many years of trying to forget all of this, it still popped up once every few months and I would break down and cry, and get really depressed for weeks at a time. And now, I have come to realize exactly how much of an asshole this guy still is. But, my revenge was so sweet. Just to foreshadow a little bit, he lost his job, lives with one of his work friend's family, and drinks rather heavily. At the time of my revenge, I was living back at home, jobless. I had only been able to hold a job at Walmart, all others I had lost after 2 or 3 months. During the summer of 2010, my father had given me 6 months until he kicked me out, since I wasn't able to afford to pay my student loan bills, which were $650 a month. So, since he decided I shouldn't live there anymore, I decided he should suffer and lose everything he has. Since no other soul on earth, besides my father, knew what he did to me, I decided to make it public. I made a radio commercial point, so I wrote a script of exactly what I wanted to say, got help from one of my cousins to get a nice recording setup, sat down at the microphone, and recorded my script. I started contacting radio stations and asked if I could make a personal announcement instead of having it be a commercial for a business or whatever, and I got turned down quite a bit. None of them even asked to listen to the recording, they just said no. However, on lucky number 4 or 5 I insisted they listen to it and decide if it's okay to put on the air. They said okay, and I brought my MP3 over to the station and played it for them. They said they would love to do this, but I have to take out my father's name or any reference to it being my father. I said that's fine, went back home, rewrote and re-recorded it, took it back in, and they loved it. They played it on the air about a week later. The day they played it, I told my mom everything before dad got home. So, my dad came home. A few seconds later, there was a load banging on my door. Opened it up, and my dad was standing there, furious as hell, panting, sweating, red-faced, shaking, and he starts yelling and screaming, "Why'd you do that? What's wrong with you? You're out here tonight. You faking sheethead." All this stuff. And the only thing I said back was, "Why are you so upset? You act like this is a big deal." And I closed my door. I'm still not sure exactly what I meant by that, but I said it sarcastically, so I think I was just trying to make him even more pissed. But, after that, I heard a lot of yelling in the kitchen, and then feet stomping up the stairs, and then back down a few minutes later. He left. My mom told him she wants a divorce, and he needs to leave, until she decides what we are going to do. My mom and I had a very lengthy talk that night about everything that happened between me and my father, in great detail. It was so relieving to just let all of that pent-up rage and sadness out. We ended up talking until about 4 in the morning. Went to bed, and I woke up to the smell of breakfast. She made me pancakes with jelly, crispy bacon dusted in brown sugar, and toast with apple butter. By far, the best day of my life. After breakfast, we told the rest of our family. And they all agreed, with the exception of my grandma, that they won't speak to him ever again. My mom decided she was going to divorce him. Mission accomplished. TLDR, father molested me. We both kept it a secret for many years. I put a message out on the radio, show he listened to on his way to work. Came home furious. Mom left him. She got the house, and no one in the family talks to him anymore. About 3 years ago I was in between apartments. I was basically pending eviction from my current place, and my new, better, and less expensive apartment was still having the bathroom renovated and the carpet put in, so I needed a place to stay in the meantime. I had moved most of my stuff into a storage unit, and my friend was letting me crash on his spare bed, and as luck would have it, a friend of mine was going on a 2-month trip to DC for work. She had a dog and a cat that stayed in her apartment in downtown Miami. She really didn't want to kennel them for 2 months, nor could she afford to, so I offered to stay at her luxury high-rise apartment while she was gone. That pretty much brings us up to speed in regards to the setting. One night I took the dog for a walk outside in front of American Airlines Arena, where the Heat play. There's a gas station nearby there with a big empty lot in the back and a few grass patches where people take their dogs. I had been back there for a few minutes when another guy comes strolling by. I didn't think much of it because he didn't look homeless or particularly seedy, but then he walks right up in front of me. I figured he was going to ask for money, which happens all the time here even from panhandlers, who don't even look homeless. I didn't figure he would pull out a knife. When he did point I asked him nicely if he was sure he wanted to do that. He insisted, so I reached back for my wallet and pulled out my 9mm. You should have seen the "oh my god I just shit myself" look on his face. I figured I wasn't going to let him off so easy, and I sure wasn't going to let him go weapon in hand, so I asked him to empty his pockets and walk away. He dropped his knife, wallet, and cell phone, and bolted off. I put the gun away, and this was when I got a great idea. Thumbing through his wallet, I got his name, address, and zip code from the driver's license. The first thing I did was walk around to the gas station and offer to buy gas for the first few people who showed up at the pump with his debit card. And would you believe the asshole doesn't keep his phone locked? While I did that, I read through some emails and decided to send out a few reply to all ones. I wrote a quick little story about how I was a thief and a liar, and how I robbed people for fun from time to time, and told them I would most likely be going to jail soon. I also made him a Facebook wall post of some pornographic self shots from his photo library. I crafted a nice text message to his mom. I told her that he had always been secretly gay and that he could no longer continue living the lie. I said that he planned to kill himself tonight, and that first he wanted to let her know one last time that he loved her. I figured that he would probably be shutting down the phone service and credit cards pretty soon. I made some online purchases for butt plugs and gay porn to be sent to his home address. That was the most embarrassing thing I could think of off the top of my head. Then last but not least, I used his phone to call a bomb threat into the local police station. I also mentioned something about wanting to kill the president in the name of Jesus. All of that took about 15 minutes. It's pretty amazing the havoc you can wreak with someone's phone and wallet in that short period of time. I turned the phone off after that, removed the SIM, and wiped the memory. The wallet and knife I trashed in the garbage chute. I don't know whatever happened to that guy, but I'm pretty sure he probably learned his lesson. A long time ago I worked at the Disney resorts as lake patrol. We drove around in boats and made sure everyone followed the safety guidelines for the rental boats on the lake. Everyone I worked with was awesome except for one guy. He was a douche of epic proportions who was so delusional and self-absorbed that he didn't realize that his co-workers held him in abysmally low regard and were just too nice to say anything. In his mind I believe he thought of himself as the coolest whole friend of the group when in reality only the middle word could be used to describe him objectively. He messed with me on a constant basis and got me in trouble with the boss on numerous occasions. One slow day as I sat on the boat I noticed a huge dead bass floating by me. I scooped it up and put it in my boat, covering it with a towel, and finished off my shift. Later that night I snuck back to work and placed the giant dead fish onto the seat of his boat. To commemorate this vengeance, I took a bunch of pictures and left. The following morning the douche coworker had to lead an in-service, part of continued training, with a bunch of the newbie lifeguards from surrounding resorts which I decided to join for the sole purpose of seeing his face when he got to his boat. I expected him to bemoan the smell that the fish would leave on his seat and toss the fish back into the lake. I thought he would simply be pissed off that he would have to scrub the seat of his boat. That was not what happened. Upon reaching his boat, douche co-worker flips his sheet. He rants about how this is a death threat and harassment, and how he personally knows FBI agents that he was going to call upon to investigate the fish corpse rotting on his seat. The whole time half of the lifeguards present for the in-service are shrinking away in fear of his rant, while the other half do their best to hold in laughter. His epic overreaction is something that gives me satisfaction even now, 9 years later. Because of this I decide to not keep the pictures of the fish private. The following evening, I proceed to print out a bunch of them, and I tape them around the office. When he came in the next day and saw those pictures I could see in his face the moment he realized that everyone thought he was a douchebag. Shortly thereafter I told everyone except for him that it was in fact I who left the fish on his boat. No one ever informed him that it was me. TLDR, a prank that was meant to elicit a groan of mild annoyance turned into the most panicked, semi-coherent, screaming rant of all time. A few years ago, I was having to use a cane at times and needed to cross on a ferry. So, my husband listens to the ferry workers and parks how he's supposed to. Then a big truck pulls up beside us, almost over the lane line, and leaves me with almost no room to get out. I opened the door enough to squeeze out without touching their precious truck, the 4x4 that has never seen a speck of dirt, and the ferry rocks, caused the door I was holding open to slam into their door. The female driver gets out and starts screaming at me and my husband. I injure my hip trying to get out from between the two vehicles, our $700 vehicle vs her $70,000, and she's going ballistic. Finally, we lock the door to our car, take our kids, and I limp away. After a while, I send hubby downstairs to get my cane cause the movement I had to do to get out of the car hurt me. We both had tried to apologize, but nothing we said appeased her. She just got more livid. End of the ferry trip, and the ferry personnel were alerted about how insane this woman was. They offer to let her lane go first, so that she's out of our way, to help us get off without more problems. She decides not to leave with her lane, and instead gets into it with both me and my husband. I stand behind our vehicle waiting for her to move, so I can get into our car. Husband says that he will not tug his full lock to her, and I tell her to enjoy her victimhood. That's when she really loses it. She finally decides to go forward, about 3 car lengths, crosses into our lane, and decides to reverse towards us. That's when I yell at her, don't even try it. See, I had about 20 witnesses and cameras to her antics. Didn't matter what we did to try to defuse it, she was going crazy, and she was about to commit vehicular assault with cameras, ferry personnel, and ferry passengers, all watching her. She stopped her truck and finally decided to do the smart thing and leave. We had written down her license plate, and heard from others that she had spent the entire trip in her precious vehicle to protect it. We shortcutted our route, and visited a friend. That's where I got on the phone with the insurance company, gotta love monopolies, and found out that traveling on a ferry was a hazard and she, the driver of the truck, would not be compensated for any damage done by us because of the rocking of the ocean. I then called the RCMP and gave the license plate and model of the vehicle and said that the driver was being aggressive. Not major revenge, but just thinking smart. One night after a night of drinking downtown, some friends I went to a 24-hour burger joint to sober up a bit. We are minding our own business for the most part, but at the table next to us there are a couple of very drunk girls being fairly big beaches, demanding all sorts of things from the guys who are with them, being rude to the staff, etc. At one point I get up to use the restroom and walk up to the door and knock. I don't hear anything, so I proceed to turn the handle, at which point the door flies open and one of the drunk girls comes out and starts yelling at me. I said, give USA faking minute, you retard. Calm the fuck down. I glance in the open bathroom and see that she and her friend were doing a good amount of coke, and she starts berating me about having to wait my turn and blah blah blah. I hold my pee in and then calmly walk outside to the front of the diner, not to my table inside, and then call 911 telling them that a girl is passed out in the bathroom, unresponsive, and that I see some cocaine next to her. I then describe the girl who yelled at me fairly vividly, wait for them to say they are sending people over, and then hang up promptly. I walk back to my table with my friends and say we got a boogie gang, and as we are driving away, two cop cars and an ambulance shows up in the parking lot. Not sure if they found her or what actually happened, but from then on my friends knew that I was not someone to be faked with. When I was in about 8th grade, me and another kid got into on the bus. I was sitting apparently where he wanted to sit, and he wanted me to move. I was like, fuck you, I sit where the fuck I want. So he got off the bus at my stop with two of his friends and followed me home to jump me. I went inside and loaded up my paintball gun with about 500 rounds and maximumed out the velocity of the gun to about 400 feet per second. I went outside and hosed those facts down at about 25 rounds a second. Until they were all on the ground in the fetal position, writhing in pain, covering their faces. I then asked if any of them want to fight me fair 1v1, then they could get up and I could begin beating the shit out of them. I had no doubts in my ability to take them in a fair fight. At that time I had been a linebacker and captain of the football team's defense for about 6 years at that point, and 2 belts from getting my black in karate. In middle school I wrote a huge paper, for the time, for a really long book. Was the kind of paper you write over months for a huge part of your grade. I had a doctor's appointment or something the day it was due, but came to school for my last class, missing the one where the paper was due. Next day a girl in my class, typical overachiever, tells the teacher she saw me in school and somehow it ended up being implied that I skipped the class on purpose to have an extra day to do the paper. Not true at all. Teacher left it up to the girl to decide if I could turn in my paper, and she said she didn't think it was fair that I got an extra day and said no, so I wasn't allowed to turn in the paper. Told my mom and she tried to fight it, but my teacher said that I should have turned in the paper if I was in school anyway. Mom ended up agreeing and grounded me. Also, just to note, I was a really bad kid in middle school, and the teachers did not like me and were always trying to teach me a lesson with stuff like this. So my mom taking their side wasn't completely unjustified. Anyway, I was really pissed at the girl because I ended up having to do a ton of extra credit. To not fail in my paper wasn't even considered for any amount of credit, so I basically could have not done it at all. We were required to write out locker combinations in our agendas, which we left unattended a lot, and we also were required to have a homework folder which contained all homework for every class, stuff that needed to be done on the left and stuff to turn in on the right. I got her locker combination by looking in her agenda and proceeded to take out homework assignments for a few months during break times. She was a super overachiever and she would almost cry when she couldn't find an assignment, which I savored for the remainder of the year. I felt like James Bond sabotaging the enemy. It really faked with her head, especially when I would just remove small but key parts of assignments that were due the next day, or I would remove middle pages out of her homework packets that she had already completed. The final thing I removed was a large 50 pages front and back biology packet that we had been doing all year. That was like 25% of our grade. She basically had a mental breakdown in class and actually started crying and hyperventilating. She was given about a week to find it, but couldn't since I had it, so she ended up getting permission to redo it, and spent all of the free time we had redoing the packet. Also, when I stole her homework I would usually copy the answers, which adds an extra level of faked up, I guess. TLDR, overachiever girl in middle school prevented me from turning in a large assignment, so I found out her locker combination removed homework assignments from her homework folder until she started failing and had a mental breakdown. No throwaway here, because he knows about it and Reddit's anonymous anyway, so I don't really see the point. I moved in with a friend when I was about 21. About halfway into our lease, he met a girl and decided it would be cool for her to move in within a week of meeting her. She never had a job, hardly ever left the apartment, and pretty much acted like she owned the place. I decided to move out when the lease was up and made it well known that she was a major factor of why I was moving out. I found a place a couple weeks before the lease was expired and decided to move out a little early. As a way of trying to embarrass me, he took her giant rubber dildo, wrote my name on it in Sharpie, and rested it on the windshield of my car for all to see. After loading up all my stuff into a U-Haul with another friend, I noticed the dildo where he'd left it. I took it and put it in the tailpipe of his truck, halfway hanging out, so he would see it when he came outside. My friend who helped me move then proceeded to shove it all the way inside of the tailpipe, so it was not visible. I just assumed it would get shot out of the tailpipe when he started the car, but I was wrong. Since it was rubber, the friction held it in place, and it proceeded to melt inside the tailpipe and completely wrecked his engine due to the blockage in the exhaust. I should note that he had bought the truck brand new and had only had it for a couple of months. I got an extremely angry voicemail from him a few days later when he had the truck towed to the dealership and tried to make a warranty claim. Luckily, even though the engine was ruined due to the blockage in the exhaust, which was caused purposely, they still replaced his engine, even though they didn't have to. We had a falling out after that for a year or two, but we are actually friends again. First day of school, we got assigned sponsors. Each first grader gets a 5th grader, and it stays like that until the 10th grade. Nothing big really, just be nice to the kid you are sponsoring, make them feel welcome at school, etc. My sponsor was a dick, 165 centimeters tall, annoying piece of shit. Taking my lunch, throwing me in bushes, baptizing me in snow, steal my backpack, verbally annoying me all day. Carried on like this until he went on to high school when I was in 6th grade. Never dared to do anything, cause he was bigger and older than me. When I was 15, I was walking home from a friend, middle of winter, so lots of snow. Suddenly, I get hit by a snowball. I turn around, and it's my faking sponsor and a friend of his. He recognizes me and acts exactly like he did when I went to elementary school. Only difference this time was that I had grown quite a lot since that time and was around 182 centimeters and outweighed the little faker. I ended up just running straight at him. He starts running away and I catch up and roundhouse kicked him in the midsection and he collapsed in the snow. I gave him a thorough baptizing, making sure he had snow everywhere in his clothes and tuck of his shoes and threw them away into a heap of snow in someone's garden. Felt pretty good. Wrote my high school bully a letter years later detailing his abuse and the effect it had on me and what an awful person he was. I'm a very persuasive writer and I made this as calculatingly as I could. I wanted to psychologically wreck this guy. He nearly did the same to me, so I thought it was only fair letter worked too well. I can't know for sure that this letter was the reason, but he killed himself. Edit. Feel like I should give this some context. I was not a popular kid in school. I liked learning and was over mature for my age. I got along with my teachers and that was about it. One day about a year into high school I made this new guy friend who seemed nice and actually wanted to talk to me. We started hanging out all the time, and it was mostly to hear him talk about how awesome he was. I didn't talk much at first, just listened, mainly because my self-esteem was in the toilet. After a few years I opened up and made more friends and got some self-confidence back. Just enough to realize that I was in a very abusive and unhealthy friendship with this guy. I fetched things for him, did his homework for him sometimes, and he would put me down constantly to keep me compliant. One day I gathered all my nerve, told him stop talking to me that way. I'm not your slave. You either treat me nicer, or I will not be your friend anymore. He told me to shut up and do as you're told. This guy's egomania and god complex were incredibly underserved. I told him to stick it up his ass and walked away. I wasn't prepared for what came next. I expected he would just ignore me and I'd be left alone. But no. He decided that, since I had disobeyed him or some shit, that I had to suffer. He enlisted cronies and amassed a group of people to follow me everywhere I went all day telling me how pathetic and disgusting I was. They would wander around a few feet behind me talking loudly amongst themselves about how I should just kill myself, that if they were that big a waste of a human being they would kill themselves too. This asshole was in all my classes and he began trying to turn my teachers against me by framing me for things I didn't do. They saw through him, thank God. He lied, manipulated and coerced people to do his dirty work and suddenly I was the most hated girl in school. He told a big tall lesbian student that I called her a duke and she proceeded to beat the shit out of me. The goal was to get me to hit back and get suspended because he knew the only thing that mattered to me was finishing school with decent grades. I was beaten up while waiting for the bus by guys. I'm a girl. I had things poured on me, voodoo effigies made of me and shown to me before they were set on fire. My things were stolen. My parents were harassed by nuisance hango calls for months. I was so terror-stricken and self-loathing after a few months that I stopped eating and sleeping properly and considered killing myself to end it. I was 14. One day I snapped and made a final stand. It scared him and the rest of the student body enough that the abuse stopped and I was left alone. Help that he was threatened with expulsion and the police were called for. People were suspended over it. I had to give a statement. It was a bit nuts, but the nightmare was over and he treated me with begrudging indifference after that. Years after school, during which I was still getting over the emotional and psychological scars from this faker sends me a Facebook message saying, "Hey dude. Sorry about that stuff. We're all young once, remember?" I rolled my eyes and deleted it. Years after that, I broke down one day and realized that, although I was functioning well, what happened to me back then was still affecting me and my ability to trust people because I wasn't dealing with it. So I did that, write a letter and don't send it. Except that when I finished it, I read it over and went, fuck it. He deserves to know what a complete faker he is. So I sent it to his Facebook and then blocked him. A few months later I found out he had killed himself around the time I sent it to him. I want to say I feel badly, but I don't. It's not my fault that he did it, and I can't feel sorry for doing something that lifted a huge weight from my shoulders and has improved my life tenfold. A friend and I worked at a tool/hardware type of store. We got to have the first look at display models when they went on sale and buy them if we wanted. One day an air compressor normally around $300 was posted nearly half off by our manager. My friend took his break and purchased it, but as he was taking his receipt a customer approached him and insisted he had the right to buy that same unit. This douche hunted down the store manager and forced my friend to return the air compressor so he could purchase it at half off instead. My friend was pretty bummed, but I remembered that most of the customers at this particular store at one time or another registered their name/address for extended warranties, etc. I backtracked this jerk's name and address and passed it off to my buddy. The next day my friend said we were going for a drive after work. When we got to his truck I saw he had about 3 gallons of Roundup vegetation killer in the back. He asked me to drive, and when we got to this guy's house he jumped out and poured it all over the front hill in front of this guy's rather large home. We drove back the next day to see the aftermath. Only a small amount of lawn had died near the top of the hill where it was poured. My friend was in a hurry so as not to get caught. When we returned a week later there were sprinklers scattered over the lawn and the entire lawn was dead. Apparently watering the lawn caused the poison to bleed down the hill and kill all of it. The next spring only weeds were growing. Not me. My dad. Small town, and as the school was under construction and a bully grabbed a length of chain from a pile and, while riding his bike by, my dad used this chain to whip my dad's back. Yeah, a bike by attack from behind. Real bussy sheet. He then decides to ride by a few times, laughing his mouth off, faking as off point. My dad is knocked down. This is middle school, and he's sucking wind, but furious. He stands up, despite the agonizing pain, picks up a 2-foot piece of rubber and hucks it at the guy. Blind rage revenge, no plan of attack really. Just pure, unadulterated, seething anger. The rubber flips end over end and the bully is going full speed on his bike. You'd think my dad would not have any strength behind his heave, or that he did, and aimed to hit this guy's head. He didn't aim, just threw. The rubber, no joke, goes into the kid's front wheel, tearing all the spokes and flinging the dude over the handlebars and introducing his mocking face to the pavement. My dad gets called into the principal's office the next day. The kid is there, torn up. His parents are there, fuming. The principal says he says you did this. Did you do this, Thebam Sr.? My dad says yes sir. The principal says why? My dad, did he not divulge what he did? My dad lifts his shirt to reveal the welts and bruises left by a chain. The mom's eyes widen and she lights her kid up. The principal says my dad is free to go. Bully no longer. My older sister, when she was 17, was being pestered in a bar by a huge, pushy dude who wouldn't take no for her answer. He kept grabbing her and making filthy overtures till she lost the plot and swung round, fell to her knees, and punched this asshole squarely in the nuts. When he doubled up, she sprang onto his back, grabbed him by the ears, and slammed his face into the wooden table a few times. So this big guy gets the police in, who observe this massive guy with a bloody nose, and goes to the barman for his version of events. He said the lady was being harassed by the big gent, and he slipped and bashed his own nose in. The cop looked at my 4'10" sister, and then at the 6'3" dude and simply went nuff said, and arrested the asshole for breach of the peace and wasting police time. It went to court. My sis wore her high school uniform, no makeup, and the judge gave him community service and a moderate fine. My sister winked at the big guy as he descended the court steps, and he had a face like fizz.